Dad does enjoy his leisure time. And to think that a few years ago, people didn't have nearly so much time to themselves.
Yes, we've gained a lot of leisure time in the last century or so. All of us.
Wait a minute. All of us? Mother should hear you say that. She's always complaining that she doesn't have enough time.
Well, let's see about that. Can you picture your mother as she might have been 50 years ago?
I guess so.
My, that's hard work. It takes so much time, too. But that's woman's lot in life. Scrub clothes, carry water, bake bread, feed the chickens, till time to go to bed and then get up again to start all over again.
You see, Ken? Now, how about today?
My, this new washer certainly is a time saver. And I do need some extra time. Now, let's see, I want to do some shopping, but this first.
Wait a minute. This may be easier work, but it still looks like work.
Oh, well, I have to plan the program for the Women's Club next month. That's one of my favorite activities, you know. It does keep me busy, but, well, that's not work.
What do you think, Ken?
Well, Mother does have more leisure time now. But still, she's always busy. How does she find so many things to do? How can I find something to do with my extra time? Or for that matter, what about you? I don't know. It seems as if leisure time is a problem.
Well, let's see how your friends have met that problem.
I told him once my friends were all busy. Oh, busy. They have something to do with their time. Let's see. Last I saw of Dave, he was headed that-a-way.
You mean this way? Yes. Dave has a hobby of identifying birds. It's a pleasant way of spending his time, and besides, it helps him with some of his schoolwork. You can learn quite a bit from hobbies. Here's Bill. Some of his leisure time is spent doing part-time work at the bookstore. Along with earning some spending money, he's getting experience that will help him later on. And Alice is devoting some of her leisure to learning to sew. That's something she'll be glad she did when she's older. And right now, she gets a big kick out of it. Here's the way Marge spends some of her leisure time. She's learning to play the piano. She's getting a lot of pleasure from her own accomplishment, and she's acquiring a skill that will help her socially. And some of the fellows spend their time in group activities that are building them up physically, as well as providing them with a lot of fun.
So that's what they're all doing. No wonder I couldn't find them. I'll bet you think I should figure out something to do with my time. The question is, how will I know it's the right kind of thing? How will I know I'm using my time well?
Your father mentioned a bookcase he was making, didn't he? Remember how he worked at it last night? Mr. Michaels, you gain 3 important things from your hobby, don't you?
Do I? All I know is this is a pleasant change from my work, and I'm learning a few things. Someday, when I get more time, I'm going to make new furniture for the whole house.
Well, there you are. Do you see now, Ken?
I think so. A good use of leisure time should give you a change. It should help you learn things, and, well, I'm not sure about the third.
It's a good idea to have a long-range goal for your leisure time activities. But it isn't always easy to find a single occupation that will give you all 3 values.
Then you should have more than one activity?
It does help. Of course, even one thing to do is better than just moping. For instance, swimming is a pleasant change, a lot of fun, and a chance to build yourself up physically. And what about reading? There's a leisure time activity that will help you learn things you'd like to know about many subjects. And this hobby could have a long-range goal, perhaps a job in the air.
I get it. You know, I took some pictures once. Yeah, I got a camera for Christmas. Now, let's see, what did I do with that camera? It's around here somewhere. I gotta straighten this place up, too. Oh, here it is. You know, photography ought to make a good hobby for me. Yeah, might even want to make a business out of it someday. Thanks.
Well, what about it? Will photography give Ken a change? Can he learn while doing it and perhaps prepare himself for better living? Will he have a long-range goal to give him satisfaction? And what might be some good uses for your leisure time? Will you let time slip away from you? Or will you use it well? Time. Leisure time. Did you ever stop to think how much leisure time you really have? Some of us put our leisure time to good use. And some of us, Ken Michaels, for example, spend most of our leisure time just moping.
Moping? He thinks I'm moping. Well, who wouldn't mope? There's nothing to do, nobody's around. You know how it is. I went down to the bowling alley, went over to the drugstore. None of the gang was there. All my friends are busy, so what's for me to do?
Do you suppose Ken has more leisure time than his friends do?
Huh? Well, no, I don't have more time. We all spend about the same amount of time in school, and the rest is leisure time. I've got nothing to do but wait for supper. My friends have more things to do. They're lucky.
Ken's pretty lucky, too.
Listen to that. All right, I'll bite. Why am I lucky?
Because you have so much leisure time. Time in which you
I
can
don't
do
like that you
things
guys can hear
enjoy.
that. The beeps.
Time in
and
which
the
you don't
beeps.
have to work.
It is not
Like
good
this,
that
huh?
you can hear that.
Is that good?
I haven't figured out
Let
how
me
to make
show
it so
you
that
a
you
few
don't.
things.
While also
Suppose
having
you
everything
lived
else work the
100
way it
years
does.
ago.
It's like a little
What
Jenga
would you have
tower.
been like?
And
Take
this is
a
just
look.
one of the pieces I
Where?
didn't know would actually be at the bottom. And if I
Oh.
tried to change it, or like
Is
remove
that
it,
me? Is that what I would have looked like
It would,
100 years ago?
it would affect the whole thing. And it's just such a mess. I
Perhaps.
hate streaming. What the hell am I doing?
Now, well, let's look back
Okay.
100 years again
Okay,
and
okay.
see someone else.
Who? Hey, that's my dad.
Okay. Ignore any weird sounds. Just ignore them. I should have done this before. Okay, it's fine. It's okay. And I gotta do this. Okay. 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 We're reading today. Surprise. Isn't that surprising and not at all what you expected? It is. That's what she expected. Hi, hello, hi everyone. Sorry for the extended wait, a little longer than usual. Forgot to eat for a while, so I had to have a sandwich, amongst other things that were very, very annoying that have been dealt with. That's fine. So what happened this week? We played Vampire Therapist. That was like 2 days ago, and we're gonna play it again 2 days from now. But today we're going to be reading, as is tradition, I suppose, by Iran of Alexandria. We're going to be reading a text where I'm just reading it out loud, and I'm probably going to read either the first half or section, or maybe this is going to be a very long stream and I just read everything. I don't know. I've still yet to figure them out, because so far I've done quite a few reading streams, and all of them, or most of them, I've read only about a chapter of a very large project, like a book or something, and I have not made any follow-up streams completing the reading. So this is something I'm thinking about, or rather, I'm not sure if I want to continue any projects, and if so, how and when. Because when I read something, it's sort of intentional, as in like it probably is, it immediately follows or is around some other game or thing I'm engaging with that is thematically relevant. And so for me to go back on the readings without also going back to the games, because I've already streamed the games, it is a little strange. Maybe I can do them as separate uploads. I don't know. But then it's like, well, I have to include the first part. Like, for example, if I want to continue reading like the second sex, like, do I, like on stream, do I make a follow-up stream? And if so, like, well, I mean, I guess that works out. That specifically works out. But because there's a new class 9 next week. But without that, right? Like, or maybe I should read something else that's also from feminist literature. Anyways, do you see the struggle? Like, it's like I can finish them, but I don't want it to be like just the same audiobook. Like, you know what I mean? There's some intention to the readings I pick, and I don't account for the fact that I only read a portion of it, which is something that a lot of educational institutes do, and I see why. Like, I understand the modes of operation, modus operandi. Like, I get it. I get why they have to do it, but I don't think I want to do that because I'm afforded a bit more leeway in time. I'm just figuring out how to structure it. It's weird. It's also very strange because not many people are like, I don't even know if this is legal. Is this even legal? Like, okay, like this I found publicly. I've attached the link to this PDF and all the other readings to the descriptions, I believe. So it's not like I had to go to a shadow library to retrieve these texts. You know, they were kind of just on archive. They were, which is losing like legal battles, but oh, that's a whole other thing. And I'm reading it. I'm reacting to it. It's not an audiobook, so I don't think it falls in the audiobook laws. I don't know. It's kind of weird. I mean, like, for example, I believe the second sex is banned by the Vatican, right? So it's like, it's totally illegal in some sense of the word, but that sense of the word isn't like the all-encompassing law of jurisdiction kind of, like, you know, it's not like murder. I have to consult legal team on this. I'll consult my legal team on this. But you know, even if not, then of course it's like these are copyright infringements, I guess, and I'll just take them all down. It is what it is. Or maybe I could just make them all unarchived. But then I can just upload them as YouTube videos, and maybe it's different. Leave al vivo? See. Not for very long. I don't know. Maybe for a little longer, actually. Oh, good lovers should be book thieves. I don't know if I'm a book thief, but because this is like online. This is not Like I didn't go through some shadowy depths. I just searched "Man Search for Meaning" PDF, and this was like the second or third result. Goth. I think we can just keep adding adjectives to it every stream. That would work out, yeah. Maybe you put "in search of meaning" behind this one for this stream. But anyways, that's something. Those are some of the worries or like concerns I've had about the reading streams. I'd like to know what everyone thinks, or if there is a desire for a continuation of a book. Because the whole idea originally was I would read a chapter, right? And if this is of interest of anyone who like watches the stream, then you can kind of pursue the book. You can just read it yourself at your own pace, because this is all online. It's all like, you know, there's a link and everything. And it's like the expectation is no one reads everything. In fact, the expectation is most people read nothing beyond what I have read, and that's okay. That's like fine. Like it's just an exposure thing, right? But if you are interested, it's like it's all there. It's just right there. That's the original intention. Now, however, I'm thinking I want to, because in doing so and in stacking so many things, and you know, streaming and having to be a librarian, comes a sort of trouble with my scheduling, and I just haven't found too much time to, for myself, finish the texts that I read on stream. And I'm kind of a slow reader, even by myself, even if I wasn't streaming. So it's not like streaming doesn't actually slow me down that much. It's sort of a it doesn't. Yeah, like I don't have too many opportunities to continue reading what I've read. And that's kind of weird. That's a little difficult. It's a thing to think about, because I do want to finish reading the things, but you know, starting something is always more fun than continuing it. That's just how life is, you know. The first sip of the can of soda is the best sip, and then you there's like a joke where like you do that, you sip the first sip of a can of soda and you just throw it away because that was the first sip, that was the best sip, and you just like open another can. Like that's kind of how it is, right? That's how what we're doing. Like reading the first chapter, we're like, yes, we're reading a new book, yes, this is a new thing, I'm starting this. And then after that you're like, no, I don't have the willpower to continue through reading. And so what I initially was thinking of as just an encouragement to just be exposed to the idea of like a book and reading text, which is a little becoming increasingly foreign. I don't think it is completely, but I think it's becoming increasingly foreign. To then also to now, I think maybe what might be more beneficial is to encourage not the beginning of new books, but the continuation of existing ones, maybe. But I don't know how that will, because I don't know. There's not enough people here for me to kind of form a like a statistical data opinion. And everyone's thing is different. I'm just not sure which angle. Like, I think both are good, but I'm just not sure which angle to take. One solution I've thought is I stream the first session, and I just, in my own time, like I did Kafka's Metamorphosis, just read everything offline and just cut together the gaps I take between, like for water breaks or whatever, and stuff like that. But then that's like, so is it like an audiobook? I don't know. So I'm just doing an audiobook in addition to the streams, but it's not an audiobook because it's like, it's kind of shit. Because I don't know I don't know how to record an audiobook. I don't know what that is. I don't know what that process is. It's not familiar to me. And also, I don't want it to just be audiobooks, because I want there to be my opinion and my reaction to it as a kind of critical thing being there, because otherwise it's just audiobook but there's a VTuber avatar and it's kind of not as interesting. You think of it as like a reaction, right? Hmm. Does lose the ability to for you guys to ask dumb, not dumb questions. Yeah, in the middle of it. Maybe I could make a playlist. Yeah, something like that. It's just I mean, you can always ask in comments, but I understand it's not the same thing. It feels more like feels scarier to engage in the comment section because there's like less people in the comment section because I am a small channel. That's just how it is. Further things to consider. Ideally, right? Whatever I read is I can finish in one stream, but that's not possible. It is an unrealistic, unrealistic, idealistic scenario. That's not going to happen. So, in conclusion of all that yapping, man is searching for meaning. I'm unsure where to take the reading streams, and if there's even interest in that, I'm confused. I don't understand if people like these or not. I have no idea. Or if it's like an accepted thing that people are like, okay, well, of course this guy's gonna read, that's fine, but that's not what I'm here for. I'm here for like the gameplay, the video games, you know. Maybe you're here for that, and that's fine. It's just it would be interesting to know what the split is, what the perspective is. That is, I'm not quite privy to, because YouTube doesn't give you detailed stats for like low viewership, and that's who I am. I am like Mr. Low Viewership. It is what it is. Yeah. Okay. All right. Let's get that out of the way. That's not relevant at all to Men's Search for Meaning today, and I didn't want to take too much time from Viktor E. Frankl. So let's do that. Before we start, what is logotherapy? Good question. I think it's actually good from what I understand of this text. I haven't read it yet, but from what I understand, that maybe it's best for me not to give much context beyond what's in the book already, because everything I could say is expressed more meaningfully in this book, in the prefaces and everything as an introduction. I don't need to add my piece, and it's just good the way it is what I believe. So I'm not going to introduce Viktor E. Frankl. I'm going to let the book introduce it. There's a preface and everything. I'm going to let it do that. This is the, you can see which edition this is. It's online. Again, you have a link. You have access to this. Read along if you can. If you just wanted to come in to say hello to me and harass me, and now then that's fine. But like, now's the time to leave, because I'm going to stop engaging with chat that much, except for like questions in between. Okay. Let's begin. Let's begin now. Man's Search for Meaning, An Introduction to Logotherapy, 4th edition, by Viktor E. Frankl. And part 1 is translated by Ilse Lash, preface by Gordon W. Allport. More than 4 million copies. Okay, I don't think we need that. Let's read this. With more than 4 million copies in print in the English language alone, Man's Search for Meaning, the chilling yet inspirational story of Viktor Frankl's struggle to hold on to hope during his 3 years as a prisoner in Nazi concentration camps, is a true classic. Beacon Press is now pleased to present a special gift edition of a work that was hailed in 1959 by Carl Rogers as one of the outstanding contributions to psychological thought in the last 50 years. Frankl's training as a psychiatrist informed every waking moment of his ordeal and allowed him a remarkable perspective on the psychology of survival. His assertion that the will to meaning is the basic motivation for human life has forever changed the way we understand our humanity in the face of suffering. To the memory of my mother. Beacon Press. There's a preface, there's 2 parts, Case for Tragic Optimism, and there's a bibliography. But yeah, sorry, before we go into the preface, I hope it makes sense to anyone who's watching live. Why this is the reading for this week, in between playing Vampire Therapist, which is definitely a bit more lighthearted. This is kind of just a therapy themed week, I guess you could think of it that way. But I hope that makes sense why I've chosen to engage it in this way. And if anyone has any thoughts, please add them, or questions, however it is. Of course, as we read from the beginning, this is about the experience of someone who had to endure 3 years as a prisoner in a Nazi concentration camp. So it's a little heavy. It's not a little. It's very heavy stuff. So if you're too discomforted by the idea, that's fine. You don't have to be here. We can catch you up some other time. But you know, this is literature. I think it's worth reading, and it's worth being uncomfortable for. So, you know, for what it's worth, if you feel discomfort, that's good. But only if that discomfort allows you to discover interesting ideas of the world and of yourself. And if it doesn't, then maybe just, you know, take a break from it, come back to it later, etc. Bring up therapy and start questioning life again. It's just, you always question. That's just how it is. You question the things that you don't usually question. That's philosophy. Okay. Also, yeah, I titled this VTuber Reads Philosophy and the rest of the series of work, where this is, some people may argue this is not specifically as philosophically intensive as the other works. It still is philosophy to me, I think, from what I understand of it. Maybe when I'm finished reading with it, I might disagree with myself, but yes, it was a deliberate choice, and I'm not sure if it's the right one. Okay. Preface. Dr. Frankl, author psychiatrist, sometimes asks his patients who suffer from a multitude of torments, great and small, why do you not commit suicide? From their answers, he can often find the guideline for psychotherapy. In one life, there is love for one's children to tie to. In another life, a talent to be used. In a third, perhaps only lingering memories worth preserving. To weave these slender threads of a broken life into a firm pattern of meaning and responsibility is the object and challenge of logotherapy, which is Dr. Frankl's own version of modern existential analysis. In this book, Dr. Frankl explains the experience which led to his discovery of logotherapy. As a longtime prisoner in bestial concentration camps, he found himself stripped to naked existence. His father, mother, brother, and his wife died in camps that were sent to the gas ovens, so that, excepting for his sister, his entire family perished in these camps. How could he, every possession lost, every value destroyed, suffering from hunger, cold, and brutality, hourly expecting extermination, how could he find life worth preserving? A psychiatrist who personally has faced such extremity is a psychiatrist worth listening to. He, if anyone, should be able to view our human condition wisely and with compassion. Dr. Frankl's words have a profoundly honest ring, for they rest on experiences too deep for deception. What he has to say gains in prestige because of his present position on the medical faculty of the University of Vienna, and because of the renown of the logotherapy clinics that today are springing up in many lands, patterned in his own famous neurological polyclinic in Vienna. One cannot help but compare Viktor Frankl's approach to theory and therapy with the work of his predecessor, Sigmund Freud. Both physicians concern themselves primarily with the nascent cure of neuroses. Freud finds the root of these distressing disorders in the anxiety caused by conflicting and unconscious motives. Frankl distinguishes several forms of neurosis and traces some of them, the neurogenic neuroses, to the failure of the sufferer to find meaning and a sense of responsibility in his existence. Freud stresses frustration in the sexual life. Frankl, frustration in the will to meaning. In Europe today, there is a marked turning away from Freud and a widespread embracing of existential analysis, which takes several related forms, the school of logotherapy being one. It is characteristic of Frankl's tolerant outlook that he does not repudiate Freud, but builds gladly on his contributions. Nor does he quarrel with other forms of existential therapy, but welcomes kinship with them. The present narrative, brief though it is artfully constructed and gripping. On 2 occasions I've read it through at a single sitting, unable to break away from its spell. Somewhere beyond the midpoint of the story, Dr. Frankl introduces his own philosophy of logotherapy. He introduces it so gently into the continuing narrative that only after finishing the book does the reader realize that here is an essay of profound depth, not just one more brutal tale of concentration camps. From this autobiographical fragment, the reader learns much. He learns what a human being does when he suddenly realizes he has nothing to lose except his so ridiculously naked life. Frankl's description of the mixed flow of emotion and apathy is arresting. First to the rescue comes a cold, detached curiosity concerning one's fate. Swiftly, too, come strategies to preserve the remnants of one's life, though the chances of surviving are slight. Hunger, humiliation, fear, and deep anger at injustice are rendered tolerable by closely guarded images of beloved persons, by religion, by a grim sense of humor, and even by glimpses of the healing beauties of nature, a tree or a sunset. But these moments of comfort do not establish the will to live unless they help the prisoner make larger sense out of his apparently senseless suffering. It is here that we encounter the central theme of existentialism. To live is to suffer, to survive is to find meaning in the suffering. If there is a purpose in life at all, there must be a purpose in suffering and in dying. But no man can tell another what this purpose is. Each must find out for himself and must accept the responsibility that his answer prescribes. If he succeeds, he will continue to grow in spite of all indignities. Frankl is fond of quoting Nietzsche. He who has a why to live can bear with almost any how. In the concentration camp, every circumstance conspires to make the prisoner lose his hold. All the familiar goals in life are snatched away. What alone remains is the last of human freedoms, the ability to choose one's attitude in a given set of circumstances. This ultimate freedom, recognized by the ancient Stoics as well as by modern existentialists, takes on a vivid significance in Frankl's story. The prisoners were only average men, but some, at least by choosing to be worthy of their suffering, proved man's capacity to rise above his outward fate. As a psychotherapist, the author, of course, wants to know how men can be helped to achieve this distinctively human capacity. How can one awaken in a patient the feeling that he is responsible to life for something, however grim the circumstances may be? Frankl gives us a moving account of one collective therapeutic session he held with his fellow prisoners. At the publisher's request, Dr. Frankl has added a statement of the basic tenets of logotherapy as well as a bibliography. Up to now, most of the publications of this third Viennese school of psychotherapy, the predecessors being the Freudian and Adlerian schools, have been chiefly in German. The reader will therefore welcome Dr. Frankl's supplement to his personal narrative. Unlike many European existentialists, Frankl is neither pessimistic nor anti-religious. On the contrary, for a writer who faces fully the ubiquity of suffering and the forces of evil, he takes a surprisingly hopeful view of man's capacity to transcend his predicament and discover an adequate guiding truth. I recommend this little book heartily, for it is a gem of dramatic narrative focused upon the deepest of human problems. It has literary and philosophical merit and provides a compelling introduction to the most significant psychological movement of our day. Gordon W. Allport, who is a former professor of psychology at Harvard, one of the writers and teachers in the field, who's an author of some works like Journal of Abnormal and Social Psychology. Okay. Chiefly through his pioneering work that Frankl's momentous theory was introduced to the country. And to his credit, the interest shown here in logotherapy is growing by leaps and bounds. Okay. Oh, and there's another preface to the edition. Got told, someone says got told by a psych to suffer. I guess I need to pay attention to this one. I mean, if you resonate with the idea, with the existentialist idea that life is suffering and finding meaning is, well, as summed up, albeit a little simplistically, but summed up earlier. Or life is suffering and finding meaning in life is, what it's about. Then maybe if that resonates with you, maybe this is worth paying attention to. I think that might be the case. Preface to the 1992 edition. The book has now lived to see nearly 100 years of printing. Printings in English, in addition to having been published in 21 other languages, and the English editions alone have sold more than 3 million copies. Dry facts. They may as well be the reason why reporters of American newspapers, in particular of American TV stations, more often than not start their interviews after listing these facts by exclaiming, "Dr. Frankl, your book has become a bestseller." How do you feel about such success? Whereupon I react by reporting that in the first place, I do not at all see in the bestseller status of my book an achievement and accomplishment on my part, but rather an expression of the misery of our time. If hundreds of thousands of people reach out for a book Whose very title promises to deal with the question of a meaning to life, it must be a question that burns under their fingernails. To be sure, something else may have contributed to the impact of the book. Its second theoretical part, Logotherapy in a nutshell, boils down, as it were, to the lesson one may distill from the first part, the autobiographical account, experiences in a concentration camp, whereas part 1 serves as the existential validation of the theories. Thus, both parts mutually support the credibility. I had none of this in mind. Okay, so I believe this is written by Frankl. None of this in mind when I wrote the book in 1945, and I did so within 9 successive days, and with the firm determination that the book should be published anonymously. In fact, the first printing of the original German version does not show my name on the cover. So at the last moment, just before the book's initial publication, I did finally give in to my friends who had urged me to let it be published with my name, at least on the title page. At first, however, it had been written with the absolute conviction that, as an anonymous opus, it could never earn its author literary fame. I'd wanted simply to convey to the reader by way of a concrete example that life holds a potential meaning under any circumstances, under any conditions, even the most miserable ones. And I thought that if the point were demonstrated in a situation as extreme as that in a concentration camp, my book might gain a hearing. I therefore felt responsible for writing down what I had gone through, for I thought it might be helpful for people who are prone to despair. And so it is both strange and remarkable to me that among some dozens of books I have authored, precisely this one, which I intended to be published anonymously so that it could never build up any reputation on the part of the author, did become a success. Again and again, I therefore admonish my students both in Europe and in America, don't aim at success. The more you aim at it and make it a target, the more you're going to miss it. For success, like happiness, cannot be pursued, it must ensue, and only does so as the unintended side effect of one's dedication to a cause greater than oneself, or as the byproduct of one's surrender to a person other than oneself. Happiness must happen, and the same holds for success. You have to let it happen by not caring about it. I want you to listen to what your conscience commands you to do, and go on to carry it out to the best of your knowledge. Then you will live to see that in the long run I say, success will follow you precisely because you had forgotten to think about it. The reader may ask me why I did not try to escape what was in store for me after Hitler had occupied Austria. Let me answer by recalling the following story. Shortly before the United States entered World War II, I received an invitation to come to the American consulate in Vienna to pick up my immigration visa. My old parents were overjoyed because they expected that I would soon be allowed to leave Austria. I suddenly hesitated, however. The question beset me. Could I really afford to leave my parents alone to face their fate, to be sent sooner or later to a concentration camp, or even to a so-called extermination camp? Where did my responsibility lie? Should I foster my brainchild logotherapy by emigrating to fertile soil where I could write my books? Or should I concentrate on my duties as a real child, the child of my parents who had to do whatever he could to protect them? I pondered the problem this way and that, but could not arrive at a solution. This was the type of dilemma that made one wish for a hint from heaven, as the phrase goes. It was then that I noticed a piece of marble lying on a table at home. When I asked my father about it, he explained that he had found it on the site where the National Socialists had burned down the largest Viennese synagogue. He had taken the piece home because it was a part of the tablet on which the 10 Commandments were inscribed. One gilded Hebrew letter was engraved on the piece. My father explained that this letter stood for one of the commandments. Eagerly I asked, which one is it? He answered, "Honor thy father and thy mother, that thy days may be long upon the land." At the moment, I decided to stay with my father and my mother upon the land and to let the American visa lapse. Viktor Frankl, Vienna, 1992. Oh, okay. Alright. It's a little heavy for me too. Sorry. So you don't think life is suffering, unlike absurdism? However, individual experiences an issue, no beliefs. Oh, yeah. It's close enough that I think this is resonant. The prefaces seem to be very introductory and make a lot of sense, so I anticipate no confusion or questions. If there are, then ask them, but yeah, it should be fairly straightforward. I think maybe there might be some questions for part 2, but part 1 I think will also be fairly straightforward. So. Part 1. Experiences in a concentration camp. This book does not claim to be an account of facts and events, but of personal experiences which millions of prisoners have suffered time and again. It is the inside story of a concentration camp told by one of its survivors. This tale is not concerned with great horrors, which have already been described often enough, though less often believed, but with the multitude of small torments. In other words, it will try to answer this question: how is everyday life in a concentration camp reflected in the mind of the average prisoner? Most of the events described here did not take place in the large and famous camps, but in the small ones where most of the real extermination took place. This story is not about the suffering and death of great heroes and martyrs, nor is it about the prominent capos, prisoners who acted as trustees having special privileges, or well-known prisoners. Thus, it is not so much concerned with the sufferings of the mighty, but with the sacrifices, the crucifixion, and the deaths of the great army of unknown and unrecorded victims. It was these common prisoners who bore no distinguishing marks on their sleeves, whom the capos really despised. While these ordinary prisoners had little or nothing to eat, the capos were never hungry. In fact, many of the capos fared better in the camp than they had in their entire lives. Often they were harder on the prisoners than were the guards, and beat them more cruelly than the SS men did. These capos, of course, were chosen only from those prisoners whose characters promised to make them suitable for such procedures, and if they did not comply with what was expected of them, they were immediately demoted. They soon became much like the SS men and the camp wardens, and may be judged on a similar psychological basis. It is easy for the outsider to get the wrong conception of camp life, a conception mingled with sentiment and pity. Little does he know of the hard fight for existence which raged among the prisoners. This was an unrelenting struggle for daily bread and for life itself, for one's own sake or for that of a good friend. Let us take the case of a transport which was officially announced to transfer a certain number of prisoners to another camp, but it was a fairly safe guess that its final destination would be the gas chambers. A selection of sick or feeble prisoners, incapable of work, would be sent to one of the big central camps, which were fitted with gas chambers and crematoriums. The selection process was the signal for a free fight among all the prisoners, or of group against group. All that mattered was that one's own name and that of one's friend were crossed off the list of victims. So everyone knew that for each man saved, another victim had to be found. A definite number of prisoners had to go with each transport. It did not really matter which, since each of them was nothing but a number. On their admission to the camp, at least this was the method in Auschwitz, all their documents had been taken from them, together with their other possessions. Each prisoner, therefore, had had an opportunity to claim a fictitious name or profession, and for various reasons, many did this. The authorities were interested only in the captives' numbers. These numbers were often tattooed on their skin, and also had to be sewn to a certain spot on their trousers, jacket, or coat. Any guard who wanted to make a charge against the prisoner just glanced at his number, and how we dreaded such glances. He never asked for his name. To return to the convoy about to depart, there was neither time nor desire to consider moral or ethical issues. Every man was controlled by one thought only: to keep himself alive for the family waiting for him at home, and to save his friends. With no hesitation, therefore, he would arrange for another prisoner, another number, to take his place in the transport. As I've already mentioned, the process of selecting capos was a negative one. Only the most brutal of the prisoners were chosen for this job, although there were some happy exceptions. But apart from the selection of capos, which was undertaken by the SS, there was a sort of self-selecting process going on the whole time among all of the prisoners. On the average, only those prisoners could keep alive who, after years of trekking from camp to camp, had lost all scruples in their fight for existence. They were prepared to use every means, honest and otherwise, even brutal force, theft and betrayal of their friends, in order to save themselves. We who have come back by the aid of many lucky chances or miracles, whatever one may choose to call them, we know the best of us did not return. Many factual accounts about concentration camps are already on record. Here, facts will be significant only as far as they are part of a man's experiences. It is the exact nature of these experiences that the following essay will attempt to describe. For those who have been inmates in a camp, they will attempt to explain their experiences in the light of present-day knowledge. And for those who have never been inside, it may help them to comprehend and above all to understand the experiences of that only too small percentage of prisoners who survived and who now find life very difficult. These former prisoners often say, "We dislike talking about our experiences. No explanations are needed for those who have been inside, and the others will understand neither how we felt then, nor how we feel now." To attempt a methodical presentation of the subject is very difficult, as psychology requires a certain scientific detachment. But does a man who makes his observations while he himself is a prisoner possess the necessary detachment? Such attachment is granted to the outsider, but he is too far removed to make any statements of real value. Only the man inside knows. His judgments may not be objective, his evaluations may be out of proportion. This is inevitable. An attempt must be made to avoid any personal bias, and that is the real difficulty of a book of this kind. At times it will be necessary to have the courage to tell very intimate experiences. I had intended to write this book anonymously, using my prison number only. But when the manuscript was completed, I saw that as an anonymous publication would lose half its value, and that I must have the courage to state my convictions openly. I therefore refrained from deleting any of the passages in spite of an intense dislike of exhibitionism. I shall leave it to others to distill the contents of this book into dry theories. These might become a contribution to the psychology of prison life, which was investigated after the First World War, and which acquainted us with the syndrome of barbed wire sickness. We are indebted to the Second World War for enriching our knowledge of the psychopathology of the masses, if I may quote a variation of the well-known phrase and title of a book by Le Bon. For the war gave us the war of nerves, and it gave us the concentration camp. As this story is about my experiences as an ordinary prisoner, it is important that I mention, not without pride, that I was not employed as a psychiatrist in camp, or even as a doctor, except for the last few weeks. A few of my colleagues were lucky enough to be employed in poorly heated first aid posts supplying bandages made of scraps of waste paper, but I was numbered 119,104. Most of the time I was digging and laying tracks for railway lines. At one time my job was to dig a tunnel without help for a water main under a road. This feat did not go unrewarded. Just before Christmas 1944, I was presented with a gift of so-called premium coupons. These were issued by the construction firm to which we were practically sold as slaves. The firm paid the camp authorities a fixed price per day per prisoner. The coupons cost the firm 50 pfennigs each and could be exchanged for 6 cigarettes, often weeks later, although they sometimes lost their validity. I became the proud owner of a token worth 12 cigarettes. But more important, the cigarettes could be exchanged for 12 soups, and 12 soups were often a very real respite from starvation. The privilege of actually smoking cigarettes was reserved for the capo, who had his assured quota of weekly coupons, or possibly for a prisoner who worked as a foreman in a warehouse or workshop and received a few cigarettes in exchange for doing dangerous jobs. The only exceptions to this were those who had lost the will to live and wanted to enjoy their last days. Thus, when we saw a comrade smoking his own cigarettes, we knew he had given up his faith and his strength to carry on, and once lost, the will to live seldom returned. When one examines the vast amount of material which has been amassed as a result of many prisoners' observations and experiences, 3 phases of the inmate's mental reactions to camp life become apparent: the period following his admission, the period when he is well entrenched in camp routine, and the period following his release and liberation. The symptom that characterizes the first phase is shock. Under certain conditions, shock may even precede the prisoner's formal admission to the camp. I shall give as an example the circumstances of my own admission. 1,500 prisoners had been traveling by train for several days and nights. There were 80 people in each coach. All had to lie on top of their luggage, with a few remnants of their personal possessions. The carriages were so full that only the top parts of the windows were free to let in the grey of dawn. Everyone expected the train to head for some munitions factory, in which we would be employed as forced labor. We did not know whether we were still in Silesia or already in Poland. Excuse me. The engine's whistle had an uncanny sound, like a cry for help sent out in commission for the unhappy load which it was destined to lead into perdition. Then the train shunted, obviously nearing a main station. Suddenly a cry broke from the ranks of the anxious passengers. There is a sign, Auschwitz. Everyone's heart missed a beat at that moment. Auschwitz, the very name, stood for all that was horrible: gas chambers, crematoriums, massacres. Slowly, almost hesitatingly, the train moved on as if it wanted to spare its passengers the dreadful realization as long as possible. With the progressive dawn, the outlines of an immense camp became visible. Long stretches of several rows of barbed wire fences, watchtowers, searchlights, and long columns of ragged human figures, grey in the greyness of dawn, trekking along the straight, desolate roads. To what destination we do not know. There were isolated shouts and whistles of command. We did not know their meaning. My imagination led me to see gallows with people dangling on them. I was horrified, but this was just as well, because step by step we had to become accustomed to a terrible and immense horror. Eventually, we moved into the station. The initial silence was interrupted by shouted commands. We were to hear those rough, shrill tones from then on, over and over again, in all the camps. Their sound was almost like the last cry of a victim, and yet there was a difference. It had a rasping hoarseness, as if it came from the throat of a man who had to keep shouting like that, a man who was being murdered again and again. The cab's doors were flung open and a small detachment of prisoners stormed inside. They wore striped uniforms. Their heads were shaved, but they looked well fed. They spoke in every possible European tongue, and all with a certain amount of humor which sounded grotesque under the circumstances, like a drowning man clutching a straw. My inborn optimism, which has often controlled my feelings even in the most desperate situations, clung to this thought. These prisoners look quite well. They seem to be in good spirits and even laugh. Who knows? I might manage to share their favorable position. In psychiatry, there is a certain condition known as delusion of reprieve. The condemned man, immediately before his execution, gets the illusion that he might be reprieved at the very last minute. We too clung to shreds of hope and believed to the last moment that it would not be so bad. Just the sight of the red cheeks and round faces of those prisoners was a great encouragement. Little did we know then that they formed a specially chosen elite, who for years had been the receiving squad for new transports as they rolled into the station day after day. They took charge of the new arrivals and their luggage, including scarce items and smuggled jewelry. Auschwitz must have been a strange spot in this Europe of the last years of the war. There must have been unique treasures of gold and silver, platinum and diamonds, not only in the huge storehouses but also in the hands of the SS. 1,500 captives were cooped up in a shed built to accommodate probably 200 at the most. We were cold and hungry, and there was not enough room for everyone to squat on the bare ground, let alone to lie down. 1 5-ounce piece of bread was our only food in 4 days. Yet I heard the senior prisoners in charge of the shed bargain with one member of the receiving party about a tie pin made of platinum and diamonds. Most of the profits would eventually be traded for liquor, schnapps. I do not remember just how many thousands of marks were needed to purchase the quantity of schnapps required for a gay evening, but I do know that those long-term prisoners needed schnapps. Under such conditions, who could blame them for trying to dope themselves? But there was another group of prisoners who got liquor supplied in almost unlimited quantities by the SS. These were the men who were employed in the gas chambers and crematoriums, and who knew very well that one day they would be relieved by a new shift of men, and that they themselves would have to leave their enforced role of executioner and become victims themselves. Nearly everyone in our transport lived under the illusion that he would be reprieved, that everything would yet be well. We do not realize the meaning behind the scene that was to follow presently. We were told to leave our luggage in the train and to fall into 2 lines, women on one side, men on the other, in order to file past the senior SS officer. Surprisingly enough, I had the courage to hide my haversack under my coat. My line filed past the officer man by man. I realized that it would be dangerous if the officer spotted my bag. He would at least knock me down, I knew that from previous experience. Instinctively, I straightened down approaching the officer so that he would not notice my heavy load. Then I was face to face with him. He was a tall man who looked slim and fit in his spotless uniform. What a contrast to us, who were untidy and grimy after our long journey. He had assumed an attitude of careless ease, supporting his right elbow with his left hand. His right hand was lifted, and with the forefinger of that hand he pointed very leisurely to the right or to the left. None of us had the slightest idea of the sinister meaning behind that little movement of a man's finger, pointing now to the right and now to the left, but far more frequently to the left. It was my turn. Somebody whispered to me that to be sent to the right side would mean work, the way to the left being for the sick and those incapable of work, who would be sent to a special camp. I just waited for things to take their course, the first of many such times to come. My haversack weighed me down a bit to the left, but I made an effort to walk upright. The SS man looked me over, appeared to hesitate, then put both his hands on my shoulders. I tried very hard to look smart, and he turned my shoulders very slowly until I faced right, and moved over to that side. The significance of the finger game was explained to us in the evening. It was the first selection, the first verdict made on our existence or non-existence. For the great majority of our transport, about 90% meant death. The sentence was carried out within the next few hours. Those who were sent to the left were marched from the station straight to the crematorium. This building, as I was told by someone who worked there, had the word bath written over its doors in several European languages. On entering, each prisoner was handed a piece of soap, and then, but mercifully, I do not need to describe the events which followed. Many accounts have been written about this horror. We who were saved, the minority of our transport, found out the truth in the evening. I inquired from prisoners who had been there for some time where my colleague and friend P had been sent. Was he sent to the left side? Yes, I replied. And you can see him there, I was told. Where? A hand pointed to the chimney a few hundred yards off, which was sending a column of flame up into the grey sky of Poland. It dissolved into a sinister cloud of smoke. That's where your friend is, floating up to heaven, was the answer. But I still did not understand until the truth was explained to me in plain words. But I'm telling things out of their turn. From a psychological point of view, we had a long way in front of us from the break of that dawn at the station until our first night's rest at the camp. Escorted by SS guards with loaded guns, we were made to run from the station, past electrically charged barbed wire, through the camp to the cleansing station. For those of us who passed the first selection, this was a real bath. Again, our illusion of reprieve found confirmation. The SS men seemed almost charming. Soon we found out their reason. They were nice to us as long as they saw watches on our wrists and could persuade us in well-meaning tones to hand them over. Would we not have to hand over all our possessions anyways? And why should not that relatively nice person have the watch? Maybe one day he would do one a good turn. We waited in a shed, which seemed to be the anteroom to the disinfecting chamber. SS men appeared and spread out blankets into which we had to throw all our possessions, all our watches and jewelry. There were still naive prisoners among us who asked, to the amusement of the more seasoned ones who were there as helpers, if they could keep a wedding ring, a medal, or a good luck piece. No one could yet grasp the fact that everything would be taken away. I tried to take one of the old prisoners into my confidence. Approaching him furtively, I pointed to the roll of paper in the inner pocket of my coat and said, "Look, this is the manuscript of a scientific book. I know what you will say, that I should be grateful to escape with my life, that should be all I can expect of fate. But I cannot help myself. I must keep this manuscript at all costs. It contains my life's work. Do you understand that?" Yes, he was beginning to understand. A grin spread slowly over his face. First piteous, then more amused, mocking, insulting, until he bellowed one word at me, in answer to my question, a word that was ever present in the vocabulary of the camp inmates. Shit. At that moment I saw the plain truth, and did what marked the culminating point of the first phase of my psychological reaction. I struck out my whole former life. Suddenly there was a stir among my fellow travelers, who had been standing about with pale, frightened faces, helplessly debating. Again we heard the hoarsely shouted commands. We were driven with blows to the immediate anteroom of the bath. There we assembled around an SS man who waited until we had all arrived. Then he said, "I will give you 2 minutes, and I shall time you by my watch. In these 2 minutes you will get fully undressed and drop everything on the floor where you are standing. You will take nothing with you except your shoes, your belt or suspenders, and possibly a truce. I'm starting to count now." With unthinkable haste, people tore off their clothes. As the time grew shorter, they became increasingly nervous and pulled clumsily at their underwear, belts, and shoelaces. Then we heard the first sounds of whipping, leather straps beating down on naked bodies. Next, we were herded into another room to be shaved. Not only our heads were shorn, but not a hair was left on our entire bodies. Then on to the showers, where we lined up again. We hardly recognized each other, but with great relief some people noted that real water dripped from the sprays. While we were waiting for the shower, our nakedness was brought home to us. We really had nothing now except our bare bodies, even minus hair. All we possessed, literally, was our naked existence. What else remained for us as a material link with our former lives? For me, there were my glasses and my belt. The latter I had to exchange later on for a piece of bread. There was an extra bit of excitement in store for the owners of truces. In the evening, the senior prisoner in charge of our hut welcomed us with a speech in which he gave us his word of honor that he would hang, personally, from that beam. He pointed to it. Any person who had sewn money or precious stones into his truce. Proudly he explained that as a senior inhabitant, the camp laws entitled him to do so. Someone asks if this is a historical retelling for now. Yeah. So this is there's 2 parts to Man's Search for Meaning by Viktor Frankl, and part 1 is the autobiographical experience, and the second part is a bit more about the dry theory of it. Yeah. Of logotherapy, I believe. Yes. Okay. Where our shoes were concerned, matters were not so simple. Although we were supposed to keep them, those who had fairly decent pairs had to give them up after all, and were given in exchange shoes that did not fit. In for real trouble were those prisoners who had followed the apparently well-meant advice given in the anteroom of the senior prisoners and had shortened their jackboots by cutting the tops off, then smearing soap on the cut edges to hide the sabotage. The SS men seemed to have waited for just that. All suspected of this crime had to go into a small adjoining room. After a time, we again heard the lashings of the strap and the screams of tortured men. This time it lasted for quite a while. Thus, the illusions some of us still held were destroyed one by one, and then, quite unexpectedly, most of us were overcome by a grim sense of humor. We knew that we had nothing to lose except our so ridiculously naked lives. When the showers started to run, we all tried very hard to make fun, both about ourselves and about each other. After all, real water did flow from this place. Apart from that strange kind of humor, another sensation seized us: curiosity. I've experienced this kind of curiosity before as a fundamental reaction towards certain strange circumstances. When my life was once endangered by a climbing accident, I felt only one sensation at the critical moment: curiosity. Curiosity as to whether I should come out of it alive or with a fractured skull or some other injuries. Cold curiosity predominated even in Auschwitz, somehow detaching the mind from its surroundings, which came to be regarded with a kind of objectivity. At that time, one cultivated the state of mind as a means of protection. We were anxious to know what would happen next, and what would be the consequence, for example, of our standing in the open air, in the chill of late autumn, stark naked and still wet from the showers. In the next few days, our curiosity evolved into surprise that we did not catch cold. There were many similar surprises in store for new arrivals. The medical men among us learned first of all, textbooks tell lies. Somewhere it is said that man cannot exist without sleep for more than a stated number of hours. Quite wrong. I had been convinced that there were certain things I just could not do. I could not sleep without this, or I could not live with that or the other. The first night in Auschwitz, we slept in beds which were constructed in tiers. On each tier, measuring about 6.5 to 8 feet, slept 9 men directly on boards. 2 blankets were shared by each 9 men. We could of course lie only on our sides, crowded and huddled against each other, which had some advantages because of the bitter cold. Though it was forbidden to take shoes up to the bunks, some people did use them secretly as pillows in spite of the fact that they were caked with mud. Otherwise one's head had to rest on the crook of an almost dislocated arm. And yet sleep came and brought oblivion and relief from pain for a few hours. I would like to mention a few similar surprises at how much we could endure. We were unable to clean our teeth, and yet in spite of that and a severe vitamin deficiency, we had healthier gums than even before. We had to wear the same shirts for half a year, until they had lost all appearance of being shirts. For days we were unable to wash even partially because of frozen water pipes, and yet the sores and abrasions on hands which were dirty from work in the soil did not suppurate. That is, unless there was frostbite. Or for instance, a light sleeper who used to be disturbed by the slightest noise in the next room now found himself lying pressed against a comrade who snored loudly a few inches from his ear, and yet slept quite soundly through the noise. If someone now asked of us the truth of Dostoevsky's statement that flatly defines man as a being who can get used to anything, we would reply, yes, a man can get used to everything, but do not ask us how. But our psychological investigations have not taken us that far yet. Neither had we prisoners reached that point. We were still in the first phase of our psychological reactions. The thought of suicide was entertained by nearly everyone, if only for a brief time. It was born of the hopelessness of the situation, the constant danger of death looming over us daily and hourly, and the closeness of the death suffered by many of the others. From personal convictions which will be mentioned later, I made myself a firm promise, on my first evening in camp, that I would not run into the wire. This was a phrase used in camp to describe the most popular method of suicide, touching the electrically charged wire fence. It was not entirely difficult for me to make this decision. There was little point in committing suicide, since for the average inmate, life expectation, calculating objectively and counting all likely chances, was very poor. You cannot with any assurance expect to be among the small percentage of men who survived all the selections. The prisoner of Auschwitz in the first phase of the shock did not fear death. Even the gas chambers lost their horrors for him after the first few days. After all, they spared him the act of committing suicide. Friends whom I have met later have told me that I was not one of those whom the shock of admission greatly depressed. I only smiled and quite sincerely when the following episode occurred to the morning after our first night in Auschwitz, in spite of strict orders not to leave our blocks. A colleague of mine who had arrived in Auschwitz several weeks previously smuggled himself into our hut. He wanted to calm and comfort us and tell us a few things. He had become so thin that at first we did not recognize him. With a show of good humor and a devil-may-care attitude, he gave us a few hundred hurried tips. Don't be afraid. Don't fear the selections. Dr. M, the SS medical chief, has a soft spot for doctors. This was wrong. My friend's kindly words were misleading. One prisoner, the doctor of a block of huts and a man of some 60 years, told me how he had entreated Dr. M to let off his son, who was destined for gas. Dr. M coldly refused. But one thing I beg of you, he continued. Shave daily, if at all possible, even if you have to use a piece of glass to do it. Even if you have to give your last piece of bread for it. You will look younger and the scraping will make your cheeks look ruddier. If you want to stay alive, there is only one way, look fit for work. If you even limp, because let us say you have a small blister on your heel and an SS man spots this, he will wave you aside and the next day you are sure to be gassed. Do you know what we mean by a Moslem? A man who looks miserable, down and out, sick and emaciated, and who cannot manage hard physical labor any longer. That is a Moslem. Sooner or later, usually sooner, every Moslem goes to the gas chambers. Therefore, remember, shave, stand, and walk smartly, and you need not be afraid of gas. All you standing here, even if you have only been here 24 hours, you need not fear gas, except perhaps you. And then he pointed to me and said, I hope you don't mind my telling you frankly. To the others he repeated, of all of you, he is the only one who must fear the next election. So don't worry. And I smiled. I am now convinced that anyone in my place on that day would have done the same. I think it was Lessing who once said, there are things which must cause you to lose your reason, or you have none to lose. Alright. An abnormal reaction to an abnormal situation is normal behavior. Let me read that again, sorry. An abnormal reaction to an abnormal situation is normal behavior. Even we psychiatrists expect the reactions of a man to an abnormal situation, such as being committed to an asylum, to be abnormal in proportion to the degree of his normality. The reaction of a man to his admission to a concentration camp also presents an abnormal state of mind, but judged objectively it is a normal and, as will be shown later, typical reaction to the given circumstances. These reactions, as I have described them, began to change in a few days. The prisoner passed from the first to the second phase, the phase of relative apathy, in which he achieved a kind of emotional death. Apart from the already described reactions, the newly arrived prisoner experienced the tortures of other most painful emotions, all of which he tried to deaden. First of all, there was his boundless longing for his home and his family. This often could become so acute that he felt himself consumed by longing. Then there was disgust with all the ugliness which surrounded him, even in its mere external forms. Most of the prisoners were given a uniform of rags, which would have made a scarecrow elegant by comparison. Between the huts and the camp lay pure filth, and the more one worked to clear it away, the more one had to come in contact with it. It was a favorite practice to detail a new arrival to a work group whose job was to clean the latrines and remove the sewage. If, as usually happened, some of the excrement splashed into his face during its transport over bumpy fields, any sign of disgust by the prisoner or any attempt to wipe off the filth would only be punished with a blow from a capo, and thus the mortification of normal reactions was hastened. At first the prisoner looked away if he saw the punishment parades of another group. He could not bear to see fellow prisoners march up and down for hours in the mire, their movements directed by blows. Days or weeks later things changed. Early in the morning, when it was still dark, the prisoner stood in front of the gate with his detachment, ready to march. He heard a scream and saw how 34 men a comrade, sorry. That was I think this is a page number. This PDF file's a little... Yeah, I'm not sure if this is what the copy was supposed to be, but this is what we're working with. My apologies. My apologies. I should have looked carefully into the file, but that's fine. Anyways, our comrade was knocked down, pulled to his feet again, and knocked down once more. And why? He was feverish, but had reported to sickbay at an improper time. He was being punished for this irregular attempt to be relieved of his duties. But the prisoner who had passed into the second stage of his psychological reactions did not avert his eyes anymore. By then his feelings were blunted, and he watched unmoved. Another example, he found himself waiting at sick bay, hoping to be granted 2 days of light work inside the camp because of injuries or perhaps oedema or fever. He stood unmoved while a 12-year-old boy was carried in, who had been forced to stand at attention for hours in the snow or to work outside with bare feet, because there were no shoes for him in the camp. His toes had become frostbitten, and the doctor on duty picked off the black gangrenous stumps with tweezers one by one. Disgust, horror, and pity are emotions that our spectator could not really feel anymore. The sufferers, the dying, and the dead became such commonplace sights to him after a few weeks of camp life that they could not move him anymore. I spent some time in a hut for typhus patients who ran very high temperatures and were often delirious, many of them moribund. After one of them had just died, I watched without any emotional upset the scene that followed, which was repeated over and over again with each death. One by one, the prisoners approached the still warm body. One grabbed the remains of a messy meal of potatoes, another decided that the corpse's wooden shoes were an improvement of his own, and exchanged them. A third man did the same with a dead man's coat. And another was glad to be able to secure some, just imagine, genuine string. All this I watched with unconcern. Eventually I asked the nurse to remove the body. When he decided to do so, he took the corpse by its legs, allowing it to drop into the small corridor between the 2 rows of boards, which were the beds for the 50 typhus patients, and dragged it across the bumpy earthen floor toward the door. The 2 steps which led up into the open air always constituted a problem for us, since we were exhausted from a chronic lack of food. After a few months' stay in the camp, we could not walk up those steps, which were each about 6 inches high, without putting our hands on the door jambs to pull ourselves up. The man with the corpse approached the steps. Warily he dragged himself up. Then the body, first the feet, then the trunk, and finally, with an uncanny rattling noise, the head of the corpse bumped up the 2 steps. My place was on the opposite side of the hut, next to the small sole window, which was built near the floor. While my cold hands clasped a bowl of hot soup from which I sipped greedily, I happened to look out the window. The corpse which had just been removed stared in at me with glazed eyes. 2 hours before I had spoken to that man, now I continued sipping my soup. If my lack of emotion had not surprised me from the standpoint of professional interest, I would not remember this incident now because there was so little feeling involved in it. Apathy, the blunting of the emotions, and the feeling that one could not care anymore were the symptoms arising during the second stage of the prisoner's psychological reactions, and which eventually made him insensitive to daily and hourly beatings. By means of this insensibility, the prisoner soon surrounded himself with a very necessary protective shell. Beatings occurred on the slightest provocation, sometimes for no reason at all. For example, bread was rationed out at our worksite and we had to line up for it. Once a man behind me stood off a little to one side, and that lack of symmetry displeased the SS guard. I did not know what was going on in the line behind me, nor in the mind of the SS guard, but I suddenly received 2 sharp blows on my head. Only then did I spot the guard at my side who was using his stick. At such a moment, it is not the physical pain which hurts the most, and this applies to adults as much as to punished children. It is the mental agony caused by the injustice, the unreasonableness of it all. Strangely enough, a blow which does not even find its mark can, under certain circumstances, hurt more than one that does find its mark. Once I was standing on a railway track in a snowstorm. In spite of the weather, our party had to keep on working. I worked quite hard at mending the track with gravel, since that was the only way to keep warm. For only one moment, I paused to get my breath and to lean on my shovel. Unfortunately, the guard turned around just then and thought I was loafing. The pain he caused me was not from any insults or any blows. That guard did not think it worth his while to say anything, not even a swear word, to the ragged, emaciated figure standing before him, which probably reminded him only vaguely of a human form. Instead, he playfully picked up a stone and threw it at me. That, to me, seemed the way to attract the attention of a beast, to call a domestic animal back to its job, a creature with which you have so little in common that you do not even punish it. The most painful part of beatings is the insult which they imply. At one time we had to carry some long, heavy girders over icy tracks. If one man slipped, he endangered not only himself but all the others who carried the same girder. An old friend of mine had congenitally dislocated hip. He was glad to be capable of working in spite of it, since the physically disabled were almost certainly sent to death when a selection took place. He limped over the track with an especially heavy girder and seemed to fall and drag the others with him. As yet I was not carrying a girder, so I jumped to his assistance without stopping to think. I was immediately hit in the back, rudely reprimanded, and ordered to return to my place. A few minutes previously, the same guard who struck me had told us deprecatingly that we pigs lacked the spirit of comradeship. Another time in a forest with a temperature at 2 degrees Fahrenheit. We began to dig up the topsoil, which was frozen hard in order to lay water pipes. By then I had grown rather weak physically. Along came a foreman with chubby rosy cheeks. His face definitely reminded me of a pig's head. I noticed that he wore lovely warm gloves in that bitter cold. For a time he watched me silently. I felt that trouble was brewing, for in front of me lay the mound of earth which showed exactly how much I had dug. Then he began. "You pig, I've been watching you the whole time. I'll teach you to work yet. Wait till you dig dirt with your teeth, you'll die like an animal. In 2 days I'll finish you off. You've never done a stroke of work in your life. What were you, swine, a businessman?" I was past caring, but I had to take his threat of killing me seriously, so I straightened up and looked him directly in the eye. I was a doctor, a specialist. "What? A doctor? I bet you got a lot of money out of people." As it happens, I did most of my work for no money at all, in clinics for the poor. But now I had said too much. He threw himself on me and knocked me down, shouting like a madman. I could no longer remember what he shouted. I want to show with this apparently trivial story that there are moments where indignation can rouse even a seemingly hardened prisoner. Indignation not about cruelty or pain, but about the insult connected with it. That time blood rushed to my head because I had to listen to a man judge my life who had so little idea of it. A man, I must confess, the following remark which I made to my fellow prisoners after the scene afforded me childish relief, who looked so vulgar and brutal that the nurse in the outpatient ward in my hospital would not even have admitted him to the waiting room. Fortunately, the capo in my working party was obligated to me. He had taken a liking to me because I listened to his love stories and matrimonial troubles, which he poured out during the long marches to our worksite. I had made an impression on him with my diagnosis of his character and with my psychotherapeutic advice. After that, he was grateful, and this had already been of value to me. On several previous occasions, he had reserved a place for me next to him in one of the first 5 rows of our detachment, which usually consisted of 280 men. That favor was important. We had to line up early in the morning while it was still dark. Everybody was afraid of being late and of having to stand in the back rows. If men were required for an unpleasant and disliked job, the senior capo appeared and usually collected the men he needed from the back rows. These men had to march away to another, especially dreaded kind of work under the command of strange guards. Occasionally, the senior capo chose men from the first 5 rows, just to catch those who tried to be clever. All protests and entreaties were silenced by well-aimed kicks, and the chosen victims were chased to the meeting place with shouts and blows. However, as long as my capo felt the need of pouring out his heart, this could not happen to me. I had a guaranteed place of honor next to him. But there was another advantage too. Like nearly all the camp inmates, I was suffering from oedema. My legs were swollen and the skin on them so tightly stretched that I could scarcely bend my knees. I had to leave my shoes unlaced in order to make them fit my swollen feet. There would not have been any space for socks even if I had any. So my partly bare feet were always wet and my shoes always full of snow. This of course caused frostbite and chilblains. Every single step became real torture. Clumps of ice formed on our shoes during our marches over snow-covered fields. Over and over again, men slipped, and those following behind stumbled on top of them. Then the columns would stop for a moment, but not for long. One of the guards soon took action and worked over the men with the butt of his rifle to make them get up quickly. The more to the front of the column you were, the less often you were disturbed by having to stop and then to make up for lost time by running on your painful feet. I was very happy to be the personally appointed physician to his honor the capo, and to march in the first row at an even pace. As an additional payment for my services, I could be sure that as long as soup was being dealt out at lunchtime at our work site, he would, when my turn came, dip the ladle right to the bottom of the vat and fish out a few peas. This capo, A former army officer even had the courage to whisper to the foreman, whom I'd quarreled with, that he knew me to be an unusually good worker. That didn't help matters, but he nevertheless managed to save my life, one of the many times it was to be saved. The day after the episode with the foreman, he smuggled me into another work party. There were foremen who felt sorry for us and who did their best to ease our situation, at least at the building site. But even they kept on reminding us that an ordinary laborer did several times as much work as we did, and in a shorter time. But they did see reason if they were told that a normal workman did not live on 10.5 ounces of bread. Theoretically, actually, we often had less, and 1.75 pints of thin soup per day. That a normal laborer did not live under the mental stress we had to submit to, not having news of our family, who had either been sent to another camp or gassed right away, that a normal workman was not threatened by death continuously, daily, and hourly. I even allowed myself to say once to a kindly foreman, "If you could learn from me how to do a brain operation in as short a time as I am learning this roadwork from you, I would have great respect for you." And he grinned. I shall never forget how I was roused one night by the groans of a fellow prisoner who threw himself about in his sleep, obviously having a horrible nightmare. Since I'd always been especially sorry for people who suffered from fearful dreams or deliria, I wanted to wake the poor man. Suddenly I drew back the hand which was ready to shake firm, frightened at the thing I was about to do. At that moment I became intensely conscious of the fact that no dream, no matter how horrible, could be as bad as the reality of the camp which surrounded us, and to which I was able to recall him. Apathy, the main symptom of the second phase, was a necessary mechanism of self-defense. Reality dimmed, and all efforts and all emotions were catered to on one task, preserving one's own life and that of the other fellow. It was typical to hear the prisoners, while they were being herded back to camp from their work sites in the evening, sigh with relief and say, "Well, another day is over." It can be readily understood that such a state of pain, coupled with the constant necessity of concentrating on the task of staying alive, forced the prisoner's inner life down to a primitive level. Several of my colleagues in camp who were trained in psychoanalysis often spoke of a regression in the camp inmate, a retreat to a more primitive form of mental life. His wishes and desires became obvious in his dreams. Just for a moment, not really necessarily to pause, but I want to note that, real quick, sorry. The sentence, "Apathy, the main symptom of the second phase, was a necessary mechanism of self-defense," is really interesting to me, because I oftentimes in my work see, I think of apathy in a sort of negative light. A lot of my understanding led me to the belief that apathy is like sort of this negative thing that needs to be cured. You know, people should be less apathetic and more empathetic. That's, you know, one of the ways that situations and things can be improved. That's like what I believed, perhaps too one-sidedly. And so reading this bit about apathy as a sort of self-defense, obviously in a very extreme situation, but very informative nonetheless, has allowed me the opportunity to reconsider my previous opinions on apathy and what that is. So that's interesting. Just a mental note for myself, personally. Okay, let's continue. What did the prisoner dream about most frequently? Of bread, cakes, cigarettes, and nice warm baths. The lack of having these simple desires satisfied led him to seek wish fulfillment in dreams. Whether these dreams did any good is another matter. Dreamer had to wake from them to the reality of camp life and to the terrible contrast between that and his dream illusions. Because of the high degree of undernourishment which the prisoner suffered, it was natural that the desire for food was the major primitive instinct around which mental life cantered. Let us observe the majority of prisoners when they happened to work near each other and were, for once, not closely watched. They would immediately start discussing food. One fellow would ask another working next to him in the ditch what his favorite dishes were. Then they would exchange recipes and plan the menu for the day when they would have a reunion, the day in a distant future when they would be liberated and returned home. They would go on, picturing it all in detail, until suddenly a warning was passed down the trench, usually in the form of a special password or number. The guard is coming. I always regarded the discussions about food as dangerous. Is it not wrong to provoke the organism with such detailed and effective pictures of delicacies when it has somehow managed to adapt itself to extremely small rations and low calories? Though it may afford momentary psychological relief, it is an illusion which, physiologically, surely must not be without danger. During the latter part of our imprisonment, the daily ration consisted of very watery soup given out once daily and the usual small bread ration. In addition to that, there was the so-called extra allowance, consisting of 3/4 of an ounce of margarine, or a slice of poor quality sausage, or of a little piece of cheese, or a little bit of synthetic honey, or a spoonful of watery jam, varying daily. In calories, this diet was absolutely inadequate, especially taking into consideration our heavy manual work and our constant exposure to the cold and inadequate clothing. The sick who were under special care, that is, those who were allowed to lie in the huts instead of leaving the camp for work, were even worse off. When the last layers of subcutaneous fat had vanished, and we looked like skeletons disguised with skin and rags, we could watch our bodies beginning to devour themselves. The organism digested its own protein and the muscles disappeared. Then the body had no powers of resistance left. One after another, the members of the little community in our hut died. Each of us could calculate with fair accuracy whose turn would be next, and when his own would come. After many observations, we knew the symptoms well, which made the correctness of our prognoses quite certain. "He won't last long," or "this is the next one," we whispered to each other, and when during our daily search for our lice we saw our own naked bodies in the evening, we thought alike. This body here is my body, is really a corpse already. What has become of me? I am but a small portion of a great mass of human flesh, of a mass behind barbed wire, crowded into a few earthen huts, a mass of which daily a certain portion begins to rot because it has become lifeless. I mentioned above how unavoidable were the thoughts about food and favorite dishes which forced themselves into the consciousness of the prisoner, which whenever he had a moment to spare. Perhaps it can be understood, then, that even the strongest of us was longing for the time when he would have a fairly good food again. Not for the sake of good food itself, but for the sake of knowing that the subhuman existence, which made us unable to think of anything other than food, would at last cease. Those who have not gone through a similar experience can hardly conceive of the soul-destroying mental conflict and clashes of willpower which a famished man experiences. They can hardly grasp what it means to stand digging in a trench listening only for the siren to announce 9:30 or 10 a.m., the half-hour lunch interval, when bread would be rationed out, as long as it was still available. Repeatedly asking the foreman if he wasn't a disagreeable fellow, what the time was, and tenderly touching a piece of bread in one's coat pocket, first stroking it with frozen gloveless fingers, then breaking off a crumb and putting it in one's mouth, and finally, with the last bit of willpower, pocketing it again, having promised oneself that morning to hold out till afternoon. We could hold endless debates on the sense of or nonsense of certain methods of dealing with the small bread ration, which was given out only once daily during the latter part of our confinement. There were two schools of thought. One was in favor of eating up the ration immediately. This had the twofold advantage of satisfying the worst hunger pangs for a very short time, at least once a day, and of safeguarding against possible theft or loss of the ration. The second group, which held with dividing the ration up, used different arguments. I finally joined their ranks. The most ghastly moment of the 24 hours of camp life was the awakening when, at a still nocturnal hour, the 3 shrill blows of a whistle tore us pitilessly from our exhausted sleep and from the longings of our dreams. We then began the tussle with our wet shoes, into which we could scarcely foot our feet, which were sore and swollen with oedema. And there were the usual moans and groans about petty troubles, just such as the snapping of wires which replaced shoelaces. One morning I heard someone whom I knew to be brave and dignified cry like a child because he finally had to go to the snowy marching grounds on his bare feet, and his shoes were too shrunken for him to wear. In those ghastly minutes, I found a little bit of comfort. A small piece of bread which I drew out of my pocket and munched with absorbed delight. Undernourishment, besides being the cause of the general preoccupation with food, probably also explains the fact that the sexual urge was generally absent. Apart from the initial effects of shock, this appears to be the only small explanation of the phenomenon which a psychologist was bound to observe in those all-male camps. That, as opposed to all other strictly male establishments, such as army barracks, there was little sexual perversion. Even in his dreams, the prisoner did not seem to concern himself with sex, although his frustrated emotions and his finer, higher feelings did find definite expression in them. With the majority of the prisoners, the primitive life and the effort of having to concentrate on just saving one's skin led to a total disregard of anything not serving that purpose, and explained the prisoners' complete lack of sentiment. This was brought home to me on my transfer from Auschwitz to a camp affiliated with Dachau. The train which carried us, about 2,000 prisoners, passed through Vienna. At about midnight, we passed one of the Viennese railway stations. The track was going to lead us past the street where I was born, past the house where I'd lived many years of my life, in fact, until I was taken prisoner. There were 50 of us in the prison car, which had 2 small, bared peepholes. There was only enough room for one group to squat on the floor, while the others, who had to stand up for hours, crowded round the peepholes. Standing on tiptoe and looking past the others' heads through the bars of the window, I caught an eerie glimpse of my native town. We all felt more dead than alive, since we thought that our transport was heading for the camp at Mauthausen, and that we had only 1 or 2 weeks to live. I had a distinct feeling that I saw the streets, the squares and the houses of my childhood with the eyes of a dead man who had come back from another world and was looking down on a ghostly city. After hours of delay, the train left the station, and there was the street, my street. The young lads who had a number of years of camp life behind them and for whom such a journey was a great event stared attentively through the peephole. I began to beg them, to entreat them to let me stand in front for 1 moment only, tried to explain how much a look through the window meant to me just then. My request was refused with rudeness and cynicism. You lived here all those years? Well, then you have seen quite enough already. In general, there was also a cultural hibernation in the camp. There were 2 exceptions to this, politics and religion. Politics were talked about everywhere in camp, almost continuously. The discussions were based chiefly on rumors, which were snapped up and passed around avidly. The rumors about the military situation were usually contradictory. They followed one another rapidly and succeeded only in making a contribution to the war of nerves that was waged in the minds of all the prisoners. Many times, hopes for a speedy end to the war, which had been fanned by optimistic rumors, were disappointed. Some men lost all hope, but it was the incorrigible optimists who were the most irritating companions. The religious interests of the prisoners, as far and as soon as it was developed, was the most sincere imaginable. The depth and vigor of religious belief often surprised and moved the new arrival. Most impressive in this connection were improvised prayers or services in the corner of a hut, or in the darkness of the locked cattle truck in which we were brought back from a distant work site, tired, hungry, and frozen in our ragged clothing. In the winter and spring of 1945, there was an outbreak of typhus, which infected nearly all the prisoners. The mortality was great among the weak, who had to keep on with their hard work as long as they possibly could. The quarters for the sick were most inadequate. There were practically no medicines or attendants. Some of the symptoms of the disease were extremely disagreeable, an irrepressible aversion to even a scrap of food, which was an additional danger to life, and terrible attacks, delirium. The worst case of delirium was suffered by a friend of mine who thought that he was dying and wanted to pray. In his delirium, he could not find the words to do so. To avoid these attacks of delirium, I tried, as did many of the others, to keep awake for most of the night. For hours I composed speeches in my mind. Eventually I began to reconstruct the manuscript which I had lost in the disinfection chamber of Auschwitz, and scribbled the keywords in shorthand on tiny scraps of paper. Occasionally a scientific debate developed in camp. Once I witnessed something I had never seen even in my normal life, although it lays somewhat near my own professional interests, a spiritualistic seance. Seance? I'm sorry, I'm not very good with some of the words today. Must apologize. I had been invited to attend by the camp's chief doctor, also a prisoner, who knew that I was a specialist in psychiatry. The meeting took place in a small private room in the sick quarters. A small circle had gathered among them quite illegally, the warrant officer from the sanitation squad. One man began to invoke the spirits with a kind prayer. The camp's clerk sat in front of a blank sheet of paper, without any conscious intention of writing. During the next 10 minutes, after which time the seance was terminated because of the medium's failure to conjure the spirits to appear, his pencil slowly drew lines across the paper, forming quite legibly V-A-E-V. It was asserted that the clerk had never learned Latin, and that he had never before heard the words Vae victis, woe to the vanquished. In my opinion, he must have heard them once in his life, without recollecting them, and they must have been available to the spirit of his subconscious mind at that time, a few months before our liberation and the end of the war. In spite of all the enforced physical and mental primitiveness of the life in a concentration camp, it was possible for spiritual life to deepen. Sensitive people who are used to a rich intellectual life may have suffered much pain. They were often of a delicate constitution, but the damage to their inner selves was less. They were able to retreat from their terrible surroundings to a life of inner riches and spiritual freedom. Only in this way can one explain the apparent paradox that some prisoners of a less hardy makeup often seem to survive camp life better than did those of a robust nature. In order to make myself clear, I'm forced to fall back on personal experience. Let me tell what happened on those early mornings when we had to march on to our worksite. There were shouted commands: detachment, forward march, left 2 3 4, left 2 3 4, left 2 3 4, left 2 3 4. First man about, left and left and left and left. Caps off. These words sound in my ears even now. At the orders, caps off, we passed the gate of the camp, and searchlights were trained upon us. Whoever did not march smartly got a kick, and worst off was a man who, because of the cold, had pulled his cap back over his ears before permission was given. We stumbled on in the darkness, over big stones and through large puddles, along the one road leading from the camp. The accompanying guards kept shouting at us and driving us with the butts of their rifles. Anyone with very sore feet supported himself on his neighbor's arm. Hardly a word was spoken. The icy wind did not encourage talk. Hiding his mouth behind his upturned collar, the man marching next to me whispered suddenly, "If our wives could see us now, I do hope they are better off in their camps and do not know what is happening to us." That brought thoughts of my own wife to mind, and as we stumbled on for miles, slipping on icy spots, supporting each other time and again, dragging one another up and onward, nothing was said, but we both knew each of us was thinking of his wife. Occasionally I looked at the sky, where the stars were fading and the pink light of the morning was beginning to spread behind a dark bank of the clouds, but my mind clung to my wife's image, imagining it with an uncanny acuteness. I heard her answering me, saw her smile, her frank and encouraging look. Real or not, her look was then more luminous than the sun which was beginning to rise. Is this a question? That's a question. Question from Sen. Hello. Welcome to the stream. Why are you reading philosophy? So this is Man's Search for Meaning by Viktor Frankl. It's a sort of psychological, philosophical text. It's quite short, so I think I'm hoping to finish in one session, just in a stream. And that's for why I'm reading it. Why I'm reading this text this week is because it was something it was one of the things that was on my reading list that I wanted to read, that I thought was relevant thematically to the sort of the therapy week that's going on this week. Where, you know, earlier and later in the week, this is accompanied by a much more lighthearted live stream of a vampire therapist, which is just kind of a light novel game about therapy. And for the reading, this was something that I thought was thematically relevant. I think, of course, it's much heavier, and the tone, there's definitely a tonal shift, but yeah, like that's the main reason I picked this text for today. Is it's thematically worked out. It's sort of connected to the games we're playing this week and last, and also because it was something on my list that I wanted to read for a very long while now. As to why I'm reading philosophy in general, because it's something I've been doing for a while now, but it's because I'm the philosopher VTuber, so that's what I will do. Why I'm reading it on stream, if I were to answer your question, because it's a kind of a simple question, but there's multiple ways to answer it, so I'm going to give you all the answers, whichever one works for you. It's because philosophical text and text that is heavy, like, you know, which is a lot of times, you know, this type of text is really important to read, perhaps even more so because they're difficult. And in order to overcome this difficulty for some people, and for myself, right, this is also for me, reading it on a stream might be a little easier, as well as to have it be open discussion for any questions and any concerns, and if anyone has any things to ask. It would make sense to or it makes sense to me to like read it on stream. That's just something I've thought of and what I've been doing for a while now. So yes, that's why I'm reading philosophy. It's because I'm the philosopher VTuber. I hope that answers your question. All right. Let's continue. A thought transfixed me. For the first time in my life, I saw the truth as it is set into song by so many poets, proclaimed as the final wisdom by so many thinkers. The truth that love is the ultimate and the highest goal to which man can aspire. Then I grasped the meaning of the greatest secret that human poetry and human thought and belief have to impart. The salvation of man is through love and in love. I understood how a man who has nothing left in this world may still know bliss, be it only for a brief moment in the contemplation of his beloved. In a position of utter desolation, when man cannot express himself in positive action, when his only achievement may consist in enduring his sufferings in the right way, an honorable way, in such a position man can, through loving contemplation of the image he carries of his beloved, achieve fulfillment. For the first time in my life, I was able to understand the meaning of the words, "The angels are lost in perpetual contemplation of an infinite glory." In front of me, a man stumbled, and those following him fell on top of him. The guard rushed over and used his whip on them all. Thus my thoughts were interrupted for a few minutes, but soon my soul found its way back from the prisoner's existence to another world, and I resumed to talk with my loved one. I asked her questions, and she answered. She questioned me in return, and I answered. Stop. We had arrived at our worksite. Everybody rushed into the dark hut in the hope of getting a fairly decent tool. Each prisoner got a spade or a pickaxe. Can't you hurry up, you pigs? Soon we had resumed the previous day's positions in the ditch. The frozen ground cracked under the point of the pickaxes, and sparks flew. The men were silent, their brains numb. My mind still clung to the image of my wife. A thought crossed my mind. I didn't even know if she were still alive. I knew only one thing, which I have learned well by now. Love goes very far beyond the physical person of the beloved. It finds its deepest meaning in his spiritual being, his inner self. Whether or not he is actually present, whether or not he is still alive at all, ceases somehow to be of importance. I did not know whether my wife was alive, and I had no means of finding out. During all my present life, there is no outgoing or incoming mail, but at that moment it ceased to matter. There was no need for me to know. Nothing could touch the strength of my love, my thoughts, and the image of my beloved. Had I known then that my wife was dead, I think that I would still have given myself, undisturbed by that knowledge, to the contemplation of her image, and that my mental conversation with her would have been just as vivid and just as satisfying. Set me like a seal upon thy heart. Love is as strong as death. This intensification of inner life helped the prisoner find a refuge from the emptiness, desolation, and spiritual poverty of his existence by letting him escape into the past. When given free rein, his imagination played with past events, often not important ones, but minor happenings and trifling things. His nostalgic memory glorified them, and they assumed a strange character. Their world and their existence seemed very distant, and the spirit reached out for them longingly. In my mind, I took bus rides, unlocked the front door of my apartment, answered my telephone, switched on the electric lights. Our thoughts often cantered on such details, and these memories could move one to tears. As the inner life of the prisoner tended to become more intense, he also experienced the beauty of art and nature as never before. Under their influence, he sometimes even forgets his own frightful circumstances. If someone had seen our faces on the journey from Auschwitz to a Bavarian camp as we beheld the mountains of Salzburg with their summits glowing in the sunset through the little barred windows of the prison carriage, he would never believe that those were the faces of men who had given up all hope of life and liberty. Despite that factor, or maybe because of it, we were carried away by nature's beauty, which we had missed for so long. In Camp 2, a man might draw the attention of a comrade working next to him, a nice view of the setting sun shining through the tall trees of the Bavarian woods, as in the famous watercolor by Dürer, the same woods in which we had built an enormous hidden munitions plant. One evening, when we were already resting on the floor of our hut, dead tired, soup bowls in hand, a fellow prisoner rushed in and asked us to run out to the assembly grounds and see the wonderful sunset. Standing outside, we saw sinister clouds glowing in the west and the whole sky alive with clouds of ever-changing shapes and colors, from steel blue to blood red. The desolate grey mud huts provided a sharp contrast, while the puddles on the muddy ground reflected the glowing sky. Then, after minutes of moving silence, one prisoner said to another how beautiful the world could be. Another time we were at work in the trench. The dawn was grey around us. Grey was the sky above, grey the snow in the pale light of dawn, grey the rags in which my fellow prisoners were clad, and grey their faces. I was again conversing silently with my wife, or perhaps I was struggling to find the reason for my sufferings, my slow dying. In a last violent protest against the hopelessness of imminent death, I sensed my spirit piercing through the enveloping gloom. I felt it transcend that hopeless, meaningless world, and from somewhere I heard a victorious yes, an answer to my question of the existence of an ultimate purpose. At that moment, a light was lit in a distant farmhouse, which stood in the horizon as if painted there, in the midst of the miserable grey of a dawning morning in Bavaria. Et in tenebris lucit. Sorry. And the light shineth in the darkness. For hours I stood hacking at the icy ground. The guard passed by, insulting me, and once again I communicated with my beloved. More and more I felt that she was present, that she was with me. I had the feeling that I was able to touch her, able to stretch out my hand and grasp hers. The feeling was very strong. She was there. Then at that very moment, a bird flew down silently and perched just in front of me, on the heap of soil which I had dug up from the ditch, and looked steadily at me. Earlier, I mentioned art. Is there such a thing in a concentration camp? It rather depends on what one chooses to call art. A kind of cabaret was improvised. It was improvised from time to time. A hut was cleared temporarily, a few wooden benches were pushed or nailed together, and a program was drawn up. In the evening, those who had fairly good positions at camp, the capos and the workers who did not have to leave camp on distant marches, assembled there. They came to have a few laughs or perhaps to cry a little. Anyway, to forget. There were songs, poems, jokes, some with underlying satire regarding the camp. All were meant to help us forget, and they did help. The gatherings were so effective that a few ordinary prisoners went to see the cabaret in spite of their fatigue, even though they missed their daily portion of food by going. During the half-hour lunch interval, when soup, which the contractors paid for and for which they did not spend much, was ladled out at our work site, and we were allowed to assemble in an unfinished engine room. On entering, everyone got a ladleful of the watery soup. While we sipped it greedily, a prisoner climbed onto a tub and sang Italian arias. We enjoyed the songs, and he was guaranteed a double helping of soup, straight from the bottom. That meant with peas. Rewards were given in camp not only for entertainment, but for applause, but also for applause. I, for example, could have found protection, how lucky I was never in need of it, from the camp's most dreaded capo, who for more than one good reason was known as the murderous capo. This is how it happened. One evening I had the great honor of being invited again to the room where the spiritualistic seance had taken place. There were gathered the same intimate friends of the chief doctor, and most legally, the warrant officer from the sanitation squad was again present. The murderous capo entered the room by chance, and he was asked to recite one of his poems, which had become famous or infamous by the in camp. He did not need to be asked twice, and quickly produced a kind of diary from which he began to read samples of his art. I bit my lips till they hurt in order to keep from laughing at one of his love poems, and very likely that saved my life. Since I was also generous with my applause, my life might have been saved even had I been detailed to his working party, to which I had previously been assigned for one day, a day that was quite enough for me. It was quite useful, anyway, to be known to the murderous capo from a favorable angle, so I applauded as hard as I could. Generally speaking, of course, any pursuit of art in camp was somewhat grotesque. I would say that the real impression made by anything connected with art arose only from the ghost-like contrast between the performance and the background of desolate camp life. I shall never forget how I woke from the deep sleep of exhaustion on my second night in Auschwitz, roused by music. The senior warden of the hut had some kind of celebration in his room, which was near the entrance of the hut. Tipsy voices bawled some hackneyed tunes. Suddenly there was a silence, and into the night a violin sang a desperately sad tango. An unusual tune not spoiled by frequent playing. The violin wept, and a part of me wept with it. For on that same day, someone had a 24th birthday. That someone lay in another part of the Auschwitz camp, possibly only a few hundred or 1,000 yards away, and yet completely out of reach. That someone was my wife. To discover that there was an Sorry. Just give me I was gonna need 1 second. Okay. Hello. Oh, I have a question from Callum Alexander. Hello, Callum. Man's social meeting is arguably my favorite philosophical psychological. Indeed, I visited Auschwitz earlier this year in April. That's great. I haven't had the chance personally yet, but I hope one day to do so. I think that would be interesting. Who are my favorite philosophers? So, I don't quite have a pantheon ready yet, though I will say my goat is Soren Kierkegaard, the Danish philosopher, regarded by some as the father of existentialism, is I believe what they call him. But I like his stuff. I like his out of all the philosophers, I think I like him the most. He's got a good thing going, especially with his ideas on Socratic irony. I think it's really interesting. And although I don't understand it all, I don't want to claim to understand Hegel. I think I like his interpretation of Hegel, which is interesting to me too. You have sickness unto death? That's awesome. Sickness unto death? Mega based. As the kids say. I don't know. But yeah, I guess that would be my favorite. It's 2? What's your favorite? If you have one. Because you strike me as someone who's probably somewhat well read to ask the question. But I don't really have a specific favorite text. And generally I like to say that Soren Kierkegaard is my favorite, but I'm very I'm not really one to take sides or be really to just commit to a team, or a school or anything like that. I'm very much still wandering around absorbing stuff. So relatively speaking, I'm very early on in my journey, and because of that, it's it'd be disingenuous for me to be like, oh, this is my favorite, and I think this person's got it all right, without at least doing it with a wink and a nudge, and be like to be like, no, I don't really get all of it yet, but I'm trying to. Yeah. Yeah, sorry, I just needed a little bit of a moment from that bit of the passage. But I think I'm alright now. I can continue reading. To discover that there was any semblance of art in a concentration camp must be surprise enough for an outsider, but he may be even more astonished to hear that one could find a sense of humor there as well. Of course, only the faint trace of one, and then only for a few seconds or minutes. Humor was another of the soul's weapons in the fight for self-preservation. It is well known that humor, more than anything else in the human makeup, can afford an aloofness and an ability to rise above any situation, even if only for a few seconds. I practically trained a friend of mine who worked next to me on the building site to develop a sense of humor. I suggested to him that we would promise each other to invent at least one amusing story daily, about some incident that could happen one day after our liberation. He was a surgeon and had been an assistant on the staff of a large hospital, so I once tried to get him to smile by describing to him how he would be unable to lose the habits of camp life when he returned to his former work. On the building site, especially when the supervisor made his tour of inspection, the foreman encouraged us to work faster by shouting, "Action, action." I told my friend, one day you will be back in the operating room, performing a big abdominal operation. Suddenly an orderly will rush in announcing the arrival of the senior surgeon by shouting, "Action, action." Oh. It's an interesting sense of humor. Oh, yes. So, Callum, your favorites. Your favorites are Schopenhauer, Kierkegaard, Camus, and Ernest Becker. Ooh, interesting. I've yet to read much of Schopenhauer and Becker. They're not thinkers I'm as familiar with, but I do think they're interesting. Trying to understand of Friedrich Nietzsche. Yeah, I think it's very worth understanding. Some of my fellow librarians regard Nietzsche as usefully wrong, as we love to. There's a circle of librarians I hang out with who like to spin the phrase a lot. Usefully wrong, or like, you know, this person was usefully incorrect, in that, like, although their diagnoses of the world and the situations and theories didn't exactly map onto what they regarded as what was actually the case. Nonetheless, it was useful and informative as a learning standpoint. And some of my friends regard Friedrich Nietzsche as like a thinker that belongs in that category. I personally think I disagree for the most part, because I think Nietzsche got a lot of the core things maybe not exactly right, but he was very close, I think. But Nietzsche is one of those philosophers that also gets misinterpreted a lot and misread and misunderstood, and it's a whole, like, nihilism is a word that gets tossed around in the public domain too much and too callously. People call him a nihilist, which is just very strange and probably untrue. In more acute readings of his writings. So I would say I would try to usher in some caution, or rather to be more spend more time on trying to understand Friedrich Nietzsche, and like to see all the different takes and perspectives people have. Don't rely on just one or two, because it's so divisive, the interpretations of Nietzsche camps. And like that is coupled with the prevalence of, you know, the callous use of nihilism in like a non-intellectual context, which greatly muddies the debates and discussions. People use the word without knowing what it means, is what I'm trying to say, and that makes discussions of it a little more difficult, without knowing fully what it means. Of course, there's something about it that's a kind of close, but when people say nihilism, they don't quite. It's kind of like, okay. There's a lot into it. That's all I want to say. I don't want to get too off track. You like the concept of eternal reoccurrence. Recently read the biography called "I Am Dynamite." Interesting. Eternal recurrence is really interesting to me as well. Yeah, like it's almost like a weird. My initial read, I'm not too familiar with it, but my initial reading of it is it's such an interesting way to circumvent the whole, like the tearing down of the values, including things like morality and ethics, while also kind of maintaining a almost like an ought. Like, here's what you ought to do in some sense of the word, but it's not quite an ought. It's like still an is, because it's kind of pondering a sort of cycle that would require consistent action. It's really cool. It's really cool. I like the concept too. Yeah. I've not read the biography yet. Not familiar. But I did go on a hike many whiles ago, like on like a Nietzsche path. It was in like I forgot where that was. It was in like France, I think. No, was it? I think it was in France, actually. It was where he wrote. It was like near the villa where he wrote some of his books. I think one of them was this book. Zarathustra, but I'm not sure. But anyways, it was it was an interesting hike. That's the extent of like how connected I am with like his biography. It was like just like I was on a hike somewhere near in Sils Maria. I don't remember exactly where it was. I just remember it was in France. It was in Nice. It was near Nice or like at Nice. Yeah. Like an ICE, it was in Nice, I think. I was on the Nietzsche path. And it was it was a hike. It was a nice hike. And then it was like, and you would go to the top to find like a Michelin star restaurant. I thought that was interesting. I thought that was quite interesting. It was quite funny. Because I wasn't sure what I would find at the top as I was hiking. And I was with a friend who like was not really into philosophy. He was just like, this is a stupid path. That was the point of this. And I was like, well, it's not there's not really much of a point to it. I just kind of wanted to walk it, just wanted to see what's up with it, right? So I did. On the way, there's like some plaques that kind of detail a bit of his biography. And then I was wondering what would be at the top, right? Because it was like a hike, an upwards hike where I was going. And I got to the top and I was greeted by like a 2-star Michelin restaurant. That was, you know, obviously way too expensive for me. You know, as a philosopher, I can't quite afford such luxuries. But that was what was waiting there. So I thought that was funny. Anyways, anecdotes aside, let's return to the text now. If you have any questions again, don't hesitate to ask, of course. Sometimes the other men invented amusing dreams about the future, such as forecasting that during a future dinner engagement they might forget themselves when the soup was served and beg the hostess to ladle it from the bottom. The attempt to develop a sense of humor and to see things in a humorous light is some kind of a trick learned while mastering the art of living. Yet it is possible to practice the art of living even in a concentration camp, although suffering is omnipresent. To draw an analogy, a man's suffering is similar to the behavior of gas. If a certain quantity of gas is pumped into an empty chamber, it will fill the chamber completely and evenly, no matter how big the chamber is. Thus, suffering completely fills the human soul and conscious mind, no matter whether the suffering is great or little. Therefore, the size of human suffering is absolutely relative. Okay. It also follows that a very trifling thing can cause the greatest of joys. Take as an example something that happened on our journey from Auschwitz to the camp afflicted with Dachau. We had all been afraid that our transport was headed for the Mauthausen camp. We became more and more tense as we approached a certain bridge over the Danube, which the train would have to cross to reach Mauthausen, according to the statement of experienced traveling companions. Those who have never seen anything similar cannot possibly imagine the dance of joy performed in the carriage by the prisoners when they saw that our transport was not crossing the bridge and was instead heading only for Dachau. And again, what happened on our arrival in that camp after a journey lasting 2 days and 3 nights? There had not been enough room for everybody to crouch on the floor of the carriage at the same time. The majority of us had to stand all the way, while a few took turns at squatting on the scanty straw, which was soaked with human urine. When we arrived, the first important news that we heard from older prisoners was that this comparatively small camp, its population was 2,500, had no oven, no crematorium, no gas. That meant that a person who had become a Muslim could not be taken straight to the gas chamber, but would have to wait until a so-called sick convoy had been arranged to return to Auschwitz. This joyful surprise put us all in a good mood. The wish of the senior warden of our hut in Auschwitz had come true. We had come as quickly as possible to a camp which did not have a chimney, unlike Auschwitz. We laughed and cracked jokes in spite of and during all we had to go through in the next few hours. When we knew arrivals were counted, one of us was missing, so we had to wait outside in the rain and cold wind until the missing man was found. He was at last discovered in a hut where he had fallen asleep from exhaustion, and the roll call was turned into a punishment parade. All through the night and late into the next morning we had to stand outside, frozen and soaked to the skin after the strain of our long journey. And yet we were all very pleased. There was no chimney in this camp and Auschwitz was a long way off. Another time we saw a group of convicts pass our worksite. How obvious the relativity of all suffering appeared to us then. We envied those prisoners their relatively well-regulated, secure, and happy life. They surely had regular opportunities to take baths, we thought sadly. They surely had toothbrushes and clothes brushes, mattresses, a separate one for each of them, and monthly mail bringing them news of the whereabouts of their relatives, or at least of whether they were still alive or not. We lost all that long time ago. And how we envied those of us who had the opportunity to get into a factory and work in a sheltered room. It was everyone's wish to have such a life-saving piece of luck. The scale of relative luck extends even further. Even among those detachments outside the camp, in one of which I was a member, there were some units which were considered worse than others. One could envy a man who did not have to wade in deep, muddy clay on a steep slope, emptying the tubs of a small field railway for 12 hours daily. Most of the daily accidents occurred on this job, and they were often fatal. In other works parties, the foremen maintained an apparently local tradition of dealing out numerous blows, which made us talk of the relative luck of not being under their command, or perhaps of being under it only temporarily. Once by an unlucky chance I got into such a group. If an air raid alarm had not interrupted us after 2 hours, during which time the foreman had worked on me especially, making it necessary to regroup the workers afterwards, I think that I would have returned to camp on one of those sledges which carried those who had died or were dying from exhaustion. No one can imagine the relief that the siren can bring in such a situation. Not even a boxer who has heard the bell signifying the finish of a round, and who is thus saved at the last minute from the danger of a knockout. We were grateful for the smallest mercies. We were glad when there was time to delay us before going to bed, although in itself this was no pleasure, as it meant standing naked in an unheated hut where icicles hung from the ceiling. But we were thankful if there were no air raid alarms during this operation, and the lights were not switched off. If we could not do the job properly, we were kept awake half the night. The meager pleasures of camp life provided a kind of negative happiness, freedom from suffering, as Schopenhauer put it, and even that in a relative way only. Real positive pleasures, even small ones, were very few. I remember drawing up a kind of balance sheet of pleasures one day and finding that in many past weeks I'd experienced only 2 pleasurable moments. One occurred when, on returning from work, I was admitted to the cookhouse after a long wait and was assigned to the line filing up to prisoner cook F. He stood behind one of the huge pans and ladled soup into the bowls which were held out to him by the prisoners, who hurriedly filed past. He was the only cook who did not look at the men whose bowls he was filling, the only cook who dealt out the soup equally, regardless of recipient, and who did not make favorites of his personal friends or countrymen, picking out the potatoes for them while the others got water soup skimmed from the top. But it is not for me to pass judgment on those prisoners who put their own people above everyone else. Who can throw a stone at a man who favors his friends under circumstances when, sooner or later, it is a question of life or death? No man should judge himself unless he asks himself in an absolute honesty whether in a similar situation he might not have done the same. Long after I had resumed normal life again, that means a long time after my release from camp, somebody showed me an illustrated weekly with photographs of prisoners lying crowded on their bunks, staring dully at a visitor. Isn't this terrible, the dreadful staring faces, everything about it? Why? I asked, for I genuinely did not understand. For the moment, I saw it all again. At 5 a.m., it was still pitch dark outside. I was lying on the hard boards in an earthen hut, where about 70 of us were taken care of. We were sick and did not have to leave camp for work. We did not have to go on parade. We could lie all day in our little corner in the hut and doze and wait for the daily distribution of bread, which of course was reduced for the sick, and for the daily helping of soup, watered down and also decreased in quantity. But how content we were, happy in spite of everything. While we cowered against each other, to avoid unnecessary loss of warmth, and were too lazy and disinterested to move a finger unnecessarily, we heard shrill whistles and shouts from the square where the night shift had just returned and was assembling for roll call. The door was flung open, and the snowstorm blew into our hut. An exhausted comrade, covered with snow, stumbled inside to sit down for a few minutes. But the senior warden turned him out again. It was strictly forbidden to admit a stranger to a hut while a checkup on the men was in progress. How sorry I was for that fellow, and how glad not to be in his skin at that moment. but instead to be sick and be able to doze on in the sick quarters. What a lifesaver it was to have 2 days there, perhaps even 2 extra days after those. All this came to my mind when I saw the photographs in the magazine. When I explained, my listeners understood why I did not find the photographs so terrible. The people shown on it might not have been so unhappy after all. On my 4th day in the sick quarters, I had just been detailed to the night shift when the chief doctor rushed in and asked me to volunteer for medical duties in another camp containing typhus patients. Against the urgent advice of my friends, and despite the fact that almost none of my colleagues offered their services, I decided to volunteer. I knew that in a working party I would die in a short time, but if I had to die there might be at least be some sense in my death. I thought that it would doubtless be more to the purpose to try and help my comrades as a doctor than to vegetate or finally lose my life as the unproductive laborer that I was then. For me, this was simple mathematics, not sacrifice, but secretly the warrant officer from the sanitation squad had ordered that the 2 doctors who had volunteered for the typhus camp should be taken care of till they left. We looked so weak that he feared that he might have 2 additional corpses on his hands rather than 2 doctors. Sorry, again, I wanted a moment to really process that. It's taking a bit. I apologize. Callum asks what my favorite philosophical or psychological animes are. Your favorite is Neon Genesis Evangelion. Interesting choice. I don't really have a favorite that I would classify as something that's like a psychological or like philosophical project. Certainly many works that I enjoy and contain elements of them of psychology and philosophy, but I wouldn't really think of them as works in that regard, as opposed to like text. What I will say though is I'll give you an answer I've never given before. I think I've not given it in a while, at least. One of my favorites, I have many, games, it's a video game, is Superliminal. That which is actually the OST, the original soundtrack that I'm using for these streams. I've used for every stream, I think, since the beginning of my streaming. I've used this BGM, this OST, from Superliminal, the video game, and it's one of my favorite things, one of my favorite video games. And I don't really read it as a philosophical or psychological work per se, but it did kind of inform, I think it really helped inform my understanding a little bit, not from like a theoretical perspective, but from like a like the art of it, like the expression of perspective through art, I think was, for me, was greatly informed by the video game Superliminal. I think it was really, really good. And the OST is phenomenal as well. It's spectacular. I use it for my streams. So I have to like it to some extent, right? That's where it's from. I've talked about like my favorite things in like my debut stream and stuff. But this is one of the things I don't think I mentioned, so I'm going to give the answer to you. Lots of media can be read with philosophy in mind. Yeah, exactly. I think you can read things through different lenses, so I wouldn't, for me, strictly say there's one thing or another. Even this text is like, man's search for meaning is not quite like philosophical or psychological. It's kind of like, you know, it's like an interesting, it's not one or the other, shall I say. Yeah, that's the answer I'll give. So again, that's superliminal. I can type that out. It's kind of unusual. There. Okay. I don't think that's like my favorite. I wouldn't say my favorite like philosophical psychological thing, but it is one of the things that informed me of my idea of it. It's fun too. It's like a fun game. Anything you read anything with philosophy in mind? You can read into the philosophy that underpins anything, because everything is underpinned by a philosophy. Everything is underpinned by philosophy. That's just, everything reduces to philosophy, right? Like, or rather, this is again a philosophically charged statement that, you know, there have been refutations of course, but for now, I think it's fairly safe to defend the stance that everything is underpinned by philosophy of a certain kind. And what makes things interesting to me is when the underpinned philosophy is not usual, because there's a lot of usual underpinnings. For example, a lot of pop art, you know, pop anime, like, you know, like very like derivative things. They're derivative for a reason, because they're underpinned not by a sense of artistic pursuit, in any sense of that word, right? But maybe, you know, just chasing an easy profit. And that's kind of like, that is in itself a philosophy that underpins it. And that stuff is derivative to me because it's not interesting, and it doesn't allow for interesting exploration of things, because at the end of the day, it's like, well, what's the bottom line and what's popular? And there's less intention, there's less art, there's less things to do in it to make it interesting. And I think perversely, actually, those things that were not created with pop mass appeal in mind, that managed to achieve that, are some of the most skillful, like, artisanship I've ever seen. And that's the kind of stuff that's like popular and easy to digest, but also really, but also not it's not simplistic, in any sense of that word. At least what underpins it, right? That's the kind of stuff that I think is philosophically interesting, not in that sense that they're an exploration of philosophical ideas or works, or like trying to argue or build upon more philosophy in like an academic sense or an intellectual sense, but that they come from an interesting philosophy that is not quite common per se. Does that make sense? So when you ask me like what's my favorite philosophical like media, pop media, like an anime, it's not the same as like what's my favorite philosopher or like what's my favorite philosophical text, because like, you know, it's kind of about what the art is informed by for me. That makes it interesting. You can even understand architecture with literary analysis. I wouldn't go that far. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know about completely rejecting all notions of specificity, but yes. Quick, write a thesis on the limits of intended influence and what is unintended. I'm not. Oh god, I've got so much to write already. I have enough. I'll also say it's Coffee says would also say it's interesting to analyze why how something became the norm, although admittedly not so much norm itself. normality itself without much thoughts. It's yeah, it's because people don't think about stuff a lot. That's why. Well, that's one of the many elements of this. But yeah, it is interesting to analyze that stuff. Yes, of course. But thank you for the question. I think it would be prudent to go back to the text now, just to finish this section, right? Okay. I mentioned here. We're gonna continue reading now. I mentioned earlier how everything that was not connected with the immediate task of keeping oneself and one's closest friends alive lost its value. Everything was sacrificed to this end. A man's character became involved to the point that he was caught in a mental turmoil which threatened all the values he held and threw them into doubt. Under the influence of a world which no longer recognized the value of human life and human dignity, which had robbed man of his will and had made him an object to be exterminated, having planned, however, to make full use of him first, to the last ounce of his physical resources. Under this influence, the personal ego finally suffered a loss of values. If the man in this concentration camp did not struggle against this in the last effort to save his self-respect, he lost the feeling of being an individual, a being with a mind, with inner freedom and personal value. He thought of himself then only as a part of an enormous mass of people. His existence descended to the level of animal life. The men were herded, sometimes to one place then to another, sometimes driven together then apart, like a flock of sheep without a thought or a will of their own. A small but dangerous pack watched them from all sides, well versed in methods of torture and sadism. They drove the herd incessantly, backwards and forwards, with shouts, kicks, and blows. And we, the sheep, thought of two things only: how to evade the bad dogs and how to get a little food. Just like sheep that crowd timidly into the center of a herd, each of us tried to get into the middle of our formations. That gave one a better chance of avoiding the blows of the guards who were marching on either side and to the front and rear of our column. The central position had the added advantage of affording protection against the bitter winds. It was therefore in an attempt to save one's own skin that one literally tried to submerge into the crowd. This was done automatically in the formations, but at other times it was a very conscious effort on our part. In conformity with one of the camp's most imperative laws of self-preservation, do not be conspicuous. We tried at all times to avoid attracting the attention of the SS. There were times, of course, when it was possible and even necessary to keep away from the crowd. It is well known that an enforced community life in which attention is paid to everything one does at all times may result in an irresistible urge to get away, at least for a short while. The prisoner craved to be alone with himself and his thoughts. He yearned for privacy and for solitude. After my transportation to a so-called rest camp, I had the rare fortune to find solitude for about 5 minutes at a time. Behind the earthen hut where I worked and in which were crowded about 50 delirious patients, there was a quiet spot in a corner of the double fence of barbed wire surrounding the camp. A tent had been improvised there with a few poles and branches of trees in order to shelter a half-dozen corpses, the daily death rate in the camp. There was also a shaft leading to the watery pipes. I squatted on the wooden lid of this shaft whenever my services were not needed. I just sat and looked out at the green flowering slopes and the distant blue hills of the Bavarian landscape, framed by the meshes of a barbed wire. I dreamed longingly, and my thoughts wandered north and northeast, in the direction of my home, but I could only see clouds. The corpses near me crawling with lice did not bother me. Only the steps of passing guards could rouse me from my dreams, or perhaps it would be a call to the sickbay or to collect a newly arrived supply of medicine from my hut. Consisting of perhaps 5 or 10 tablets of aspirin to last for several days for 50 patients. I collected them and then did my rounds, feeling the patients' pulses and giving half tablets to the serious cases. But the desperately ill received no medicine. It would not have helped, and besides, it would have deprived those for whom there was still some hope. For light cases, I had nothing, except perhaps a word of encouragement. In this way I dragged myself from patient to patient, though I myself was weak and exhausted from a serious attack of typhus. Then I went back to my lonely place on the wood cover of the water shaft. This shaft incidentally once saved the lives of 3 fellow prisoners. Shortly before liberation, mass transports were organized to go to Dachau, and these 3 prisoners wisely tried to avoid the trip. They climbed down the shaft and hid there from the guards. I calmly sat on the lid, looking innocent, playing a childish game of throwing pebbles at the barbed wire. On spotting me, the guard hesitated for a moment, but then passed on. Soon I could tell the 3 men below that the worst danger was over. It is very difficult for an outsider to grasp how very little value was placed on human life in camp. Excuse me. The camp inmate was hardened, but possibly became more conscious of this complete disregard of human existence when a convoy of sick men was arranged. The emaciated bodies of the sick were thrown on two-wheeled carts, which were drawn by prisoners for many miles, often through snowstorms, to the next camp. If one of the sick men had died before the cart left, he was thrown on anyway. The list had to be correct. The list was the only thing that mattered. A man counted only because he had a prison number. One literally became a number, dead or alive, that was unimportant. The life of a number was completely irrelevant. What stood behind that number and that life mattered even less. The fate, the history, the name of the man. In the transport of sick patients that I, in my capacity as a doctor, had to accompany from one camp in Bavaria to another, there was a young prisoner whose brother was not on the list and therefore would have to be left behind. The young man begged for so long that the camp warden decided to work an exchange. The brother took the place of a man who at the moment preferred to stay behind. But the list had to be correct. That was easy. The brother just exchanged numbers with the other prisoner. As I have mentioned before, we had no documents. Everyone was lucky to own his own body, Everyone was lucky to own his body, which, after all, was still breathing. All else about us, the rags hanging from our gaunt skeletons, was only of interest if we were assigned to a transport of sick patients. The departing Moslems were examined with an unabashed curiosity to see whether their coats or shoes were not better than one's own. After all, their fates were sealed. But those who stayed behind in camp, who were still capable of some work, had to make use of every means to improve their chances of survival. They were not sentimental. The prisoners saw themselves completely dependent on the moods of the guards, playthings of fate, and this made them even less human than the circumstances warranted. In Auschwitz, I laid down a rule for myself, which proved to be a good one and which most of my comrades later followed. I generally answered all kinds of questions truthfully, but I was silent about anything that was not expressly asked for. If I were asked my age, I gave it. If asked about my profession, I said doctor, but did not elaborate. The first morning in Auschwitz, an SS officer came to the parade ground. We had to fall into separate groups of prisoners, over 40 years, under 40 years, metal workers, mechanics, and so forth. Then we were examined for ruptures and some prisoners had to form a new group. The group that I was in was driven to another hut, where we lined up again. After being sorted out once more and having answered questions as to my age and profession, I was sent to another small group. Once more we were driven to another hut and grouped differently. This continued for some time and I became quite unhappy, finding myself among strangers who spoke unintelligible foreign languages. Then came the last selection, and I found myself back in the group that had been with me in the first hut. They had barely noticed that I had been sent from hut to hut in the meantime, but I was aware that in those few minutes fate had passed me in many different forms. When the transport of sick patients for the rest camp was organized, my name, that is my number, was put on the list, since a few doctors were needed. But no one was convinced that the destination was really a rest camp. A few weeks previously, the same transport had been prepared, then too everyone had thought that it was destined for the gas ovens. When it was announced that anyone who volunteered for the dreaded night shift would be taken off the transport list, 82 prisoners volunteered immediately. A quarter of an hour later, the transport was cancelled, but the 82 stayed on the list for the night shift. For the majority of them, this meant death within the next fortnight. Now the transport for the rest camp was arranged for the second time. Again, no one knew whether this was a ruse to obtain the last bit of work from the sick, if only for 14 days, or whether it would go to the gas ovens or to a genuine rest camp. The chief doctor, who had taken a liking to me, told me furtively one evening at 9:45. I have made it known in the orderly room that you can still have your name crossed off the list. You may do so up till 10 o'clock. I told him that this was not my way, that I had learned to let fate take its course. Might as well stay with my friends, I said. There was a look of pity in his eyes, as if he knew. He shook my hand silently, as though it were a farewell, not for life, but from life. Slowly I walked back to my hut. There I found a good friend waiting for me. You really want to go with them? He asked sadly. Yes, I'm going. Tears came to his eyes and I tried to comfort him. Then there was something else to do, to make my will. Listen, Otto. If I don't get back home to my wife, and if you should ever see her again, then tell her that I talked of her daily, hourly. You remember, Secondly, I've loved her more than anyone. Thirdly, the short time I have been married to her outweighs everything, even all we have gone through here. Otto, where are you now? Are you alive? What has happened to you since our last hour together? Did you find your wife again? And do you remember how I made you learn my will by heart, word for word, in spite of your childlike tears? The next morning I departed with the transport. This time it was not a ruse. We were not heading for the gas chambers, and we actually did go to a rest camp. Those who had pitied me remained in a camp where famine was to rage even more fiercely than in our new camp. They tried to save themselves, but they only sealed their own fates. Months later, after liberation, I met a friend from the old camp. He related to me how he, as a camp policeman, had searched for a piece of human flesh that was missing from a pile of corpses. He confiscated it from a pot in which he found it cooking. Cannibalism had broken out. I had left just in time. Does this not bring to mind the story of death in Tehran? A rich and mighty Persian once walked in his garden with one of his servants. The servant cried that he had just encountered death, who had threatened him. He begged his master to give him his fastest horse so that he could make haste and flee to Tehran, which he could reach that same evening. The master consented, and the servant galloped off on the horse. On returning to his house, the master himself met death and questioned him, "Why did you terrify and threaten my servant?" "I did not threaten him. I only showed surprise in still finding him where I planned to meet him tonight in Tehran," said Death. The camp inmate was frightened of making decisions and of taking any sort of initiative whatsoever. This was the result of a strong feeling that fate was one's master, and that one must not try to influence it in any way, but instead let it take its own course. In addition, there was a great apathy, which contributed in no small part to the feelings of the prisoner. At times, lightning decisions had to be made, decisions which spelled life or death. The prisoner who would have preferred to let fate make the choice for him. This escape from commitment was most apparent when a prisoner had to make the decision for or against an escape attempt. In those minutes in which he had to make up his mind, and it was always a question of minutes, he suffered the tortures of hell. Should he make the attempt to flee? Should he take the risk? I too experienced this torment. As the battlefront drew nearer, I had the opportunity to escape. A colleague of mine who had to visit huts outside the camp in the course of his medical duties wanted to escape and take me with him. Under the pretense of holding a consultation about a patient whose illness required a specialist advice, he smuggled me out. Outside the camp, a member of foreign resistance movement was to supply us with uniforms and documents. At the last moment, there were some technical difficulties, and we had to return to camp once more. We used this opportunity to provide ourselves with provisions, a few rotten potatoes, and to look for a rucksack. We broke into an empty hut of the women's camp, which was vacant as the women had been sent to another camp. The hut was in great disorder. It was obvious that many women had acquired supplies and fled. There were rags, straw, rotting food, and broken crockery. Some bowls were still in good condition, and would have been very valuable to us, but we decided not to take them. We knew that lately, as conditions had become desperate, they had been used not only for food, but also as wash basins and chamber pots. There was a strictly enforced rule against having any kind of utensil in the hut. However, people were forced to break this rule, especially the typhus patients, who were much too weak to go outside even with help. While I acted as a screen, my friend broke into the hut and returned shortly with a rucksack which he hid under his coat. He had seen another one inside which I was to take, so we changed places and I went in. As I searched in the rubbish, finding the rucksack and even a toothbrush, I suddenly saw, among all the things that had been left behind, the body of a woman. I ran back to my hut to collect all my possessions. My food bowl, a pair of torn mittens inherited from a dead typhus patient, and a few scraps of paper covered with shorthand notes, on which, as I mentioned before, I had started to reconstruct the manuscript which I lost at Auschwitz. I made a quick last round of my patients, who were lying huddled on the rotten planks of wood on either side of the huts. I came to my only countryman, who was almost dying and whose life it had been my ambition to save in spite of his condition. I had to keep my intention to escape to myself, but my comrade seemed to guess that something was wrong. Perhaps I showed a little nervousness. In a tired voice, he asked me, "You too are getting out?" I denied it, but I found it difficult to avoid his sad look. After my round, I returned to him. Again, a hopeless look greeted me, and somehow I felt it to be an accusation. The unpleasant feeling that had gripped me as soon as I had told my friend I would escape with him became more intense. Suddenly, I decided to take fate into my own hands for once. I ran out of the hut and told my friend that I could not go with him. As soon as I had told him with finality that I had made up my mind to stay with my patients, the unhappy feeling left me. I did not know what the following days would bring, but I had gained an inward peace that I had never experienced before. I returned to the hut, sat down on the boards at my countryman's feet, and tried to comfort him. Then I chatted with the others, trying to quiet them in their delirium. Our last day in camp arrived. As the battlefront came nearer, mass transports had taken nearly all the prisoners to other camps. The camp authorities, the capos, and the cooks had fled. On this day, an order was given that the camp must be evacuated completely by sunset. Even the few remaining prisoners, the sick, a few doctors, and some nurses, would have to leave. At night, the camp was to be set on fire. In the afternoon, the trucks which were to collect the sick had not yet appeared. Instead, the camp gates were suddenly closed and the barbed wire closely watched, so that no one could attempt an escape. The remaining prisoners seemed to be destined to burn with the camp. For the second time, my friend and I decided to escape. We had been given an order to bury 3 men outside the barbed wire fence. We were the only two in camp who had strength enough to do the job. Nearly all the others lay in the few huts which were still in use, prostrate with fever and delirium. We now made our plans. Along with the first body, we would smuggle out my friend's rucksack, hiding it in the old laundry tub which served as a coffin. When we took out the second body, we would also carry out my rucksack, and on the third trip we intended to make our escape. The first 2 trips went according to plan. After we returned, I waited while my friend tried to find a piece of bread so that we could have something to eat during the next few days in the woods. I waited. Minutes passed. I became more and more impatient as he did not return. After 3 years of imprisonment, I was picturing freedom joyously, imagining how wonderful it would be to run toward the battlefront. We did not get that far. The very moment when my friend came back, the camp gate was thrown open. A splendid aluminium-colored car, on which were painted large red crosses, slowly rolled onto the parade ground. A delegate from the International Red Cross in Geneva had arrived, and the camp and its inmates were under his protection. The delegate billeted himself in a farmhouse in the vicinity, in order to be near the camp at all times in case of emergency. We worried about escape now. Boxes with medicine were unloaded from the car, cigarettes were distributed, and we were photographed, and joy reigned supreme. Now there was no need for us to risk running toward the fighting line. In our excitement, we had forgotten the third body, so we carried it outside and dropped it onto the narrow grave we had dug out for the 3 corpses. The guard who accompanied us, a relatively inoffensive man, suddenly became quite gentle. He saw that the tables might be turned and tried to win our goodwill. He joined in the short prayers that we offered for the dead men before throwing soil over them. After the tension and excitement of the past days and hours, those last days in our race with death, the words of our prayer asking for peace were as fervent as any ever uttered by the human voice. And so the last day in camp passed in anticipation of freedom. But we had rejoiced too early. The Red Cross delegate had assured us that an agreement had been signed and that the camp must not be evacuated. But that night the SS arrived with trucks and brought an order to clear the camp. The last remaining prisoners were to be taken to a central camp, from which they would be sent to Switzerland within 48 hours, to be exchanged for some prisoners of war. We scarcely recognized the SS. They were so friendly, trying to persuade us to get into the trucks without fear, telling us that we should be grateful for our good luck. Those who were strong enough crowded into the trucks, and the seriously ill and feeble were lifted up with difficulty. My friend and I, we did not hide our rucksacks now, stood in the last group from which 13 would be chosen for the last truck. The chief doctor counted out the requisite number, but he omitted the 2 of us. The 13 were loaded into the truck, and we had to stay behind. Surprised, very annoyed, and disappointed, we blamed the chief doctor, who excused himself by saying that he had been tired and distracted. He said that he had thought we still intended to escape. Impatiently, we sat down, keeping our rucksacks on our backs, and waited with the few remaining prisoners for the last truck. We had to wait a long time. Finally, we lay down on the mattresses of the deserted guard room, exhausted by the excitement of the last few hours and days, during which we had fluctuated continually between hope and despair. We slept in our clothes and shoes, ready for the journey. The noise of rifles and cannons woke us. The flashes of tracer bullets and gunshots entered the hut. The chief doctor dashed in and ordered us to take cover on the floor. One prisoner jumped on my stomach from the bed above me and with his shoes on. That awakened me all right. Then we grasped what was happening. The battlefront had reached us. The shooting decreased and morning dawned. Outside on the pole of the camp gate, a white flag floated in the wind. Many weeks later, we found out that even in those last few hours, fate had toyed with us, few remaining prisoners. We found out just how uncertain human decisions are, especially in matters of life and death. I was confronted with photographs which had been taken in a small camp not far from ours. Our friends who had thought they were traveling to freedom that night had been taken in the trucks to this camp. And there they were, locked in the huts and burned to death. Their partially charred bodies were recognizable in the photograph. I thought again of death in Tehran. Apart from its role as a defensive mechanism, the prisoner's apathy was also the result of other factors. Hunger and lack of sleep contributed to it, as they do in normal life also, and to the general irritability, which was another characteristic of the prisoner's mental state. The lack of sleep was due partly to the pestering of vermin, which were infested terribly overcrowded huts because of the general lack of hygiene and sanitation. The fact that we had neither nicotine nor caffeine also contributed to the state of apathy and irritability. Besides these physical causes, there were mental ones, in the form of certain complexes. The majority of prisoners suffered from a kind of inferiority complex. We all had once been or had fancied ourselves to be somebody. Now we were treated like complete non-entities. The consciousness of one's inner value is anchored in higher, more spiritual things and cannot be shaken in by camp life. But how many free men, let alone prisoners, possess it? Without consciously thinking about it, the average prisoner felt himself utterly degraded. This became obvious when one observed the contrasts offered by the singular sociological structure of the camp. The more prominent prisoners, the capos, the cooks, the storekeepers, and the camp policemen, did not, as a rule, feel degraded at all, like the majority of prisoners, but on the contrary, promoted. Some even developed a miniature delusions of grandeur. The mental reaction of the envious and grumbling majority towards his favored minority found expression in several ways, sometimes in jokes. For instance, I heard one prisoner talk to another about a capo, saying, "Imagine, I knew that man when he was only the president of a large bank. Isn't it fortunate that he has risen so far in the world?" Whenever the degraded majority and the promoted minority came into conflict, and there were plenty of opportunities for this, starting with the distribution of food, the results were explosive. Therefore, the general irritability, whose physical causes were discussed above, became most intense when these mental tensions were added. It is not surprising that this tension often ended in a general fight. Since the prisoner continually witnessed scenes of beating, the impulse toward violence was increased. I myself felt my fists clench when anger came over me when I was famished and tired. I was usually very tired since we had to stoke our stove, which we were allowed to keep in our hut for the typhus patients, throughout the nights. However, some of the most idyllic hours I have ever spent were in the middle of the night when all the others were delirious or sleeping. I could lie stretched out in front of the stove and roast a few pilfered potatoes in a fire made from stolen charcoal. But the following day I always felt even more tired, insensitive, and irritable. Another question. Another question from Calm. What inspired you to study philosophy? Good question. What inspired me to study philosophy? Because it was certainly a choice. It's not the type of thing that you kind of just stumble into. If I'm going to be very honest, it wasn't the biggest factor, because it was a chain of things. It wasn't like one turning point. It was like a culmination of many turning points. But perhaps the earliest one that I remember that's kind of significant is Vsauce, the YouTube channel. Michael Stevens, the host of Vsauce, made videos about science, educational ones, and although they primarily revolved around science initially, maybe, and as a main focus, he also made content for around other topics and ideas from all other fields, and he was very interdisciplinary in his approach. That was kind of the first thing. Wow, I haven't heard that name for ages. Yeah, me neither. I wonder if he's uploaded anything recently. No recent uploads. His last upload was a year ago. Selfie waves. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, he hasn't uploaded in quite a while. He does upload shorts and reels on Instagram, which I do follow. So it's like funny like it's just fun science tidbits he does. Yeah. Of his, and this was far after I decided. This was much later, after I had already locked in and decided to, pursue scholarship in philosophy. My favorite video of him might be The Future of Reasoning. This was like his 5th most recent video, which is 3 years ago. It's a 30-minute video. The Future of Reasoning. The thumbnail's like a man staring out like a windowsill on like a spaceship or something. Phenomenal video. Really, really enjoyed that. It's my favorite Vsauce video, I think. I also just really liked his whole YouTube Red series, and the fact that he just kind of, like, I pirated it initially, and then he was just kind of like, it's gonna be free now forever. And that was great. Really, really liked that. But like all of his videos are great. They're incredible. Not all of them are philosophical, of course, but there's a good amount of them that involve certain ideas that do make you think of the philosophical underpinnings, which I think are interesting. I will say, the other thing, some of the other turning points, I can't list them all. There's like a lot. It's a really good question. I'm sorry that I'm saying I can't list them all, especially because it's kind of like a rating stream and I don't want to like derail it too much. I'll bring this. You know what's interesting? You know what? I'll bring this question up again if I do like a Q&A stream, maybe like next week. And I'll like answer it in more detail. But I'll give you one more turning point. And the other turning point was a sort of just existential crisis. Particularly one of identity that I struggled with. It was a struggle I had myself of like what my identity, like who am I? Charis Euphranor. I asked that question again and again and again and again and again. And so when I asked it enough, it wasn't just like I didn't want just like a simple answer. I didn't just want an identity, I didn't want just like a label. I wanted like something more than that. So I read into more. I tried to read into more of it, tried to look into more of it, asked around, I talked, I discussed. It was like many things. It wasn't just reading, it was like talking. It was all that. With people who were not at all philosophically intimate, but nonetheless were willing to sit down with me and humor me on these discussions that perhaps were out of both of our depths, or all of our depths, right? Depths for that time being. But nonetheless happened, and one thing led to another, led to me reading. I think the moment I heard or read, I forget, that philosophy meant love for wisdom or something, like it's like, or like it's the cheesy like definition of philosophy that some people use and still prefer. I think it's cheesy, but I kind of like, but I have a soft spot for it, right? The love of wisdom, yeah. Is the meaning of it in the Greek words, right? Philosophia. And that at the moment I realized that what I wanted was wisdom. Like it was like a lot of the things I wasn't sure what I wanted. Do I want like, money, fame, power, respect, many things that people tend to think about, right? When they're thinking like, what do I want? Love? Do I want like friendship? Do I want relationships? Do I want like what do I want most? Because obviously, like, to some extent, I want all of those things, everything. I want things just as people do, and there's no one thing that I want. But I was like, one that I want the most. I thought, and then it hit me. It was wisdom. That's what I want the most. It was this pursuit of wisdom that I needed to gear my head towards. And that was one of the biggest turning points. Yeah, there were others as well, of course, but this was like one of the bigger ones. Maybe what informed that as well was just I gravitated towards characters in fiction that I perceived were quite wise, or like people who I later come to realize were wise people, or perhaps were people who had interesting bouts of wisdom in them, in their actions and their words. I gravitated towards, like, just kind of subconsciously, and that, I guess that kind of informed my revelation later. Yeah, that's. I think that those are the big answers. Yeah. Okay. By the way, I don't mind the questions and the interruptions at all. Questions are good. Discussion's good, even if it's like only just tangentially related, if at all related to the reading, just like in general. Because I mean, these are reading streams, so they're very open and casual. I don't want it to feel like it's an audiobook or like a lecture or something. It's not that at all. It's just like I'm just reading a book. So, yeah, thank you for the questions. Thank you. Where were we? Yes, here we are. Let's continue reading. While I was working as a doctor in the typhus block, I also had to take the place of the senior block warden who was ill. Therefore, I was responsible to the camp authority for keeping the hut clean, if clean can be used to describe such a condition. The preteens at inspection to which the hut was frequently submitted was more for the purpose of torture than of hygiene. Pretense, I think, is what... Yeah, it's probably pretense, and it's just like the word... This is like probably not the right document. Yep, I'm sorry. Again, my apologies for the bad text. The pretense at inspection to which that was frequently submitted was more for the purpose of torture than of hygiene. More food and a few drugs would have helped, but the only concern of the inspectors was whether a piece of straw was left in the center corridor, or whether the dirty, ragged, and verminous blankets of the patients were tucked in neatly at their feet. As to the fate of the inmates, they were quite unconcerned. If I reported smartly, whipping my prison cap from my shorn head and clicking my heels, hut number VI, so it's like 6, I believe, /9, 52. 52 patients, 2 nursing orderlies, and 1 doctor. They were satisfied. And then they would leave. But until they arrived, often they were hours later than announced, and sometimes did not come at all. I was forced to keep straightening blankets, picking up bits of straw which fell from the bunks, and shouting at the poor devils who tossed in their beds and threatened to upset all my efforts at tidiness and cleanliness. Apathy was particularly increased among the feverish patients, so that they did not react at all unless they were shouted at. Even this failed at times, and then it took tremendous self-control not to strike them, for one's own irritability took on enormous proportions in the face of the other's apathy, and especially in the face of danger, i.e. the approaching inspection, which was caused by it. In attempting this psychological presentation and psychopathological explanation of the typical characteristics of a concentration camp inmate, I may give the impression that the human being is completely and unavoidably influenced by his surroundings. In this case, the surroundings being the unique structure of camp life, which forced the prisoners to conform his conduct to a certain set pattern. What about human liberty? Is there no spiritual freedom in regard to behavior in reaction to any given surroundings? Is that theory true, which would have us believe that man is no more than a product of many conditional and environmental factors, be they of a biological, psychological, or sociological nature? Is man but an accidental product of these? Most important, do the prisoners' reactions to the singular world of the concentration camp prove that man cannot escape the influences of his surroundings? Does man have no choice of action in the face of such circumstances? We can answer these questions from experience as well as on principle. The experiences of camp life show that man does have a choice of action. There were enough examples, often of a heroic nature, which proved that apathy could be overcome, irritability suppressed. Man can preserve a vestige of spiritual freedom, of independence of mind, even in such terrible conditions of psychic and physical stress. We who lived in concentration camps can remember the men who walked through the huts, comforting others, giving away their last piece of bread. They may have been a few in number, but they offer sufficient proof that everything can be taken from a man but one thing, the last of the human freedoms, to choose one's attitude in any given set of circumstances, to choose one's own way. And there were always choices to make. Every day, every hour offered the opportunity to make a decision which determined whether you would or would not submit to those powers, which threatened to rob you of yourself, your inner freedom, which determined whether or not you would become the plaything of circumstance, renouncing freedom and dignity to become molded into the form of the typical inmate. Seen from this point of view, the mental reactions of the inmates of a concentration camp must seem more to us than the mere expression of certain physical and sociological conditions. Even though conditions such as lack of sleep, insufficient food, and various mental stresses may suggest that the inmates were bound to react in certain ways, in the final analysis it becomes clear that the sort of person the prisoner became was a result of an inner decision, and not the result of camp influences alone. Fundamentally, therefore, any man can, even under such circumstances, decide what shall become of him, mentally and spiritually. He may retain his human dignity even in a concentration camp. Dostoevsky said once, "There is only one thing that I dread, not to be worthy of my sufferings." These words frequently came to my mind after I became acquainted with those martyrs whose behavior in camp, whose suffering and death, bore witness to the fact that the last inner freedom cannot be lost. It can be said that they were worthy of their sufferings. The way they bore their suffering was a genuine inner achievement. It is this spiritual freedom, which cannot be taken away, that makes life meaningful and purposeful. An active life serves the purpose of giving man the opportunity to realize values in creative work, while a passive life of enjoyment affords him the opportunity to obtain fulfillment in experiencing beauty, art, or nature. But there is also purpose in that life which is almost barren of both creation and enjoyment, and which admits of but one possibility of high moral behavior, namely in man's attitude to his existence, an existence restricted by external forces. A creative life and a life of enjoyment are banned to him. But not only creativeness and enjoyment are meaningful, if there is a meaning in life at all, then there must be a meaning in suffering. Suffering is an ineradicable part of life, even as fate and death. Without suffering and death, human life cannot be complete. The way in which a man accepts his fate and all the suffering it entails, the way in which he takes up his cross, gives him ample opportunity, even under the most difficult circumstances, to add a deeper meaning to his life. He may remain brave, dignified, and unselfish, or in the bitter fight for self-preservation, he may forget his human dignity and become no more than an animal. Here lies the chance for a man either to make use of, or to forego the opportunities of attaining the moral values that a difficult situation may afford him, and this decides whether he is worthy of his sufferings or not. Do not think that these considerations are unworldly and too far removed from real life. It is true that only a few people are capable of reaching such high moral standards. Of the prisoners, only a few kept their full inner liberty, and obtained those values which their suffering afforded. But even one such example is sufficient proof that man's inner strength may raise him above his outward fate. Such men are not only in concentration camps. Everywhere man is confronted with fate, with the chance of achieving something through his own suffering. Take the fate of the sick, especially those who are incurable. I once read a letter written by a young invalid, in which he told a friend that he had just found out he would not live for long, that even an operation would be of no help. He wrote further that he remembered a film he had seen in which a man was portrayed who waited for death in a courageous and dignified way. The boy had thought it a great accomplishment to meet death so well. Now, he wrote, fate was offering him a similar chance. Those of us who saw the film, called Resurrection, taken from a book by Tolstoy years ago, may have had similar thoughts. Here were great destinies and great men. For us at the time, there was no great faith. There was no chance to achieve such greatness. After the picture, we went to the nearest cafe, and over a cup of coffee and a sandwich, we forgot the strange metaphysical thoughts which for one moment had crossed our minds. But when we ourselves were confronted with a great destiny and faced with and faced with the decision of meeting it with equal spiritual greatness, by then we had forgotten our youthful resolutions of long ago, and we failed. Perhaps there came a day for some of us when we saw the same film again, or a similar one. But by then the other pictures may have simultaneously unrolled before one's inner eye. Pictures of people who attained much more in their lives than a sentimental film could show. Some details of a particular man's inner greatness may have come to one's mind, like the story of the young woman whose death I witnessed in a concentration camp. It is a simple story. There is little to tell, and it may sound as if I had invented it, but to me it seems like a poem. This young woman knew that she would die in the next few days, but when I talked to her, she was cheerful in spite of this knowledge. "I'm grateful that fate has hit me so hard," she told me. "In my former life, I was spoiled and did not take spiritual accomplishments seriously." Pointing through the window of the hut, she said, "This tree here is the only friend I have in my loneliness." Through that window, she could see just one branch of a chestnut tree, and on the branch there were 2 blossoms. "I often talk to this tree," she said to me. I was startled and didn't quite know how to take her words. Was she delirious? Did she have occasional hallucinations? Anxiously, I asked her if the tree replied. "Yes." What did it say to her? She answered, "It said to me, I am here. I am here. I am life, eternal life." We have stated that which was ultimately responsible for the state of the prisoner's inner self was not so much the enumerated psychophysical causes as it was the result of a free decision. Psychological observations of the prisoners have shown that only the men who allowed their inner hold on their moral and spiritual selves to subside eventually fell victim to the camp's degenerating influences. The question now arises what could or should have constituted this inner hold. Former prisoners, when writing or relating their experiences, agree that the most depressing influence of all was that a prisoner could not know how long his term of imprisonment would be. He had been given no date for his release. In our camp, it was pointless even to talk about it. Actually, a prison term was not only uncertain, but unlimited. A well-known research psychologist had pointed out that life in a concentration camp could be called a provisional existence. We can add to this by defining it as a provisional existence of unknown limit. New arrivals usually knew nothing about the conditions at a camp. Those who had come back from other camps were obliged to keep silent, and from some camps no one had returned. On entering camp, a change took place in the minds of the men. With the end of uncertainty, there came the uncertainty of the end. It was impossible to foresee whether or when, if at all, this form of existence would end. The Latin word finis has 2 meanings: the end or the finish, and a goal to reach. A man who could not see the end of his provisional existence was not able to aim at an ultimate goal in life. He ceased living for the future, in contrast to a man in normal life. Therefore, the whole structure of his inner life changed. Signs of decay set in, which we know from other areas of life. The unemployed worker, for example, is in a similar position. His existence has become provisional, and in a certain sense he cannot live for the future or aim at a goal. Research work done on unemployed miners has shown that they suffer from a peculiar sort of deformed time, inner time, which is a result of their unemployed state. Prisoners too suffered from this strange time experience. In camp, a small time unit a day, for example, filled with hourly tortures and fatigue appeared endless. A larger time unit, perhaps a week, seemed to pass very quickly. My comrades agreed when I said that in camp a day lasted longer than a week. How paradoxical was our time experience. In this connection, we are reminded of Thomas Mann's The Magic Mountain, which contains some very pointed psychological remarks. Mann studies the spiritual development of people who are in an analogous psychological position, i.e. tuberculosis patients in a sanatorium who also know no date for their release. They experience a similar existence, without a future and without a goal. One of the prisoners, who on his arrival marched with a long column of new inmates from the station to the camp, told me later that he had felt as though he were marching at his own funeral. His life had seemed to him absolutely without future. He regarded it as over and done, as if he had already died. This feeling of lifelessness was intensified by other causes. In time, it was the limitlessness of the term of imprisonment which was most acutely felt. In space, the narrow limits of the prison. Anything outside the barbed wire became remote, out of reach, and in a way unreal. The events and the people outside all the normal life there had a ghostly aspect for the prisoner. The outside life, that is, as much as he could see of it, appeared to him almost as it might have to a dead man who looked at it from another world. A man who let himself decline because he could not see any future goal found himself occupied with retrospective thoughts. In a different connection, we have already spoken of the tendency there was to look into the past to help make the present with all its horrors less real. But in robbing the present of its reality, there lay a certain danger. It became easy to overlook the opportunities to make something positive of a camp life, opportunities which really did exist, regarding our provisional existence as unreal as was in itself an important factor in causing the prisoners to lose their hold on life. Everything in a way became pointless. Such people forget that often it is just such an exceptionally difficult external situation which gives man the opportunity to grow spiritually beyond himself. Instead of taking the camp's difficulties as a test of their inner strength, they did not take their life seriously and despised it as something of no consequence. They preferred to close their eyes and to live in the past. Life for such people became meaningless. Interesting. Scrolling a bit forward just to see like where part 2 begins, because I'm wondering if part 2 has began already. No, it's not yet. I thought this was the beginning of part 2. My apologies. Go back to it. My apologies. Yeah, I just wanted to. I just scrolled ahead a bit just to see where part 2 was, because he's kind of like, it to me is almost like a large part of the personal account seems to be now sort of counterbalanced by a sort of analysis on this level, and I was just wondering if that meant there was a second part, and if so, I wanted to do like a pause break, just to kind of recuperate and gather thoughts and everything. But that was not the case. There's still quite a ways forward. That's fine. So I do want to pause here a little bit, just briefly. Just briefly for me to kind of catch my breath and have some water. Sorry, any questions so far? It seems to be fine. Someone says, usually a lurker, but wanted to say, quite enjoy these educational readings. Want to draw fan art one day. Thank you. No problem with lurking. Lurking is cool. I am a lurker myself. When I watch other streams. Thank you for enjoying these educational readings, because it's a tough sell. It is a tough sell to try to get people to read things. It's just not very interesting. It's just not very fun for live stream content. But nonetheless, I thought it was a worthwhile pursuit. So I'm glad to see that at least, like, you know, some people enjoy it. Although I know it's not going to be as fun or big or popular and sensational. It's the sort of quieter, although much more, arguably even more meaningful moments that make my approach to this channel interesting to me. But yes, so I'm glad that what I enjoy, you also enjoy. It's great. And you're saying you want to draw fan art one day. That'd be great. That'd be very cool. I don't know. I mean, no pressure to do it, of course. I think just you enjoying it is enough. But, you know, if you feel so compelled to do anything, then by all means you are compelled to do so. This bit reminds you of the chemist vampire from like one of the other streams, a little bit, yeah. And the sort of like, I can kind of see the growth of the spirit kind of being detached from oneself. Just kind of captured in different forms and different people as well. Yeah, I can see that as for sure. Of course, like this is like, these are extremities, of course. But what Frankl is describing is kind of it builds into his theory of therapy, right? So it makes sense that this is kind of like, at least he's painting this in a way that allows us to draw these connections. So yeah. What books would you recommend? Oh, I'm really not good with book recommendations. I can only say, and you'll have to forgive me for the cop-out answer. I can only say that every book that I've read on stream is what I would recommend. I've streamed a few like readings and books and stuff, and everything I've streamed I've enjoyed. I don't think I've ever read anything that I didn't like at all. So I would say whatever I streamed that you're interested in the most is my recommendation, and that catalog will continue to expand, and it counts as a recommendation in the sense that like usually I haven't finished reading them, so usually the stream itself does not encompass a full reading of it, so it's kind of like a teaser, if that makes sense. I don't know. I hope that's not a cop-out answer, because like if you would ask me like what else, or like you'd have to, you know, specify what you're looking for specifically. If you're talking about philosophy in general, then it's like less about books and more like texts I would recommend. In which case it's like, well, what are you looking for as well, right? That also depends. I've been asked, I was asked on I saw on Twitter a question of like what to start with first. It was by like another VTuber. They were like asking, she was asking like for philosophy what one should start with, or any recommendations for philosophical texts, and I responded with the idea. I responded with Plato's Apology is like a really good start to Western philosophy, at least. Just, of course, this is Western philosophy. It is one sphere of philosophy. It's a big sphere, but it's not the only sphere. That's not everything. But if you wanted to start in the sphere, which is, you know, academically a trend and maybe you know, a bit too saturated, maybe it's a little oversaturated, but if you wanted to start in that sphere, Plato's Apology, you know, and just the works of Plato, and then you kind of just work your way through stuff. Because I think Plato to me is one of those usefully incorrect. I don't even think he's like somewhat incorrect, yeah, but he's like usefully incorrect. Socrates is usefully incorrect, and I think he got a lot of things right too. I like Socrates. My G, my as the kids would say. I don't know. And I think, yeah, recommendations just depend on what you're looking for. But if you're looking for like an intro, like just bouncing into philosophy, it's like that. It's either that or like you read into Descartes' Descartes' Cartesian skepticism. You kind of just do a 101 there, because those are the classic like philosophy 101s as well, for a reason. I think there's a good reason. But more generally, if you're someone who, and I don't know your personal situation, if you are someone who is like really intimately familiar with a field, or you're like involved with a field, or you know, you're specialized in something, I would actually just recommend reading the philosophy that was written that pertains to whatever you're doing. And I think it's possible to find that for everything. It may be less obvious for some things than others, but you know, it has to kind of start with something that you're intimately familiar with in your subjective experience, because that way, first of all, it's easier to digest, right? Because philosophy is, you know, not easy to read. But second of all, in it being familiar to you, you can kind of it strengthens your ideas of, you know, around that field or that topic or subject, or, you know, and whatnot. Even if you oppose them, even if, you know, what you're reading is something you disagree with, reading it will help you strengthen your ideas. Not in a way that's like not to make you more hard-headed or stubborn. I hope that's not what happens, though that might happen, as some librarians do. But strengthen in the sense that like you're more certain of what you believe in and your values, and, you know, all that, and how that pertains to what you do and how you're connected to the world, and etc., etc. Yeah, so again, sorry, it's a great question. It's a simple question, and I cannot give a simple answer, nor a great one. This is just, yeah. It really is just read what I read on stream or read something philosophically related to what you are doing. That's the summary. Okay. I'm not sure if I want to do a part 1 or part 2 for this book. I really want to. I'm gonna finish reading this regardless. But I didn't want the stream to be too long. But I also don't think people mind if the stream is longer. Not that it matters. I'm just going to read the whole thing. Spend like 3 more hours here. Most of you guys will leave. That's fine. That's okay. I'm just gonna be reading. Let's continue. Naturally, only a few people were capable of reaching great spiritual heights, but a few were given the chance to attain human greatness even through their apparent worldly failure and death, an accomplishment which in ordinary circumstances they would never have achieved. To the others of us, the mediocre and the half-hearted, the words of Bismarck could be applied. Life is like being at the dentist. You always think that the worst is still to come, and yet it is over already. Varying this, we could say that most men in a concentration camp believed that the real opportunities of life had passed. Yet in reality, there was an opportunity and a challenge. One could make a victory of those experiences, turning life into an inner triumph. One could ignore the challenge and simply vegetate, as did a majority of the prisoners. Any attempt at fighting the camp's psychopathological influence on the prisoner by psychotherapeutic or psychohygienic methods had to aim at giving him inner strength by pointing out to him a future goal to which he could look forward. Instinctively, some of the prisoners attempted to find one on their own. It is a peculiarity of man that he can only live by looking to the future. Subspecie Eternitatis. And this is his salvation in the most difficult moments of his existence, although he sometimes has to force his mind to the task. I remember a personal experience, almost in tears from pain. I had terrible sores on my feet from wearing torn shoes. I limped a few kilometers with our long column of men from the camp to our worksite. Very cold, bitter winds struck us. I kept thinking of the endless little problems of our miserable life. What would there be to eat tonight? If a piece of sausage came as an extra ration, should I exchange it for a piece of bread? Should I trade my last cigarette, which was left from a bonus I received a fortnight ago, for a bowl of soup? How could I get a piece of wire to replace the fragment which served as one of my shoelaces? Would I get to our worksite in time to join my usual working party, or would I have to join another, which might have a brutal foreman? What could I do to get on good terms with the capo, who could help me obtain work in camp instead of undertaking this horribly long daily march? I became disgusted with the state of affairs which compelled me, daily and hourly, to think of only such trivial things. I forced my thoughts to turn to another subject. Suddenly I saw myself standing on the platform of a well-lit, warm and pleasant lecture room. In front of me sat an attentive audience on comfortable, unholstered seats. I was giving a lecture on the psychology of the concentration camp. All that oppressed me at the moment became objective, seen and described from the remote viewpoint of science. By this method I succeeded somehow in rising above the situation, above the sufferings of the moment, and I observed them as if they were already of the past. Within my troubles became the object of an interesting psychoscientific study undertaken by myself. What does Spinoza say in his Ethics? Affectus qui passio est desinit, esse passio simulatic es claram et distinctam formamus ideam. Emotion, which is suffering, ceases to be suffering as soon as we form a clear and precise picture of it. The prisoner who had lost faith in the future, his future, was doomed. With his loss of belief in the future, he also lost his spiritual hold. He let himself decline and became subject to mental and physical decay. Usually this happened quite suddenly, in the form of a crisis, the symptoms of which were familiar to the experienced camp inmate. We all feared this moment, not for ourselves, which would have been pointless, but for our friends. Usually it began with the prisoner refusing one morning to get dressed and wash or to go out on the parade grounds. No entreaties, no blows, no threats had any effect. He just lay there, hardly moving. If this crisis was brought about by any illness, he refused to be taken to the sickbay or to do anything to help himself. He simply gave up. There he remained, lying on his own excreta. Nothing bothered him anymore. I once had a dramatic demonstration of the close link between the loss of faith in the future and this dangerous giving up. F, my senior block warden, a fairly well-known composer and librettist, confided in me one day. I would like to tell you something, Doctor. I had a strange dream. A voice told me that I could wish for something, that I should only say what I wanted to know, and all my questions would be answered. What do you think I asked? That I would like to know when the war would be over for me. You know what I mean, Doctor? For me, I wanted to know when our camp would be liberated and our sufferings come to an end. And when did you have this dream? I asked. In February 1945, he answered. It was then the beginning of March. What did your dream voice answer? Furtively, he whispered to me. March 30th. When Av told me about his dream, he was still full of hope and convinced that the voice of his dream would be right. But as the promised day drew nearer, the war news which reached our camp made it appear very unlikely that we would be free on the promised date. On March 29th, F suddenly became ill and ran a high temperature. On March 30th, the day his prophecy had told him that the war and suffering would be over for him, he became delirious and lost consciousness. On March 31st, he was dead. To all outward appearances, he had died of typhus. Those who know how close the connection is between the state of mind of a man, his courage and hope, or lack of them, and the state of immunity of his body, will understand that the sudden loss of hope and courage can have a deadly effect. The ultimate cause of my friend's death was that the expected liberation did not come, and he was severely disappointed. This suddenly lowered his body's resistance against a latent typhus infection. His faith in the future and his will to live had become paralyzed, and his body fell victim to illness, and thus the voice of his dream was right after all. The observations of this one case and the conclusion drawn from them are in accordance with something that was drawn to my attention by the chief doctor of our concentration camp. The death rate in the week between Christmas 1944 and New Year's 1945 increased in camp beyond all previous experience. In his opinion, the explanation for this increase did not lie in the harder working conditions or the deterioration of our food supplies, or a change of weather or new epidemics. It was simply that the majority of our prisoners had lived in the naive hope that they would be home again by Christmas. As the time drew near and there was no encouraging news, the prisoners lost courage and disappointment overcame them. This had a dangerous influence on their powers of resistance, and a great number of them died. As we said before, any attempt to restore a man's inner strength in the camp had first to succeed in showing him some future goal. Nietzsche's words, "He who has a why to live for can bear with almost any how," could be the guiding motto for all psychotherapeutic and psychohygienic efforts regarding prisoners. Whenever there was an opportunity for it, one had to give them a why, an aim for their lives in order to strengthen them to bear the terrible how of their existence. Woe to him who saw no more sense in his life, no aim, no purpose, and therefore no point in carrying on. He was soon lost. The typical reply with which such a man rejected all encouraging arguments was, "I have nothing to expect from life anymore." What sort of answer can one give to that? Sorry, just quick note here. I wanted to pause a bit for earlier, and here again, Viktor Frankl cites the words of Friedrich Nietzsche, German philosopher. Was he German? Yes, he was German. I'm terrible at remembering details, but I'm pretty sure he was German. Friedrich Nietzsche's words, "He who has a why to live for can bear with almost any how." There is some, albeit very uncharitable, readings of Nietzsche, or lack thereof, actually. Let me rephrase. Some people who don't read Nietzsche, who don't know what the hell's going on, associate Nietzsche's text a lot with, or Nietzsche's philosophy a lot with, like, Nazi ideology. You know, the whole Übermensch and, you know, will to power, that there's no values, there's no morals, there's, you know, those things aren't real, God is not real, etc. His very, like, you know, his takes on his destruction and tearing down of those values, right? That's his philosophy, or at least of the beginning of his diagnosis of what he refers to as nihilism, right? This is a diagnosis of society, not, you know, not like an ought statement that he uttered. It's just what is the case that he argues. Anyways, people particularly those who don't read his work at all charitably, or at least intelligibly, think of his work as Nazi work, and this is not helped and exacerbated by the fact that his sister, I believe, was a Nazi, and screwed with and rewrote and, you know, like picked apart and cherry picked like words from his work for Nazi propaganda during the time. And it was like, it's, you know, if there's any doubt that Nietzsche, this was, you know, not, Nietzsche is not, you know, of the same mind. There are texts multiple times through and various spread throughout his works where he just directly reprimands, like he just reprimands and warns against Nazi ideology, like, you know, anti-Semitism, like these types of things that he writes expressively against. So, you know, Nietzsche is not a Nazi, and there's, you know, historically been connections with him and Nazi ideology, but those are often made by and for people who have never read him. Don't make that mistake. It's an honest mistake because, you know, Nietzsche is, again, one of the most misinterpreted people to ever exist. It's an honest mistake to make, but it is a mistake nonetheless. It's very clearly a mistake. Happy to talk about that further, but this is the point I should have brought up earlier, but here Nietzsche's being cited again, so I'm reminded to say this piece now, especially in a work so intimately related to, you know, this is a work about Frankl's experience in a concentration camp. It makes sense to bring this up. Anyways, we can get back to it. What was really needed was a fundamental change in our attitude towards life. We had to learn ourselves, and furthermore, we had to teach the despairing men that it did not really matter what we expected from life, but rather what life expected from us. We needed to stop asking about the meaning of life, and instead to think of ourselves as those who are being questioned by life, daily and hourly. Our answer must consist not in talk and meditation, but in right action and in right conduct. Life ultimately means taking the responsibility to find the right answer to its problems and to fulfill the tasks which it constantly sets for each individual. These tasks, and therefore the meaning of life, differ from man to man, and from moment to moment. Thus it is impossible to define the meaning of life in a general way. Questions about the meaning of life can never be answered by sweeping statements. Life does not mean something vague, but something very real and concrete, just as life's tasks are also very real and concrete. They form man's destiny, which is different and unique for each individual. No man and no destiny can be compared with any other man or any other destiny. No situation repeats itself, and each situation calls for a different response. Sometimes the situation in which a man finds himself may require him to shape his own fate by action. At other times, it is more advantageous for him to make use of an opportunity for contemplation and to realize assets in this way. Sometimes man may be required simply to accept fate or bear his cross. Every situation is distinguished by its uniqueness, and there is always only one right answer to the problem posed by the situation at hand. When a man finds that it is his destiny to suffer, he will have to accept his suffering as his task, his single and unique task. He will have to acknowledge the fact that even in suffering, he is unique and alone in the universe. No one can relieve him of his suffering or suffer in his place. His unique opportunity lies in the way in which he bears his burden. For us as prisoners, these thoughts were not speculations far removed from reality. They were the only thoughts that could be of help to us. They kept us from despair, even when there seemed to be no chance of coming out of it alive. Long ago, we had passed the stage of asking what was the meaning of life, excuse me. A naive query, which understands life as the attaining of some aim through the active creation of something of value. For us, the meaning of life embraced the wider cycles of life and death, of suffering, of dying. Once the meaning of life had been revealed to us, we refused to minimalize or alleviate the camp's tortures by ignoring them or harboring false illusions and entering artificial optimism. Suffering had become a task on which we did not want to turn our backs. We had realized its hidden opportunities for achievement, the opportunities which caused the poet Rilke to write, "Wie ist aufzuleiden," how much suffering there is to get through. Rilke spoke of getting through suffering as others would talk of getting through work. There was plenty of suffering for us to get through. Therefore, it was necessary to face up to the full amount of suffering, trying to keep moments of weakness and furtive tears to a minimum. But there was no need to be ashamed of tears, for tears bore witness that a man had the greatest of courage, the courage to suffer. Only very few realized that. Shamefacedly, some confessed occasionally that they had wept, like the comrade who answered my question of how he had gotten over his oedema by confessing, "I have wept it out of my system." The tender beginnings of a psychotherapy or psychohygiene were, when they were possible at all in the camp, either individual or collective in nature. The individual psychotherapeutic attempts were often a kind of life-saving procedure. These efforts were usually concerned with the prevention of suicides. A very strict camp ruling forbade any efforts to save a man who attempted suicide. It was forbidden, for example, to cut down a man who was trying to hang himself. Therefore, it was all important to prevent these attempts from occurring. I remember two cases of would-be suicide, which bore a striking similarity to each other. Both men had talked of their intentions to commit suicide. Both used the typical argument: they had nothing more to expect from life. In both cases, it was a question of getting them to realize that life was still expecting something from them. Something in the future was expected of them. We found, in fact, that for the one it was his child whom he adored and who was waiting for him in a foreign country. For the other, it was a thing, not a person. This man was a scientist and had written a series of books which still needed to be finished. This work could not be done by anyone else any more than another person could ever take the place of the father in his child's affections. This uniqueness and singleness, which distinguishes each individual and gives meaning to his existence, has a bearing on creative work as much as it does on human love. When the impossibility of replacing a person is realized, it allows the responsibility which a man has for his existence and its continuous to appear in all its magnitude. A man who becomes conscious of the responsibility he bears towards a human being who affectionately waits for him or to an unfinished work will never be able to throw away his life. He knows the why for his existence and will be able to bear almost any how. The opportunities for collective psychotherapy were naturally limited in camp. The right example was more effective than words could ever be. A senior block warden who did not side with the authorities had, by his just and encouraging behavior, 1,000 opportunities to exert a far-reaching moral influence on those under his jurisdiction. The immediate influence of behavior is always more effective than that of words, but at times a word was effective too, when mental receptiveness had been intensified by some outer circumstances. I remember an incident when there was an occasion for psychotherapeutic work on the inmates of a whole hut, due to an intensification of their receptiveness because of a certain external situation. Sorry, just quickly, before we get to the example, I like this bit. I like this bit that he wrote just now. The immediate influence of behavior is always more effective than that of words. And it's not just the cheesy, like, oh, actions speak louder than words, because I think that's really overused and misinterpreted and misunderstood. An adage that I don't know if I live by, but it definitely rings in my head a lot. That might help you as well. This adage, it goes more like, people will forget what you said to them. Yeah, people will forget your name. People might forget your name and what you and what you did. They might forget what you said to them, but they will never forget how you made them feel. And so while it's not quite the same thing as here, here Frankl talks of influence of behavior. I think there's a similarity, an overlap to be drawn in the adage I just brought up and this bit in this reading that might be quite useful. I don't know. It's very useful for me. Thinking about it, so people might forget what you do. They might forget what you think or what you said to them, but they will never forget how you made them feel. That to me is very poignant, and you know what? Very true. I found it to be very true in my experience. People never forget how you made them feel. And that's really the thing that sticks with people the most. In the moment, maybe it's about your actions and your words, but in the long term, this thing that sticks with people is like how you make them feel. That's interesting. Something to think about, of course. Sorry, yeah, and there was a response to the Nietzsche bit I had I commented on earlier. Callum says, someone's quoting Nietzsche. You're quoting that Nietzsche said that I am frightened by the thought of what unqualified people may invoke my authority on one day. Yet that is the torment of a great teacher of mankind. He knows that Given the circumstances and the accidents, he can become a disaster as well as a blessing to mankind. All I can say is based. That's all. That's all I can say. Based. Yeah. Yep. That's all. Yeah. Mm-hmm. As the youngins say, of course, right? I gotta be hip with the kids. As a VTuber, of course. That's like a top priority. Anyways. I want a bit of a lightened mood, but again, subject matter is very serious. I don't want to take away from the seriousness of what we're engaging in. But yes, so just quickly back to the note I made for the pause for. The immediate influence of behavior is always more effective than that of words, I think is very true. Or at least, I think when he points to the circumstances that make it an exception, like perhaps, maybe on some occasion, where a word is effective too, and mental receptiveness has been intensified by some other circumstances. I think it does boil down to like what matters is how people feel about it, and you need to be sensitive to what they're feeling sensitive to. You need to be sensitive to what they're feeling sensitive to, whether it be to action or to word, or a combination of both, or at the right moment, perhaps an example, etc., etc. Many things for really any purpose. I think that adage is quite, that saying is quite useful and corresponds quite neatly into this part of the passage, and is some perhaps even practical advice to be gained out of this, even if you're not interested at all in any of the therapy or the psychologies and the traumas of war and all of that. Anyways, let's continue. It had been a bad day. On parade, an announcement had been made about the many actions that would from then on be regarded as sabotage and therefore punishable by immediate death by hanging. Among these were crimes such as cutting small strips from our old blankets in order to improvise ankle supports, and very minor thefts. A few days previously, a semi-starved prisoner had broken into the potato store to steal a few pounds of potatoes. The theft had been discovered, and some prisoners had recognized the burglar. When the camp authorities heard about it, they ordered that the guilty man be given up to them, or the whole camp would starve for a day. Naturally, the 2,500 men preferred to fast. On the evening of this day of fasting, we lay in our earthen huts, in a very low mood. Very little was said and every word sounded irritable. Then, to make matters even worse, the lights went out. Tempers reached their lowest ebb, but our senior block warden was a wise man. He improvised a little talk about all that was on our minds at that moment. He talked about the many comrades who had died in the last few days, either of sickness or of suicide. But he also mentioned what may have been the real reason for their deaths giving up hope. He maintained that there should be some way of preventing possible future victims from reaching this extreme state, and it was to me that the warden pointed to give his advice. God knows I was not in the mood to give psychological explanations or to preach any sermons, to offer my comrades a kind of medical care of their souls. I was cold and hungry, irritable and tired, but I had to make the effort and use this unique opportunity. Encouragement was now more necessary than ever. So I began by mentioning the most trivial of comforts first. I said that even in this Europe in the 6th winter of the Second World War, our situation was not the most terrible we could think of. I said that each of us had to ask himself what irreplaceable losses he had suffered up to then. I speculated that for most of them, these losses had really been few. Whoever was still alive had reason for hope. Health, family, happiness, professional abilities, fortune, position in society, all these were things that could be achieved again or restored. After all, we still had all our bones intact. Whatever we had gone through could still be an asset to us in the future. And I quote from Nietzsche, "Was mich nicht umbringt, macht mich starker." That which does not kill me makes me stronger. Then I spoke about the future. I said that to the impartial, the future must seem hopeless. I agreed that each of us could guess for himself how small were his chances of survival. I told them that although there was still no typhus epidemic in the camp, I estimated my own chances about 1 in 20. But I also told them that, in spite of this, I had no intention of losing hope and giving up. For no man knew what the future would bring, much less the next hour. Even if we could not expect any sensational military event in the next few days, who knew better than we, with our experience of camps, how great chances sometimes opened up, quite suddenly, at least for the individual. For instance, one might be attached unexpectedly to a special group with exceptionally good working conditions. For this was the kind of thing which constituted the luck of the prisoner. But I did not only talk of the future and the veil which was drawn over it. I also mentioned the past, all its joys, and how its light shone even in the present darkness. Again, I quoted a poet, to avoid sounding like a preacher myself, who had written, "Was du erlebst, kann keine Macht der Welt dir Robin. What you have experienced, no power on earth can take from you." Not only your experiences, but all we have done, whatever great thoughts we may have had, and all we have suffered, all this is not lost, though it is past. We have brought it into being. Having been is also a kind of being, and perhaps the surest kind. Then I spoke of the many opportunities of giving life a meaning. I told my comrades, who lay motionless, although occasionally a sigh could be heard, that human life under any circumstances never ceases to have a meaning, and that this infinite meaning of life includes suffering and dying, privation and death. I asked the poor creatures who listened to me attentively in the darkness of the hut to face up to the seriousness of our position. They must not lose hope, but should keep their courage in the certainty that the hopelessness of our struggle did not detract from its dignity and its meaning. I said that someone looks down on each of us in difficult hours, a friend, a wife, somebody alive or dead, or a god. And he would not expect us to disappoint him. He would hope to find us suffering proudly, not miserably, knowing how to die. And finally, I spoke of our sacrifice, which had meaning in every case. It was in the nature of this sacrifice that it should appear to be pointless in the normal world, the world of material success. But in reality, our sacrifice did have a meaning. Those of us who had any religious faith, I said frankly, could understand without difficulty. I told them of a comrade who, on his arrival in camp, had tried to make a pact with heaven that his suffering and death should save the human being he loved from a painful end. For this man, suffering and death were meaningful. His was a sacrifice of the deepest significance. He did not want to die for nothing. None of us wanted that. The purpose of my words was to find a full meaning in our life, then and there, in that hut, and in that practically hopeless situation. I saw that my efforts had been successful. When the electric bulb flared up again, I saw the miserable figures of my friends limping toward me to thank me with tears in their eyes. But I have to confess here that only too rarely had I the inner strength to make contact with my companions in suffering, and that I must have missed many opportunities for doing so. We now come to the third stage of a prisoner's mental reactions, the psychology of the prisoner after his liberation. But prior to that, we shall consider a question which the psychologist is asked frequently, especially when he has personal knowledge of these matters. What can you tell us about the psychological makeup of the camp guards? How is it possible that men of flesh and blood could treat others as so many prisoners say they have been treated? Having once heard these accounts and having come to believe that these things did happen, one is bound to ask how, psychologically, they could happen. To answer this question without going into great detail, a few things must be pointed out. First, among the guards there were some sadists in the purest clinical sense. Second, these sadists were always selected when a really severe detachment of guards was needed. There was great joy at our worksite when we had permission to warm ourselves for a few minutes after 2 hours of work in the bitter frost, in front of a little stove which was fed with twigs and scraps of wood. But there were always some foremen who found a great pleasure in taking this comfort from us. How clearly their faces reflected this pleasure when they not only forbade us to stand there, but turned over the stove and dumped its lovely fire in the snow. When the SS took a dislike to a person, there was always some special man in their ranks known to have a passion for, and to be highly specialized in sadistic torture, to whom the unfortunate prisoner was sent. Third, the feelings of the majority of the guards had been dulled by the number of years in which, in ever-increasing doses, They had witnessed the brutal methods of the camp. These morally and mentally hardened men at least refused to take active part in sadistic measures, but they did not prevent others from carrying them out. Fourth, it must be stated that even among the guards there were some who took pity on us. I shall only mention the commander of the camp from which I was liberated. I was found after the liberation. Only the camp doctor or prisoner himself had known of it previously. That this man had paid no small sum of money from his own pocket in order to purchase medicines for his prisoners from the nearest market town. There's a footnote here. An interesting incident with reference to this SS commander is in regard to the attitude toward him of some of his Jewish prisoners. At the end of the war, when the American troops liberated the prisoners from our camp, 3 young Hungarian Jews hid this commander in the Bavarian woods. They went to the commandant of the American forces, who was very eager to capture this SS commander, and said they would tell him where he was, but only under certain conditions. The American commander must promise that absolutely no harm would come to this man. After a while, the American officer finally promised these young Jews that the SS commander, when taken into captivity, will be kept safe from harm. Not only did the American officer keep his promise, but as a matter of fact, the former SS commander of this concentration camp was in a sense restored to his command, for he supervised the collection of clothing among the nearby Bavarian villages, and its distribution to all of us who at the time still wore the clothes we had inherited from other inmates of Camp Auschwitz, who were not as fortunate as we, having been sent to the gas chamber immediately upon their arrival at the railway station. Okay, that's interesting. No small sum of money from his own pocket from this man to purchase medicines for prisoners from the nearest market town. But the senior camp warden, a prisoner himself, was harder than any of the SS guards. He beat the other prisoners at every slightest opportunity, while the camp commander, to my knowledge, never once lifted his hand against any of us. It is apparent that the mere knowledge that a man was either a camp guard or a prisoner tells us almost nothing. Human kindness can be found in all groups, even those which as a whole it would be easy to condemn. The boundaries between groups overlapped, and we must not try to oversimplify matters by saying that these men were angels and those were devils. Certainly it was a considerable achievement for a guard or a foreman to be kind to the prisoners in spite of all the camp's influences, and on the other hand, the baseness of a prisoner who treated his own companions badly was exceptionally contemptible. Obviously, the prisoners found the lack of character in such men especially upsetting, while they were profoundly moved by the smallest kindnesses received from many of the guards. I remember how one day a foreman secretly gave me a piece of bread, which I knew he must have saved from his breakfast ration. It was far more than the small piece of bread which moved me to tears at the time. It was the human something which this man also gave to me, the word and look which accompanied the gift. From all this we may learn that there are 2 races of men in this world, but only these 2. The race of the decent men and the race of the indecent men. Both are found everywhere. They penetrate into all groups of society. No group consists entirely of decent or indecent people. In this sense, no group is of pure race, and therefore one occasionally found a decent fellow among the camp guards. It's interesting. And so I believe I'm reading around the text as well. This was one of the big key points that people often point to. So I think it's good to take note of this, perhaps in mental note, just a mental note. I'm not asking you to make physical notes. I wouldn't. It doesn't help me. So, but maybe make a mental note of this. That from all this, we may learn that there are 2 races of men in this world, but only these 2. The race of the decent man and the race of the indecent man. Both are found everywhere. They penetrate into all groups of society. No group consists entirely of decent or indecent people. In this sense, no group is of pure race, and therefore one occasionally found a decent fellow among the camp guards. Someone commented, I think both in Japan and Germany, a lot of military personnel remained in service after the war. Yes. Yeah, I believe that's true. Yes. well, maybe not a lot, but there was like it was, you would assume, I guess maybe prior to knowing this, one might make the assumption, I know I did, that they would all just, you know, immediately try to resign and, you know, once the war was over and try not to be in the public eye and, you know, try to pretend that didn't happen. But that's not quite the case. Yeah, yes. Okay. Okay. Yes, so this is an important passage. Quoted a lot from this book. Life in a concentration camp tore open the human soul and exposed its depths. Is it surprising that in those depths we again found only human qualities, which in their very nature were a mixture of good and evil? The rift dividing good from evil, which goes through all human beings, reaches into the lowest depths and becomes apparent even on the bottom of the abyss, which is laid open by the concentration camp. And now to the last chapter in the psychology of a concentration camp, psychology of the prisoner who has been released. In describing the experiences of liberation, which naturally must be personal, we shall pick up the threads of that part of our narrative which told of the morning when the white flag was hoisted above the camp gates after days of high tension. This state of inner suspense was followed by total relaxation, but it would be quite wrong to think that we went mad with joy. What then did happen? With tired steps, we prisoners dragged ourselves to the camp gates. Timidly, we looked around and glanced at each other questioningly. Then we ventured a few steps out of camp. This time no orders were shouted at us, nor was there any need to duck quickly to avoid a blow or a kick. Oh no, this time the guards offered us cigarettes. We hardly recognized them at first. They had hurriedly changed into civilian clothes. We walked slowly along the road leading from the camp. Soon our legs hurt and threatened to buckle, but we limped on. We wanted to see the camp surroundings for the first time with the eyes of free men. Freedom, we repeated to ourselves, and yet we could not grasp it. We had said this word so often during all the years we dreamed about it, that it had lost all its meaning. Its reality did not penetrate into our consciousness. We could not grasp the fact that freedom was ours. We came to meadows full of flowers. We saw and realized that they were there, but we had no feelings about them. The first spark of joy came when we saw a rooster with a tail of multicolored feathers, but it remained only a spark. We do not yet belong to this world. In the evening when we all met again in our hut, one said secretly to the other, "Tell me, were you pleased today?" And the other replied, feeling ashamed as he did not know that we all felt similarly, truthfully, no. We had literally lost the ability to feel pleased, and to relearn it slowly. Psychologically, what was happening to the liberated prisoners could be called depersonalization. Everything appeared unreal, unlikely, as in a dream. We could not believe it was true. How often in the past years have we been deceived by dreams? We dreamt that the day of liberation had come, that we had been set free, had returned home, greeted our friends, embraced our wives, sat down at the table, and started to tell of all the things we had gone through, even of how we had often seen the day of liberation in our dreams. And then a whistle shrilled in our ears, the signal to get up, and our dreams of freedom came to an end. And now the dream had come true. But could we truly believe in it? How long I knelt there and repeated the sentence, memory can no longer recall. But I know that on that day, in that hour, my new life started. Step for step I progressed until I again became a human being. The body has fewer inhibitions than the mind. It made good use of the new freedom from the first few moments on. It began to eat ravenously for hours and days, even half the night. It is amazing what quantities one can eat. And when one of the prisoners was invited out by a friendly farmer in the neighborhood, he ate and then drank coffee, which loosened his tongue, and then he began to talk, often for hours. The pressure which had been on his mind for years was released at last. Hearing him talk, one got the impression that he had to talk, that his desire to speak was irresistible. I've known people who have been under heavy pressure only for a short time, for example through a cross-examination by the Gestapo, to have similar reactions. Many days passed until not only the tongue was loosened, but something within oneself as well, and feeling suddenly broke through the strange fetters which had restrained it. One day, a few days after the liberation, I walked through the country past flowering meadows, for miles and miles toward the market town near the camp. Larks rose to the sky and I could hear the joyous song. There was no one to be seen for miles around. There was nothing but the wide earth and sky and the larks, jubilation and the freedom of space. I stopped, looked around and up to the sky, and then I went down to my knees. At that moment there was very little I knew of myself or of the world. I had but one sentence in mind, always the same. I called to the Lord from my narrow prison, and he answered me in the freedom of space. The way that led from the acute mental tension of the last days in camp, from that war of nerves to mental peace, was certainly not free from obstacles. It would be an error to think that a liberated prisoner was not in need of spiritual care anymore. We have to consider that a man who has been under such enormous mental pressure for such a long time is naturally in some danger after his liberation, especially since the pressure was released quite suddenly. This danger, in the sense of psychological hygiene, is the psychological counterpart of the bends. Just as the physical health of the caisson worker would be endangered if he left his diver's chamber suddenly, where he is under enormous atmospheric pressure, so the man who has suddenly been liberated from mental pressure can suffer damage to his moral and spiritual health. During his psychological phase, one observed that people with natures of a more primitive kind could not escape the influences of the brutality which had surrounded them in camp life. Now being free, they thought they could use their freedom licentiously and ruthlessly. The only thing that had changed for them was that they were now the oppressors instead of the oppressed. They became instigators, not objects, of willful force and injustice. They justified their behavior by their own terrible experiences. This was often revealed in apparently insignificant events. A friend was walking across a field with me toward the camp when suddenly we came to a field of green crops. Automatically, I avoided it, but he drew his arm through mine and dragged me through it. I stammered something about not treading down the young crops. He became annoyed, gave me an angry look, shouted, "You don't say! And hasn't enough been taken from us? My wife and child have been gassed, not to mention everything else, and you would forbid me to tread on a few stalks of oats." Only slowly could these men be guided back to the commonplace truth that no one has the right to do wrong, not even if wrong has been done to them. We had to strive to lead them back to this truth, or the consequences would have been much worse than the loss of a few thousand stalks of oats. I can still see the prisoner who rolled up his shirt sleeves, thrust his right hand under my nose, and shouted, "May this hand be cut off if I don't stain it with blood on the day when I get home." I want to emphasize that the man who said these words was not a bad fellow. He had been the best of comrades in camp and after. Apart from the moral deformity resulting from the sudden release of mental pressure, there were two other fundamental experiences which threatened to damage the character of the liberated prisoner: bitterness and disillusionment when he returned to his former self. Bitterness was caused by a number of things he came up against in his former hometown. When on his return, a man found that in many places, he was met only with a shrug of the shoulders, and with hackneyed phrases he tended to become bitter, and to ask himself why he had gone through all that he had. When he heard the same phrases nearly everywhere, "We did not know about it," and "We too have suffered," then he asked himself, "Is there really nothing better to say to me?" The experience of disillusionment is different. Here it was not one's fellow man, whose superficiality and lack of feeling was so disgusting that one finally felt like creeping into a hole and neither hearing nor seeing human beings anymore, but fate itself, which seemed so cruel. A man who for years had thought that he had reached the absolute limit of all possible suffering now found that suffering has no limits and that he could suffer still more and still more intensely. When we spoke about attempts to give a man in camp mental courage, we said that he had to be shown something to look forward to in the future. He had to be reminded that life still waited for him, that a human being waited for his return. But after liberation, there were some men who found that no one awaited them. Woe to him who found that the person whose memory alone had given him courage in camp did not exist anymore. Woe to him who, when the day of his dreams finally came, found it so different from all he had longed for. Perhaps he boarded a trolley, traveled out to the home which he had seen for years in mind, and only in his mind, and pressed the bell just as he longed to do in thousands of dreams, only to find that the person who should open the door was not there. It would never be there again. We all said to each other, give me a moment. We all said to each other in camp that there could be no earthly happiness which could compensate for all we had suffered. We were not hoping for happiness. It was not that which gave us courage and meaning, and gave meaning to our suffering, our sacrifices, and our dying. And yet we were not prepared for our unhappiness. This disillusionment, which awaited not a small number of prisoners, was an experience which these men have found very hard to get over, and which, for a psychiatrist, is also very difficult to help them overcome. But this must not be a discouragement to him. On the contrary, it should provide an added stimulus. For every one of the liberated prisoners, the day comes when, looking back on his camp experiences, he can no longer understand how he endured it all. As the day of his liberation eventually came, when everything seemed to him like a beautiful dream, so also the day comes when all his camp experiences seemed to him nothing but a nightmare. The crowning experience of it all, for the homecoming man, is the wonderful feeling that, after all that he has suffered, there is nothing he need fear anymore, except his God. Okay, so this is, that was part one. Yeah, we went through part one. Took a very long while. Why are the streams so long? But maybe I shouldn't apologize. I don't know. But we're only just done with part one. Part two is still ahead. There's about, half of what we went through. So probably in like an hour and a half, 2 more hours will be done. I'm going to get some water and maybe like go sort some things out. Idle meeting, as some VTubers say. I'll be right back. Please, although I'm sure I don't have to ask you already, if you are conscious and you're not like asleep, which I know some people are, that's fine. That's what these streams are for, partially. Then maybe think about all of that, because it was, that was a lot. And if you have any, questions or just thoughts, just wanted to say, just say them. I might not respond to all of them verbally, but I read all of them. So just, yeah, anything you have in mind, just please feel free. And I will be back shortly. It's interesting to read his experiences, but I find it out weird how he sees holding on to hope as a conscious decision and not so much to not everyone possessed. The way I interpreted it, it was more so, not that he holding on to hope is like a choice you make that people don't like. Although there is like some level of determination to it, but it's more the way I read it was like the willpower is an internal thing that is of course oftentimes affected by its external circumstances, and so he was just so when you say not so much a mental fortitude that not a mental fortitude that not everyone possessed, I think he's not, because he's coming from the perspective of like this so-called mental fortitude is something that can be strengthened, right, or like influenced in some way through things like therapy, right? That's kind of like therapeutic experience, right? That's kind of his whole. Sorry, I'm cleaning my glasses. That was the whole. That was at least the way I read it. Was like it's more that than like just something that's just you either have the fortitude or you don't, right? It's not so much that case, because I do believe as a therapist he has like this sort of an intervention mindset into something that is, you know, profoundly subjective, of course, but you know, nonetheless can be influenced. He also mentioned how some people in the aftermath detached from the experiences and find it as a dream, not knowing how they had gone through with it. Maybe a level of survivor's bias involved. I mean, I think I don't want to discredit like your thought, your thinking, your thoughts. I think it's good that you're having these thoughts at all. Coffee Paradox is great, really good. But it's not survivorship bias, because in the sense that this is a case where he is explicitly talking about survivors of this thing. Survivorship bias is something to call into question or like think about when we're talking about usually like big dramatic statements that are more so about like inspiring stories that, you know, like undermine the fact that that's like a statistical anomaly, therefore the survivorship bias, right? So it's like, you know, it's lean more towards the people that the survivorship, which, you know, is not the whole thing. It's just leaning more towards the people who've come out of it, and that is not relevant because Frankl is precisely talking about the survivors. You know what I mean? He's not not talking about the people who did not come out of it, because the detachment from experience, as you know, as one finds their dream, the whole aftermath of that he goes through earlier, that is precisely what he's talking about. He's talking about, okay, you know, what happens to the people who do come out and, like, you know, and they're liberated? What happens to them, right? What's this whole thing about being this detachment, not this depersonalization, right? It's not biased in that sense, you know. But you are pointing at, but what you're pointing at does make sense, and on a level that's like, that if it were to be someone else, this is an instance of the survivorship, yes, but it's not a bias because he's talking about that survivorship. He's not like ignoring the survivorship, speaking under the rug. It's not like, oh, like look, everyone who suffered from concentration camps have go through these things. Just look at these people, right? And then he like picks out the survivors. And it's like, no, it's because a lot of people died. And I'm putting it very crudely. I'm so sorry. I'm putting it very crudely. I'm trying to like illustrate the point that it's not like a bias. I'm dropping on like page 30, missed some contents. Oh, that's fine. That's okay. Yeah, but again, like it's good that you're having these thoughts, so we can kind of like go through them and explain them to the best of my ability, which is very limited. Which is why I always hope the text kind of just speaks for itself. The lazy part of me is like, I'm not that good at explaining things. I just hope the text explains itself good enough so I don't have to do any of that troubling work. But yeah, no, thank you for the thoughts. Thank you. So I'm back. Let's resume reading part 2. Right? Yes. Part 2. Logotherapy in a nutshell. This part, which has been revised and updated, first appeared as Basic Concepts of Logotherapy in the 1968 edition of Man's Search for Meaning. Readers of my short autobiographical story usually ask for a fuller and more direct explanation of my therapeutic doctrine. Accordingly, I add a brief section on logotherapy to the original edition of From Death Camp to Existentialism, which is the I believe the first a title of this book, the first translation, because the book was in German and the title was From Death Camp to Existentialism, and then later it was like Man's Search for Meaning was like a later title change, I believe. Yes, but that was not enough, and I've been besieged by requests for a more extended treatment. Therefore, in the present edition, I have completely rewritten and considerably expanded my account. The assignment was not easy to convey to the reader within a short space. Excuse me. All the material, which required 20 volumes in German, is an almost hopeless task. I'm reminded of the American doctor who once turned up in my office in Vienna and asked me, "Now, doctor, are you a psychoanalyst?" Whereupon I replied, "Not exactly a psychoanalyst, let's say a psychotherapist." Then he continued questioning me, "What school do you stand for?" I answered, "It's my own theory, it's called logotherapy." "Can you tell me in one sentence what is meant by logotherapy?" he asked. He asked, "At least, what is the difference between psychoanalysis and logotherapy?" "Yes," I said. "But in the first place, can you tell me in one sentence what you think the essence of psychoanalysis is?" This was his answer. "During psychoanalysis, the patient must lie down on a couch and tell you things which sometimes are very disagreeable to tell." Whereupon I immediately retorted with the following improvisation. "Now, in logotherapy, the patient may remain sitting erect, but he must hear things which sometimes are very disagreeable to hear." Oh, Frankl, you wit. Oh, that was fun. It was quite... The levity is enjoyed. The levity is appreciated. Oh. Of course, this was meant facetiously and not as a capsule version of logotherapy. However, there is something in it, inasmuch as logotherapy, in comparison with psychoanalysis, is a method less retrospective and less introspective. Logotherapy focuses rather on the future, that is to say, on the meanings to be fulfilled by the patient in his future. Logotherapy indeed is a meaning-centered psychotherapy. At the same time, logotherapy defocuses all the vicious circle formations and feedback mechanisms which play such a great role in the development of neuroses. Thus, the typical self-centeredness of the neurotic is broken up instead of being continually fostered and reinforced. To be sure, this kind of statement is an oversimplification, yet in logotherapy the patient is actually confronted with and reoriented towards the meaning of life, the meaning of his life. And to make him aware of this meaning can contribute much to his ability to overcome his neurosis. Let me explain why I have employed the term logotherapy as the name for my theory. Logos is the Greek word which denotes meaning. Logotherapy, or as it has been called by some authors, the third Viennese school of psychotherapy, focuses on the meaning of human existence as well as on man's search for such a meaning. According to logotherapy, this striving to find a meaning in one's life is the primary motivational force in man. That is why I speak of a will to meaning in contrast to the pleasure principle, or as we could also term it, the will to pleasure, on which Freudian psychoanalysis is centered. Cantered? Maybe that is the right word. As well as in contrast to the will to power in which Adlerian psychology, using the term striving for superiority, is focused. The will to meaning. Man's search for meaning is the primary motivation in his life, and not a secondary rationalization of instinctual drives. This meaning is unique and specific in that it must and can be fulfilled by him alone. Only then does it achieve a significance which will satisfy his own will to meaning. There are some authors who contend that meanings and values are nothing but defense mechanisms, reaction formations, and sublimations. But as for myself, I would not be willing to live merely for the sake of my defense mechanisms, nor would I be ready to die merely for the sake of my reaction formations. Man, however, is able to live and even to die for the sake of his ideals and values. A public opinion poll was conducted a few years ago in France. The results show that 89% of the people polled admitted that man needs something for the sake of which to live. Moreover, 61% conceded that there was something or someone in their lives for whose sake they were even ready to die. I repeated this poll in my hospital department in Vienna among both the patients and the personnel, and the outcome was practically the same as among the thousands of people screened in France. The difference was only 2%. Another statistical survey of 7,948 students at 48 colleges was conducted by social scientists from Johns Hopkins University. Their preliminary report is part of a two-year study sponsored by the National Institute of Mental Health. Asked what they considered very important to them now, 16% of students checked making a lot of money. 78% said their first goal was finding a purpose and meaning to my life. Of course, there may be some cases in which an individual's concern with values is really a camouflage of hidden inner conflicts, but if so, they represent the exceptions from the rule rather than the rule itself. In these cases, we have actually to deal with pseudo-values, and as such they have to be unmasked. Unmasking, however, should stop as soon as one is confronted with what is authentic and genuine in man, man's desire for a life that is meaningful as possible. If it is not, then the only thing that the unmasking psychologist really unmasks is his own hidden motive, namely his unconscious need to debase and depreciate what is genuine, what is genuinely human in man. Which he means like people, but of course, like the gender terms are, it's the thing of the times. Anyways. Existential frustration. Man's will to meaning can also be frustrated, in which case logotherapy speaks of existential frustration. The term existential may be used in three ways: to refer to one, existence itself, i.e. the specifically human mode of being, 2, the meaning of existence, and 3, striving to find a concrete meaning in personal existence, that is to say, the will to meaning. Existential frustration can also result in neuroses. For this type of neuroses, logotherapy has coined the term neurogenic neuroses, in contrast to neuroses in the traditional sense of the word, i.e. psychogenic neuroses. Neurogenic neuroses have their origin not in the psychological, but rather in the neurological, from the Greek nous, meaning mind, dimension of human existence. This is another logotherapeutic term which denotes anything pertaining to the specifically human dimension. Neurogenic neuroses. Neurogenic neuroses do not emerge from conflicts between drives and instincts, but rather from existential problems. Among such problems, the frustrations of the will to meaning plays a large role. It is obvious that in neurogenic cases, the appropriate and adequate therapy is not psychotherapy in general, but rather logotherapy, a therapy which dares to enter the specifically human dimension. Let me quote the following instance. A high-ranking American diplomat came to my office in Vienna in order to continue psychoanalytic treatment, which he had begun 5 years previously with an analyst in New York. At the outset, I asked him why he thought he should be analyzed, why his analysts had been started in the first place. It turned out that the patient was discontented with his career and found it most difficult to comply with American foreign policy. His analyst, however, had told him again and again that he should try to reconcile himself with his father, because the government of the US as well as his superiors were nothing but father images, and consequently his dissatisfaction with his job was due to the hatred he unconsciously harbored towards his father. Through an analysis lasting 5 years, the patient had prompted more and more to accept this his analyst's interpretations until he finally was unable to see the forest of reality for the trees of symbols and images. After a few interviews, it was clear that his will to meaning was frustrated by his vocation, and he actually longed to be engaged in some other kind of work. As there was no reason for not giving up his profession and embarking on a different one, he did so with most gratifying results. He's remained contented in his new occupation for over 5 years, as he recently reported. I doubt that in this case I was dealing with a neurotic condition at all, and that is why I thought that he did not need any psychotherapy, nor even logotherapy, for the simple reason that he was not actually a patient. Not every conflict is necessarily neurotic. Some amount of conflict is normal and healthy. In a similar sense, suffering is not always a pathological phenomenon. Rather than being a symptom of neurosis, suffering may well be a human achievement, especially if the suffering grows out of existential frustration. I will strictly deny that one's search for meaning to his existence, or even his doubt of it, in every case is derived from or results in any disease. Existential frustration is in itself neither pathological nor pathogenic. A man's concern, even his despair over the worthwhileness of life, is an existential distress, but by no means a mental disease. It may well be that interpreting the first in terms of the latter motivates a doctor to bury his patient's existential despair under a heap of tranquilizing drugs. It is his task, rather, to pilot the patient through his existential crisis of growth and development. Logotherapy regards his assignment as that of assisting the patient to find meaning in his life. Inasmuch as logotherapy makes him aware of the hidden logos of existence, it is an analytical process. To this extent, logotherapy resembles psychoanalysis. However, in logotherapy's attempt to make something conscious again, it does not restrict its activity to instinctual facts within the individual's unconscious, but also cares for existential realities, such as the potential meaning of his existence to be fulfilled, as well as his will to meaning. Any analysis, however, even when it refrains from including the neurological dimension in its therapeutic process, tries to make the patient aware of what he actually longs for in the depth of his being. Logotherapy deviates from psychoanalysis insofar as it considers man a being whose main concern consists in fulfilling a meaning, rather than in the mere gratification and satisfaction of drives and instincts, or in merely reconciling the conflicting claims of id, ego, and superego, or in the mere adaptation and adjustment to society and environment. New dynamics. To be sure, man's search for meaning may arouse inner tension rather than inner equilibrium. However, precisely such tension is an indispensable prerequisite of mental health. There's nothing in the world, I venture to say, that would so effectively help one to survive even the worst conditions as the knowledge that there is a meaning in one's life. There is much wisdom in the words of Nietzsche. He who has a why to live for can bear almost any how. I consider these words a motto which holds true for any psychotherapy. In the Nazi concentration camps, one could have witnessed that those who knew that there was a task waiting for them to fulfill were most apt to survive. The same conclusion has since been reached by other authors of books on concentration camps, and also by psychiatric investigations into Japanese, North Korean, and North Vietnamese prisoner of war camps. As for myself, when I was taken to the concentration camp of Auschwitz, a manuscript of mine ready for publication was confiscated. But no, you're saying it was the first version of my first book, the English translation of which was published by Alfred A. Knopf, New York in 1955 under the title The Doctor and the Soul, An Introduction to Logotherapy. Right. Certainly, my deep desire to write this manuscript anew helped me survive the rigors of the camps I was in. For instance, when in a camp in Bavaria, I fell ill with typhus fever. I jotted down on little scraps of paper many notes intended to enable me to rewrite the manuscript, should I live to the day of liberation. I'm sure that this reconstruction of my lost manuscript in the dark barracks of a Bavarian concentration camp assisted me in overcoming the danger of cardiovascular collapse. Thus it can be seen that mental health is based on a certain degree of tension, the tension between what one has already achieved and what one still ought to accomplish, or the gap between what one is and what one should become. Such a tension is inherent in the human being and therefore is indispensable to mental well-being. We should not then be hesitant about challenging man with a potential meaning for him to fulfill. It is only thus that we evoke his will to meaning from its state of latency. I consider it a dangerous misconception of mental hygiene to assume that what man needs in the first place is equilibrium, or as it is called in biology, homeostasis, i.e. a tensionless state. What man actually needs is not a tensionless state, but rather the striving and struggling for the call for a worthwhile goal, a freely chosen task. What he needs is not the discharge of tension at any cost, but the call of a potential meaning waiting to be fulfilled by him. What man needs is not homeostasis, but what I call nod dynamics, i.e. the existential dynamics in a polar field of tension where one pole is represented by a meaning that is to be fulfilled, and the other pole by the man who has to fulfill it. And one should not think that this holds true only for normal conditions. In neurotic individuals, it is even more valid. If architects want to strengthen a decrepit arch, they increase the load which is laid upon it, for thereby the parts are joined more firmly together. So if therapists wish to foster their patient's mental health, they should not be afraid to create a sound amount of tension through a reorientation towards the meaning of life, the meaning of one's life. Having shown the beneficial impact of meaning orientation, I turn to the detrimental influence of that feeling of which so many patients complain today, namely the feeling of the total and ultimate meaninglessness of their lives. They lack awareness of a meaning worth living. 4. They are haunted by the experience of their inner emptiness, a void within themselves. They are caught in the situation which I have called the existential vacuum. The existential vacuum, right here. The existential vacuum is a widespread phenomenon of the 20th century. This is understandable. It may be due to a twofold loss which man has had to... sorry, let me read that again. The existential vacuum is a widespread phenomenon of the 20th century. This is understandable. It may be due to a twofold loss which man has had to undergo since he became a truly human being. At the beginning of human history, man lost some of the basic animal instincts in which an animal's behavior is embedded, and by which it is secured. Such security, like paradise, is close to man forever. Man has to make choices. In addition to this, however, man has suffered another loss in his more recent development, inasmuch as the traditions which buttressed his behavior are now rapidly diminishing. No instinct tells him what he has to do, and no tradition tells him what he ought to do. Sometimes he does not even know what he wishes to do. Instead, he either wishes to do what other people do, conformism, or he does what other people wish him to do, totalitarianism. A statistical survey recently revealed that among my European students, 25% showed a more or less marked degree of existential vacuum. Among my American students, it was not 25, but 60%. The existential vacuum manifests itself mainly in a state of boredom. Now we can understand Schopenhauer when he said that mankind was apparently doomed to vacillate eternally between the two extremes of distress and boredom. In actual fact, boredom is now causing, and certainly bringing to psychiatrists, more problems to solve than distress. And these problems are growing increasingly crucial, for progressive automation will probably lead to an enormous increase in the leisure hours available to the average worker. The pity of it is that many of these will not know what to do with all their newly acquired free time. Let us consider, for instance, Sunday neurosis. The kind of depression which afflicts people who become aware of the lack of content in their lives when the rush of the busy week is over and the void within themselves becomes manifest. Not a few cases of suicide can be traced back to this existential vacuum. Such widespread phenomena as depression, aggression, and addiction are not understandable unless we recognize the existential vacuum underlying them. This is also true of the crises of pensioners and aging people. Moreover, there are various masks and guises under which the existential vacuum appears. Sometimes the frustrated will to meaning is vicariously compensated for by a will to power, including the most primitive form of the will to power, the will to money. In other cases, the place of frustrated will to meaning is taken by the will to pleasure. That is why existential frustration often eventuates in sexual compensation. We can observe in such cases that the sexual libido becomes rampant in the existential vacuum. An analogous event occurs in neurotic cases. There are certain types of feedback mechanisms and vicious circle formations which I will touch upon later. One can observe again and again, however, that this symptomatology has invaded an existential vacuum wherein it then continues to flourish. In such patients, what we have to deal with is not a neugenic neurosis. However, we will never succeed in having the patient overcome his... Excuse me. However, we will never succeed in having the patient overcome his condition if we have not supplemented the psychotherapeutics treatment with logotherapy. For by filling the existential vacuum, the patient will be prevented from suffering further relapses. Therefore, logotherapy is indicated not only in noogenic cases, as pointed out above, but also in psychogenic cases, and sometimes even the somatogenic pseudo-neuroses. Viewed on this light, a statement once made by Magda B. Arnold is justified. Every therapy must in some way, no matter how restricted, also be logotherapy. This is Magda B. Arnold and John A. Gasson from The Human Person, 1954. Okay. Let us now consider what we can do if a patient asks what the meaning of life. Let us now consider what we can do if a patient asks what the meaning of his life is. I doubt whether a doctor can answer this question in general terms. For the meaning of life differs from man to man, from day to day, and from hour to hour. What matters, therefore, is not the meaning of life in general, but rather the specific meaning of a person's life at a given moment. To put the question in general terms would be comparable to the question posed to a chess champion. Tell me, master, what is the best move in the world? There simply is no such thing as a best or even a good move apart from a particular situation in a game and the particular personality of one's opponent. The same holds for human existence. One should not search for an abstract meaning of life. Everyone has his own specific vocation or mission in life to carry out a concrete assignment which demands fulfillment. Therein he cannot be replaced, nor can his life be repeated. Thus, everyone's task is as unique as is his specific opportunity to implement it. As each situation in life represents a challenge to man and presents problem for him to solve, the question of the meaning of life may actually be reversed. Ultimately, man should not ask what the meaning of life is, but rather he must recognize that it is he who is asked. In a word, each man is questioned by life, and he can only answer to life by answering for his own life. To life he can only respond by being responsible. Thus, logotherapy sees in responsibleness the very essence of human existence. This emphasis on let me start again, sorry. I'm a little tired. This emphasis on responsibleness is reflected in the categorical imperative of logotherapy, which is, live as if you were living already for the second time, and as if you had acted the first time as wrongly as you are about to act now. It seems to me that there is nothing which would stimulate a man's sense of responsibleness more than this maxim, which invites him to imagine first that the present is paid, and second, that the past may yet be changed and amended. Such a precept confronts him with life's finiteness as well as the finality of what he makes out, both his life and himself. Excuse me. I will say, just quickly to note, I don't know how much of this is the translation, the English translation. I don't speak German at all. But categorical imperatives and maxims of the sort definitely imply an influence on or from Kant. I'm not familiar enough with the history of this specifically to tell, but I think Kant came before. Kant came before the Second World War, pretty sure. But yeah, Immanuel Kant, German philosopher Immanuel Kant. Is he German? Immanuel Kant. he had some things to say about categorical imperatives and maxims. It was a big part of, he had a very, very broad reach, but this is one of the things he had that was kind of like a core component of his philosophy. Anyways, logotherapy tries to make the patient fully aware of his own responsibleness. Therefore, it must leave to him the option for what, or to whom he understands himself to be responsible. That is why a logotherapist is the least tempted of all psychotherapists to impose value judgments on his patients, for he will never permit the patient to pass to the doctor the responsibility of judging. It is therefore up to the patient to decide whether he should interpret his life task as being responsible to society or to his own conscience. There are people, however, who do not interpret their own lives merely in terms of a task assigned to them, but also in terms of the taskmaster who has assigned it to them. Logotherapy is neither teaching nor preaching. It is as far removed from logical reasoning as it is from moral exhortation. To put it figuratively, the role played by a logotherapist is that of an eye specialist rather than that of a painter. A painter tries to convey to us a picture of the world as he sees it, and an ophthalmologist tries to enable us to see the world as it really is. The logotherapist's role consists of widening and broadening the visual field of the patient so that the whole spectrum of potential meaning becomes conscious and visible to him. By declaring that man is responsible and must actualize the potential meaning of his life, I wish to stress that the true meaning of life is to be discovered in the world rather than within man or his own psyche, as though it were a closed system. I've termed this constitutive characteristic the self-transcendence of human existence. It denotes the fact that being human always points and is directed to something or someone other than oneself, be it a meaning or to fulfill or another human being to encounter. The more one forgets himself by giving himself to a cause to serve or another person to love, the more human he is and the more he actualizes himself. What is called self-actualization is not an attainable aim at all, for the simple reason that the more one would strive for it, the more he would miss it. In other words, self-actualization is possible only as a side effect of self-transcendence. Now this part is a little interesting because I will say, at least prior to reading this, that yes, or rather, self-actualization is kind of like the point of it all. If I had to, like, that would be one of my answers. But he's here saying it's only as a side effect of self-transcendence instead, which is, you know, this greater idea, as he argues, a constitutive characteristic, denoting the fact that being human always points to something other than, you know, the self. Points to something other than the self. Okay. I mean, I think I get it. I think I see it. But I don't see where the transcendence... The more one forgets himself, the more human he is and the more he actualizes himself. I don't know about forgets. I'm not sure. Well, I'm not here to debate him. I'm here to read him. So I'm going to continue reading him. Thus far, we have shown that the meaning of life always changes, but that it never ceases to be. According to logotherapy, we can discover this meaning in life in 3 different ways. 1, by creating a work or doing a deed. 2, by experiencing something or encountering someone. And 3, by the attitude we take towards unavoidable suffering. The first, the way of achievement or accomplishment, is quite obvious. The second and third need further elaboration. Sorry. The second way of finding a meaning in life is by experiencing something such as goodness, truth, and beauty. By experiencing nature or culture, or, last but not least, by experiencing another human being in his very uniqueness, by loving him. Love is the only way to grasp another human being in the innermost core of his personality. No one can become fully aware of the very essence of another human being unless he loves him. By his love, he is enabled to see the essential traits and features in the beloved person, and even more, he sees that which is potential in him, which is not yet actualized but yet ought to be actualized. Furthermore, by his love, the loving person enables the beloved person to actualize these potentialities. By making him aware of what he can be and of what he should become, he makes these potentialities come true. In logotherapy, love is not interpreted as a mere epiphenomenon of sexual drives and instincts in a sense of so-called sublimation. Love is as primary a phenomenon as sex. Normally, sex is a mode of expression for love. Sex is justified, even sanctified, as soon as, but only as long as, it is a vehicle of love. Thus, love is not understood as a mere side effect of sex. Rather, sex is a way of expressing the experience of that ultimate togetherness which is called love. The third way of finding a meaning in life is by suffering. Oh, and there was like a footnote. The epiphenomenon, yep. A phenomenon that occurs as the result of a primary phenomenon, okay. It says, he seems to assume that meaning must be great in the sense of scale, and that internal greatness is never meaningful great because the scope is always limited to oneself. I don't know if that's what he's... That's an interesting point. I don't know if that's what he's saying exactly, but that sounds like an interpretation, like an interesting and perhaps worthwhile interpretation. But I'm not ready to make a comment on that yet, beyond that. Good point though, please keep that in your head. The meaning of suffering. We must never forget that we also find meaning in life even when confronted with a hopeless situation, when facing a fate that cannot be changed. For what then matters is to bear witness to the uniquely human potential at its best, which is to transform a personal tragedy into a triumph, to turn one's predicament into a human achievement. When we're no longer able to change a situation, just think of an incurable disease such as an inoperable cancer. We are challenged to change ourselves. Let me cite a clear-cut example. Once an elderly general practitioner consulted me because of his severe depression. He could not overcome the loss of his wife, who had died 2 years before and whom he had loved above all else. Now, how could I help him? What should I tell him? Well, I refrained from telling him anything, but instead confronted him with a question. What would have happened, Doctor, if you had died first, and your wife would have had to survive you? Oh, he said, for her this would have been terrible, as she would have suffered. Whereupon I replied, you see, Doctor, such a suffering has been spared her, and it was you who have spared her this suffering. To be sure, at the price that you have to survive and mourn her. He said no word but shook my hand and calmly left the office. In some way, suffering ceases to be suffering at the moment it finds a meaning, such as the meaning of a sacrifice. Of course, this was no therapy in the proper sense, since first, his despair was no disease, and second, I could not change his fate. I could not revive his wife. But in that moment, I did succeed in changing his attitude towards his unalterable fate, inasmuch as from that time on, he could at least see a meaning in his suffering. It is one of the basic tenets of logotherapy that man's main concern is not to gain pleasure or to avoid pain, but rather to see a meaning in his life. That is why man is ready to suffer. On the condition, to be sure, that his suffering has a meaning. But let me make it perfectly clear that in no way is suffering necessary to find meaning. I only insist that meaning is possible even in spite of suffering, provided certainly that the suffering is unavoidable. If it were avoidable, however, the meaningful thing to do would be to remove its cause, be it psychological, biological, or political. To suffer unnecessarily is masochistic rather than heroic. Edith Weisskopf-Johnson, before her death professor of psychology at the University of Georgia, contended in her article on logotherapy that our current mental hygiene philosophy stresses the idea that people ought to be happy, that unhappiness is a symptom of maladjustment. Such a value system might be responsible for the fact that the burden of unavoidable unhappiness is increased by unhappiness about being unhappy. And in another paper, she expressed the hope that logotherapy may help counteract certain unhealthy trends in the present-day culture of the United States, where the incurable sufferer is given very little opportunity to be proud of his suffering and to consider it ennobling rather than degrading, so that he is not only unhappy, but also ashamed of being unhappy. There are situations in which one is cut off from the opportunity to do one's work or to enjoy one's life, but what never can be ruled out is the unavoidability of suffering. In accepting this challenge to suffer bravely, life has a meaning up to the last moment, and it retains this meaning literally to the end. In other words, life's meaning is an unconditional one, for it even includes the potential meaning of unavoidable suffering. Let me recall that which was perhaps the deepest experience I had in the concentration camp. The odds of surviving the camp were no more than 1 in 28, as can easily be verified by exact statistics. It did not even seem possible, let alone probable, that the manuscript of my first book, which I had hidden in my coat when I arrived at Auschwitz, would ever be rescued. Thus I had to undergo and to overcome the loss of my mental child, and now it seemed as if nothing and no one would survive me. Neither a physical nor a mental child of my own. So I found myself confronted with the question whether under such circumstances my life was ultimately void of any meaning. I see a question. The question is, so if I suffer because of love, I get double meaning. Damn, what a deal. Thank you for the levity. So I believe that's just kind of him explaining his view on meaning, his idea of the meaning of life, kind of coming from 3 main sources. Like that kind of, it's less about, what is the philosophical nature of meaning, rather, and purpose and telos and all that, but rather like, how does one quench or ease what he describes as the existential vacuum that people might have, this absence of meaning and purpose and whatnot that one feels. It's the core of it is the psychology, and here he stresses 3 things. So Yes, there we are. 1, by creating a work or doing a deed. 2, by experiencing something or encountering someone. And 3, by the attitude we take toward unavoidable suffering. So this is how we discover this meaning in logotherapy, according to Frankl. So it's not that you get double meaning, it's like kind of like the 3 sources that logotherapy reveals to us. Of the 3 streams of meaning that logotherapy can reveal to us, if you suffer because if it's not that if you suffer because of love, you get like 0. That's no deal. There's no deal to be had there if that's what's going on. You have to have like one of the streams is like a genuine love and connection. That's like what he establishes here, like the meaning of love here, briefly. And the other thing is the suffering bit. And it's not just that it's not meaningful just to suffer, but it is in that suffering that you find meaning. Just as it is not meaningful to love by itself, but you find the meaning, your meaning in life is revealed through love. That's kind of, and like the first one, as well as the, the first stream, by creating a work or doing a deed. That's like the most easy to understand ones, the most like obvious ones, the self-fulfilling. The self-fulfillment that comes from like, meaningful work and, a deed, a meaningful action job. You guys love checks the meeting someone and facing unavoidable suffering. Suffering is just unavoidable in general. That's just how it is, right? That's the whole thing about suffering, right? Is that it's unavoidable. It's not like, if I go here, I'll find it. If I go here, I'll find it. If I go here, I might not find it. It's like, it's all of that, and it's forever. It's everywhere. And it's the attitude we take towards it that, Frankl says is, where logotherapy reveals its meaning to us. Life itself is the potential source. Does that make sense? Of suffering. And, the other parts are probably like a bit more self-explanatory, but thank you for the question. I hope that clarified it. I hope that was a clarification. Shoot, where were we? There we are. Yep, we just, yep. We were just here. Okay. Not yet did I notice that an answer to this question, with which I was wrestling so passionately, was already in store for me, and that soon thereafter this answer would be given to me. This was the case when I had to surrender my clothes and in turn inherited the worn-out rags of an inmate who had already been sent to the gas chamber immediately after his arrival at the Auschwitz railway station. Instead of the many pages of my manuscript, I found in a pocket of the newly acquired coat one single page torn out of a Hebrew prayer book, containing the most important Jewish prayer, Shema Yisrael. How should I have interpreted such a coincidence other than as a challenge to live my thoughts instead of merely putting them on paper? A bit later, I remember it seemed to me that I would die in the near future. In this critical situation, however, my concern was different from that of most of my comrades. Their question was, will we survive the camp? For if not, all this suffering has no meaning. The question which beset me was, has all this suffering, this dying around us, a meaning? For if not, then ultimately there is no meaning to survival. For a life whose meaning depends upon such a happenstance, as whether one escapes or not, ultimately would not be worth living at all. Metaclinical problems. More and more, a psychiatrist is approached today by patients who confront him with human problems rather than neurotic symptoms. Some of the people who nowadays call on a psychiatrist would have seen a pastor, priest, or rabbi in former days. Now they often refuse to be handed over to a clergyman and instead confront the doctor with questions such as, what is the meaning of my life? A logodrama. I should cite the following instance. Once the mother of a boy who had died at the age of 11 years was admitted to my hospital department after a suicide attempt. Dr. Kurt Kokorek invited her to join a therapeutic group, and it happened that I stepped into the room where he was conducting a psychodrama. She was telling her story. At the death of her boy, she was left alone with another, older son who was crippled, suffering from the effects of infantile paralysis. The poor boy had to be moved around in a wheelchair. His mother, however, rebelled against her fate. But when she tried to commit suicide together with him, it was the crippled son who prevented her from doing so. He liked living. For him, life had remained meaningful. Why was it not so for his mother? How could her life still have a meaning, and how could we help her to become aware of it? Improvising, I participated in the discussion and questioned another woman in the group. I asked her how old she was, and she answered 30. I replied, "No, you are not 30, but instead 80 and lying on your deathbed. And now you're looking back on your life, a life which was childless, but full of financial success and social prestige." And I invited her to imagine what she would feel in this situation. What will you think of it? What will you say to yourself? Let me quote what she actually said from a tape which was recorded during that session. "Oh, I married a millionaire, I had an easy life full of wealth, and I lived it up. I flirted with men, I teased them, but now I am 80, I have no children of my own. Looking back as an old woman, I cannot see what all of that was for. Actually, I must say, my life was a failure." Maybe you try that yourself, just quickly, How old are you? Don't answer that. You can, you can, but you don't have to. And just pretend like I'm replying, "No, you're not however old you just said. But instead, you're 80 and you're lying on your deathbed, and now you're looking back on your life. What will you think of it?" Okay, maybe not like a life that is childless or full of financial something like, I don't know. This doesn't work. This doesn't work. Stop. This does not work. This is not something to try at home. Never mind. Let's move on. I then invited the mother of the handicapped son to imagine herself similarly looking back over her life. Let us listen to what she had to say as she recorded on the tape. "I wish to have children, and this wish has been granted to me. One boy died, the other, however, the crippled one, would have been sent to an institution if I had not taken over his care. Though he is crippled and helpless, he is after all my boy. And so I have made a fuller life possible for him. I have made a better human being out of my son." At this moment there was an outburst of tears and crying. She continued, "As for myself, I can look back peacefully on my life, for I can say my life was full of meaning, and I've tried hard to fulfill it. I've done my best for the son. I've done the best for my son. My life was no failure." Viewing her life as if from her deathbed, she had suddenly been able to see a meaning in it, a meaning which even included all of her sufferings. By the same token, however, it had become clear as well that a life of short duration like that, for example, of her dead boy, could be so rich in joy and love that it could contain more meaning than a life lasting 80 years. After a while, I proceeded to another question, this time addressing myself to the whole group. The question was whether an ape which was being used to develop poliomyelitis serum, and for this reason punctured again and again, would ever be able to grasp the meaning of its suffering. Unanimously, the group replied that of course it would not. With its limited intelligence, it could not enter into the world of man, i.e. the only world in which the meaning of its suffering would be understandable. Then I pushed forward with the following question. What about man? Are you sure that the human world is a terminal point in the evolution of the cosmos? Is it not conceivable that there is still another dimension, a world beyond man's world, a world in which the question of an ultimate meaning of human suffering would find an answer? The super meaning. This ultimate meaning necessarily exceeds and surpasses the finite intellectual capacities of man. In logotherapy, we speak in this context of a super meaning. What is demanded of man is not, as some existential philosophers teach, to enjoy the meaninglessness of life, but rather to bear its incapacity to grasp its unconditional meaningfulness in rational terms. Logos is deeper than logic. A psychiatrist who goes beyond the concept of the super meaning will sooner or later be embarrassed by his patients, just as I was when my daughter at about 6 years of age asked me the question, "Why do we speak of the good Lord?" Whereupon I said, "Some weeks ago you were suffering from measles, and then the good Lord sent you full recovery." However, the little girl was not content. She retorted, "Well, but please, Daddy, do not forget, in the first place, he had sent me the measles." However, when a patient stands on the firm ground of religious belief, there can be no objection to making use of the therapeutic effect of his religious convictions and thereby drawing upon his spiritual resources. In order to do so, the psychiatrist may put himself in the place of a patient. That is exactly what I did once, for instance, when a rabbi from Eastern Europe turned to me and told me his story. He had lost his first wife and their 6 children in the concentration camp of Auschwitz, where they were gassed. Now it turned out that his second wife was sterile. I observed that procreation is not the only meaning of life, for then life in itself would become meaningless. And something which in itself is meaningless cannot be rendered meaningful merely by its perpetuation. However, the rabbi evaluated his plight as an Orthodox Jew in terms of despair that there was no son of his own who would ever say Kaddish for him after his death. Prayer for the dead, that's what that is. But I would not give up. I made a last attempt to help him by inquiring whether he did not hope to see his children again in heaven. However, my question was followed by an outburst of tears. Now the true reason for his despair came to the fore. He explained that his children, since they died as innocent martyrs, were thus found worthy of the highest place in heaven, but as for himself, he could not expect as an old sinful man to be assigned the same place. I did not give up but retorted, "Is it not conceivable, Rabbi, that precisely this was the meaning of your surviving your children? That you may be purified through your years of suffering, so that you finally too, though not innocent like your children, may become worthy of joining them in heaven? Is it not written in the Psalms that God preserves all of your tears? So perhaps none of your sufferings were in vain." For the first time in many years, he found relief from his suffering through the new point of view, which I was able to open up to him. Thou hast kept count of my tossings, put thou tears in thy bottle, or thy not thy book. Right. Bible quote. From the Psalm. Sorry. Life's transitoriness. Those things which seem to take meaning away from human life include not only suffering, but dying as well. I never tire of saying that the only really transitory aspects of life are the potentialities, but as soon as they are actualized, they are rendered realities at that very moment. They are saved and delivered into the past, wherein they are rescued and preserved from transitoriness. For in the past, nothing is irretrievably lost, but everything irrevocably stored. Thus, the transitoriness of our existence in no way makes it meaningless, but it does constitute our responsibleness. For everything hinges upon our realizing the essentially transitory possibilities. Man constantly makes his choice concerning the mass of present potentialities. Which of these will be condemned to non-being and which will be actualized? Which choice will be made in actuality once and forever? An immortal footprint in the sands of time. At any point, at any moment, man must decide, for better or for far worse, what will be the monument of his existence. Usually, to be sure, man considers only the stubble field of transitoriness and overlooks the full granaries of the past, wherein he had salvaged once and for all his deeds, his joys, and also his sufferings. Nothing can be undone and nothing can be done away with. I should say having been is the surest kind of being. Logotherapy, keeping in mind the essential transitoriness of human existence, is not pessimistic but rather activistic. To express this point figuratively, we might say the pessimist resembles a man who observes with fear and sadness that his wall calendar, from which he daily tears a sheet, grows thinner with each passing day. On the other hand, the person who attacks the problem of life actively is like a man who removes each successive leaf from his calendar and files it neatly and carefully away with its predecessors, after having first jotted down a few diary notes on the back. He can reflect with it pride and joy and all the richness set down on these notes, on all the life he has already lived to the fullest. What will it matter to him if he notices that he is growing old? Has he any reason to envy the young people who he sees, or wax nostalgic over his own lost youth? What reasons has he to envy a young person? For the possibilities that a young person has, the future which is in store for him. No thank you, he will think. Instead of possibilities, I have realities in my past, not only the reality of work done and of love loved, but of sufferings bravely suffered. These sufferings are even the things of which I am most proud of. I am most proud, though these are things which cannot inspire envy. Logotherapy as a technique. A realistic fear, like the fear of death, cannot be tranquilized away by its psychodynamic interpretation. On the other hand, a neurotic fear such as agoraphobia cannot be cured by philosophical understanding. However, logotherapy has developed a special technique to handle such cases too. To understand what is going on whenever this technique is used, we take as a starting point a condition which is frequently observed in neurotic individuals, namely anticipatory anxiety. It is characteristic of this fear that it produces precisely that of which the patient is afraid. An individual, for example, who is afraid of blushing when he enters a large room and faces many people, will actually be more prone to blush under these circumstances. In this context, one might amend the saying, the wish is father to the thought, to the wish, the wish is father to the thought, to the fear is mother of the event. So, Okay. Ironically enough, in the same way that fear brings to pass what one is afraid of, likewise a forced intention makes impossible what one forcibly wishes. This excessive intention, or hyperintention as I call it, can be observed particularly in cases of sexual neurosis. The more a man tries to demonstrate his sexual potency or a woman her ability to experience orgasm, the less they are able to succeed. Pleasure is and must remain a side effect or byproduct, and is destroyed and spoiled to the degree to which it is made a goal in itself. In addition to excessive intention as described above, excessive attention or hyperreflection as it is called in logotherapy may also be pathogenic, that is, lead to sickness. The following clinical report will indicate what I mean. A young woman came to me, complaining of being frigid. The case history showed that in her childhood she had been sexually abused by her father. However, it had not been this traumatic experience in itself which had eventuated in her sexual neurosis, as could easily be evidenced. For it turned out that through reading popular psychoanalytic literature, the patient had lived constantly with the fearful expectation of the toll which her traumatic experience would someday take. This anticipatory anxiety resulted both in excessive intention to confirm her femininity and excessive attention cantered upon herself rather than upon her partner. This was enough to incapacitate the patient for the peak experience of sexual pleasure, since the orgasm was made an object of intention and an object of attention as well, instead of remaining an unintended effect of unreflected dedication and surrender to the partner. After undergoing short-term logotherapy, the patient's excessive attention and intention of her ability to experience orgasm had been dereflected, to introduce another logotherapeutic term. When her attention was refocused toward the proper object, i.e. the partner, the orgasm established itself spontaneously. Footnote 9. In order to treat cases of sexual impotence, a specific logotherapeutic technique has been developed based on the theory of hyperintention and hyperreflection as sketched above. Another thing from Frankl has been quoted, the pleasure principle and sexual neurosis in the International Journal of Sexology. Of course, this cannot be dealt with in this brief presentation of the principles of logotherapy. Okay. Logotherapy bases its technique called paradoxical intention on the twofold fact that fear brings about that which one is afraid of, and that hyperintention makes impossible what one wishes. In German, I described paradoxical intention as early as 1939. In this approach, the phobic patient is invited to intend, even if only for a moment, precisely that which he fears. And here's another work from him. It's completely in German. Let me recall a case. A young physician consulted me because of his fear of perspiring. Whenever he expected an outbreak of perspiration, this anticipatory anxiety was enough to precipitate excessive sweating. In order to cut this circle formation, I advised the patient, in the event that sweating should recur, to resolve deliberately to show people how much he could sweat. A week later, he returned to report that whenever he met anyone who triggered his anticipatory anxiety, he said to himself, "I only sweated out a quart before, but now I'm going to pour at least 10 quarts. The result was that after suffering from phobia for 4 years, he was able, after a single session, to free himself permanently of it within 1 week. The reader will note that this procedure consists of a reversal of the patient's attitude. Inasmuch as his fear is replaced by a paradoxical wish, by his treatment, the wind is taken out of the sails of the anxiety. Such a procedure, however, must make use of the specifically human capacity for self-detachment inherent in a sense of humor. This basic capacity to detach oneself one from oneself, is actualized whenever the logotherapeutic technique called paradoxical intention is applied. At the same time, the patient is enabled to put himself at a distance from his own neurosis. A statement consistent with this is found in Gordon W. Allport's book, The Individual and His Religion. The neurotic who learns to laugh at himself may be on the way to self-management, perhaps the cure. Paradoxical intention is the empirical validation and clinical application of Allport's statement. A few more case reports may serve to clarify this method further. The following patient was a bookkeeper who had been treated by many doctors and in several clinics without any therapeutic success. When he was admitted to my hospital department, he was in extreme despair, confessing that he was close to suicide. For some years he had suffered from a writer's cramp, which had recently become so severe that he was in danger of losing his job. Therefore, only immediate short-term therapy could alleviate the situation. In starting treatment, Dr. Eva Kozdera recommended to the patient that he do just the opposite of what he usually had done, namely, instead of trying to write as neatly and legibly as possible, to write with the worst possible scrawl. He was advised to say to himself, "Now I will show people what a good scribbler I am." And at the moment in which he deliberately tried to scribble, he was unable to do so. "I tried to scrawl, but simply could not do it," he said the next day. Within 48 hours, the patient was in this way freed from his writer's cramp and remained freed for the observation period after he had been treated. He is a happy man again and fully able to work. A similar case dealing, however, with speaking rather than writing was related to me by a colleague in the laryngological department of the Vienna Polyclinic Hospital. It was the most severe case of stuttering he had come across in his many years of practice. Never in his life, as far as the stutterer could remember, had he been free from a speech trouble, even for a moment, except once. This happened when he was 12 years old and he had hooked a ride on a streetcar. When caught by the conductor, he thought that the only way to escape would be to elicit his sympathy, so he tried to demonstrate that he was just a poor stuttering boy. At that moment, when he tried to stutter, he was unable to do it. Without meaning to, he had practiced paradoxical intention, but not for therapeutic purposes. However, this presentation should not leave the impression that paradoxical intention is effective only in symptomatic cases. By means of this logotherapeutic technique, my staff at the Vienna Polyclinic Hospital has succeeded in bringing relief even in obsessive-compulsive neuroses of a most severe degree and duration. I refer, for instance, to a woman 65 years of age who had suffered for 60 years from a washing compulsion. Dr. Eva Kozdera started logotherapeutic treatment by means of paradoxical intention, and 2 months later the patient was able to lead a normal life. Before admission to the neurological department of the Vienna Polyclinic Hospital, she had confessed, "Life was hell for me. Handicapped by a compulsion and bacteriophobic obsession, she finally remained in bed all day, unable to do any housework." It would not be accurate to say that she is now completely free of symptoms, for an obsession may come to her mind. However, she is able to joke about it, as she says, in short, to apply paradoxical intention. Paradoxical intention can also be applied in cases of sleep disturbance. The fear of sleeplessness results in a hyperintention to fall asleep, which in turn incapacitates the patient to do so. To overcome this particular fear, I usually advise the patient not to try to sleep, but rather to try to do just the opposite, that is, to try to stay awake as long as possible. In other words, the hyperintention to fall asleep, arising from the anticipatory anxiety of not being able to do so, must be replaced by the paradoxical intention not to fall asleep, which soon will be followed by sleep. The fear of sleeplessness is, in the majority of cases, due to the patient's ignorance of the fact that the organism provides itself by itself, with the minimum amount of sleep really needed. Paradoxical intention is no panacea, yet it lends itself as a useful tool in treating obsessive, compulsive, and phobic conditions, especially in cases with underlying anticipatory anxiety. Moreover, it is a short-term therapeutic device. However, one should not conclude that such a short-term therapy necessarily results in only temporary therapeutic effects. One of the more common illusions of Freudian orthodoxy, to quote the late Emile Guthiel, is that the durability of results corresponds to the length of therapy. In my files there is, for instance, the case report of a patient to whom paradoxical intention was administered more than 20 years ago. The therapeutic effect proved to be, nevertheless, a permanent one. American Journal of Psychotherapy. One of the most remarkable facts is that paradoxical intention is effective regardless of the etiological basis of the case concerned. This confirms a statement once made by Edith Weisskopf-Johnson. Although traditional psychotherapy has insisted that therapeutic practices have to be based on findings on etiology, it is possible that certain factors might cause neuroses during early childhood, and that entirely different factors might relieve neuroses during adulthood. As for the actual causation of neuroses, apart from the constitutional elements, whether somatic or psychic in nature, such feedback mechanisms as anticipatory anxiety seem to be a major pathogenic factor. A given symptom is responded by a phobia. The phobia triggers the symptom, and the symptom in turn reinforces the phobia. A similar chain of events, however, can be observed in obsessive-compulsive cases in which the patient fights the ideas which haunt him. Here the footnote says, this is often motivated by the patient's fear that his obsessions indicate an imminent or even actual psychosis. The patient is not aware of the empirical fact that an obsessive-compulsive neurosis is immunizing him against a formal psychosis, rather than endangering him in this direction. Thereby, however, he increases their power to disturb him, since pressure precipitates counterpressure. Again, the symptom is reinforced. On the other hand, as soon as the patient stops fighting his obsessions and instead tries to ridicule them by dealing with them in an ironical way, by applying paradoxical intention, the vicious circle is cut. The symptom diminishes and finally atrophies. In the fortunate case where there is no existential vacuum, which invites and elicits the symptom, the patient will not only succeed in ridiculing his neurotic fear, but finally will succeed in completely ignoring it. As we see, anticipatory anxiety has to be counteracted by paradoxical intention. Hyperintention as well as hyperreflection have to be counteracted by dereflection. Dereflection, however, ultimately is not possible except by the patient's orientation towards his specific vocation and mission in life. This conviction is supported by Alport, who once said, as the focus of striving shifts from the conflict to selfless goals, the life as a whole becomes sounder, even though the neurosis may never completely disappear. It is not the neurotic's self-concern, whether pity or contempt, which breaks the circle formation. The cue to cure is self-transcendence. Okay. Someone says there's also a similar medical idea called hypervigilance that applies to stress, also pain, where the exaggerated search for pain leads to the increased sensitivity for pain. Ah, interesting. Thanks for bringing that up. Interesting. It's one of the weird things where saying if you don't think about it, it won't be as bad is actually kind of true. It's like, it's very strange to think about. He's cooking because that's how you deal with your OCD. I mean, I don't know if he's cooking, but like, I think it's interesting for sure. Instead of fearing it, like embracing it, perhaps ironically. The paradoxical intention. And then hyperintention to be counteracted by dereflection. So like just, if you're thinking about it too much, don't think about it. And then ultimately he kind of concludes that both these things are not possible without an orientation towards specific vocation and mission in life. I don't know. Interesting. The collective neurosis. Every age has its own collective neurosis, and every age needs its own psychotherapy to cope with it. The existential vacuum, which is the mass neurosis of the present time, can be described as a private and personal form of nihilism, where nihilism can be defined as the contention that being has no meaning. Yep, I think that's right. There's a lot of misunderstandings of nihilism. I think he's got it. Yeah, I think Frankl's cooking. I think he's got it here. Yeah. again, it's a little simple, but of course, for his purposes, like it's good to be simple here rather than to, you know, cite all the pages. It just makes no sense. So it's good. It's good. This is good. This is good. As for psychotherapy, however, it will never be able to cope with the state of affairs on a mass scale if it does not keep itself free from the impact and influence of the contemporary trends of a nihilistic philosophy. Otherwise, it represents a symptom of the mass neurosis rather than its possible cure, sorry. That's a terrible mix-up. Psychotherapy would not only reflect a nihilistic philosophy, but also, even though unwillingly and unwittingly, transmit to the patient what is actually a caricature rather than a true picture of man. First of all, there is a danger inherent in the teaching of man's nothing butness. The theory that man is nothing but the result of biological, psychological, and sociological conditions, or the product of heredity and environment. Such a view of man makes a neurotic believe what he is prone to believe anyway, namely that he is the pawn and victim of outer influences or inner circumstances. This neurotic fatalism is fostered and strengthened by a psychotherapy which denies that man is free. To be sure, a human being is a finite thing, and his freedom is restricted. It is not freedom from conditions, but it is freedom to take a stand toward the conditions. As I once put it, as a professor in two fields, neurology and psychiatry, I am fully aware of the extent to which man is subject to biological, psychological, and sociological conditions. But in addition to being a professor in two fields, I am a survivor of 4 camps. Concentration camps, that is. And as such I also bear witness to the unexpected extent to which man is capable of defying and braving even the worst conditions conceivable. And so this is in Value, Dimensions, and Teaching, a color television film produced by Hollywood animators for the California Junior College Association. Interesting. Value, Dimensions, and Teaching. Okay. Critique of man determinism. Psychoanalysis has often been blamed for its so-called pansexualism. I, for one, doubt whether this reproach has ever been legitimate. However, there is something which seems to me to be an even more erroneous and dangerous assumption. Namely, that which I call pan-determinism. By that I mean the view of man which disregards its capacity to take a stand towards any condition whatsoever. Man is not fully conditioned and determined, but rather determines himself whether he gives in to conditions or stands up to them. In other words, man is ultimately self-determining. Man does not simply exist, but always decides what his existence will be, what he will become in the next moment. Why is that pan-determinism and not just determinism, though? It's a little confusing. Maybe it's kind of just used in the same way here as determinism is in other texts I've read. I don't know. Anyways, by the same token, every human being has the freedom to change at any instant. Therefore, we can predict his future only within the large framework of a statistical survey referring to a whole group. The individual personality, however, remains essentially unpredictable. The basis for any predictions will be presented by biological, psychological, or sociological conditions. Yet one of the main features of human existence is the capacity to rise above such conditions, to grow beyond them. Man is capable of changing the world for the better if possible, and of changing himself for the better if necessary. Let me cite the case of Dr. J. He was the only man I ever encountered in my whole life whom I would dare to call a Mephistophelian being, a satanic figure. At that time, he was generally called the mass murderer of Steinhof, the large mental hospital in Vienna. When the Nazis started their euthanasia program, he held all of the strings in his hand, was so fanatic in the job assigned to him that he tried not to let one single psychotic individual escape the gas chamber. After the war, when I came back to Vienna, I asked what had happened to Dr. J. He had been imprisoned by the Russians in one of the isolation cells of Steinhof, they told me. The next day, however, the door of his cell stood open and Dr. J was never seen again. Later, I was convinced that, like others, he had, with the help of his comrades, made his way to South America. More recently, however, I was consulted by a former Austrian diplomat who had been imprisoned behind the Iron Curtain for many years, first in Siberia and then in the famous Lubyanka prison in Moscow. Moscow? Yeah. While I was examining him neurologically, he suddenly asked me whether I happened to know Dr. J. After my affirmative reply, he continued, I made his acquaintance in Lubyanka. There he died at about the age of 40, from cancer of the urinary bladder. Before he died, however, he showed himself to be the best comrade you can imagine. He gave consolation to everybody. He lived up to the highest conceivable moral standard. He was the best friend I ever met during my long years in prison. Huh. Interesting. Pansexuals catching strays. Yep. This one goes out to you. You're not safe here. Yeah, that's interesting. The case of Dr. J. Okay. This is a story of Dr. J, the mass murderer of Steinhoff. How can we dare to predict the behavior of man? We may predict the movements of a machine, of an automaton, more than this. We may even try to predict the mechanisms or dynamisms of the human psyche as well. But man is more than psyche. Freedom, however, is not the last word. Freedom is only part of the story and half of the truth. Freedom is but the negative aspect of the whole phenomena, whose positive aspect is responsibleness. In fact, freedom is in danger of degenerating into mere arbitrariness unless it is lived in terms of responsibleness. That is why I recommend that the Statue of Liberty on the East Coast be supplemented by a Statue of Responsibility on the West Coast. Oh. Oh. Oh my god, that's so good. Oh. I expected to cry. That's what I expected reading this. I didn't expect to laugh so heartily. Oh. Frankl's very funny. Fascinating. An admirable sense of humor. A Statue of Liberty on the East Coast be supplemented by a Statue of Responsibility on the West Coast. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. My goodness, I love that. Man is more than psyche, of course. It is interesting here that he describes freedom as the negativeness rather than the positiveness, the negative aspect rather than the positive one. Okay. The psychiatric credo. There is nothing conceivable which would so condition a man as to leave him without the slightest freedom. Therefore, a residue of freedom, however limited it may be, is left to man in neurotic and even psychotic cases. Indeed, the innermost core of the patient's personality is not even touched by a psychosis. An incurably psychotic individual may lose his usefulness, but yet retain the dignity of a human being. This is my psychiatric credo. Without it, I should not think it worthwhile to be a psychiatrist. For whose sake? Just for the sake of a damaged brain machine which cannot be repaired? If the patient were not definitely more, euthanasia would be justified. Okay. It's a quick kind of... That's a quick bit on his stance. Individual responsibility is not too controversial point among certain ideologies. Yeah, it is. It's ideologically, like, it's quite easy. I think it's one of those things that is ideologically easy to accept, like responsibility, everyone has it. But then, like, it's in practice, it's really difficult to figure out how it works. And like, then on a personal level, it's like, also, there's also profound difficulties of, like, you know, if are you overbearing or underbearing you should be, the weight you should be bearing, you know. It's whereas like ideologically in very like big abstracts, it makes like, it just fits perfectly and it has no problems, which, you know, it's one or the other, right? So it makes sense. Psychiatry rehumanized. For too long a time, for half a century in fact, psychiatry tried to interpret the human mind merely as a mechanism, and consequently the therapy of mental disease merely in terms of a technique. I believe this dream has been dreamt out. What now begins to loom on the horizon are not the sketches of a psychologized medicine, but rather those of a humanized psychiatry. A doctor, however, who would still interpret his own role mainly as that of a technician, would confess that he sees in his patient nothing more than a machine, instead of seeing the human being behind the disease. A human being is not one thing among other things. Things determine each other, but man is ultimately self-determining. What he becomes within the limits of endowment and environment, he has made out of himself. In the concentration camps, for example, in this living laboratory and on this testing ground, we watched and witnessed some of our comrades behave like swine while others behave like saints. Man has both potentialities within himself. Which one is actualized depends on decisions, but not on conditions. Our generation is realistic, for we have come to know man as he really is. After all, man is that being who invented the gas chambers of Auschwitz. However, he is also that being who entered those gas chambers upright, with the Lord's Prayer or the Shema Yisrael on his lips. Postscript, 1984. Before we get to that, it seems like a different section. Right, so I guess I can kind of pause here as well, just briefly. He gets a lot more technical here. This is, I believe, the essay portion of it. He makes arguments for logotherapies, like foundational basics and how they work in, how they work. It's really interesting that he kind of finds it to this meaning of life, which is not quite a popular notion in psychology probably prior to this, and not quite popular even in philosophy, honestly. People don't really like to talk about it anymore for many reasons, that which I will say for another time to try to explore, but and unwrap. But this thing that is very unpopular, he regards as this foundational thing for his theory of logotherapy. I think that's very interesting. And he, this couples with the previous experiences quite well. Obviously, you can tell that there's a shift in tone. There's a shift in like the pacing of it. The way it is written is much less like an autobiographical account, and more of a scientific document. But nonetheless, it works. It helps you see more points from the previous section, so I think it's interesting. Do I buy into logotherapy immediately after his sort of explanation, putting it in a nutshell? I think he's made a very convincing case. I don't know if I would personally say buy it in the sense that, like, this is perhaps the best thing, but I certainly buy it as a legitimate practice from my limited understanding of therapy, which is, well, not just limited, it's an almost non-existent understanding and knowledge of therapy. This seems to make sense to me. I get why there's debate on whether or not it's philosophical, and debate on whether it is philosophical now is apparent to me to be completely fucking pointless. That's like a waste of time. I think you should just read this as what this is, and to try to argue which label or category this lies in is a complete waste of time. You should just spend the time reading on this or expanding on the work, or criticizing it if you desire to. Either way, it's just not worthwhile. What is worthwhile, I think, is reading this and thinking about it as it is. This text as is. Quite good. Let's finish the last two sections. There's this, and then there's like a short biography. Let's see. The Case for Tragic Optimism, based on a lecture. This chapter is based on a lecture he presents at the Third World Congress of Logotherapy. Okay. Let us first ask ourselves what should be understood by a tragic optimism. In brief, it means that one is and remains optimistic in spite of the tragic triad, as it is called in logotherapy, a triad which consists of those aspects of human existence which may be circumscribed by 1. Pain, 2. Guilt, and 3. Death. This chapter, in fact, raises the question, how is it possible to say yes to life in spite of all of that? How to pose the question differently, can life retain its potential meaning in spite of its tragic aspects? After all, saying yes to life in spite of everything, to use the phrase in which the title of a German book of mine is couched, presupposes that life is potentially meaningful under any conditions, even those which are most miserable. And this in turn presupposes the human capacity to creatively turn life's negative aspects into something positive or constructive. In other words, what matters is to make the best of any given situation. The best, however, is that which in Latin is called optimum. Hence the reason I speak of a tragic optimism. That is an optimism in the face of tragedy and in view of the human potential, which at its best always allows for 1. Turning suffering into a human achievement and accomplishment, 2. Deriving from guilt the opportunity to change oneself for the better, and 3. Deriving from life's transitoriness as an incentive to take responsible action. It must be kept in mind, however, that optimism is not anything to be commanded or ordered. One cannot even force oneself to be optimistic indiscriminately, against all odds, against all hope. And what is true for hope is also true for the other 2 components of the triad, inasmuch as faith and love cannot be commanded or ordered either. To the European, it is a characteristic of the American culture that, again and again, one is commanded and ordered to be happy. But happiness cannot be pursued, it must ensue. One must have a reason to be happy. Once the reason is found, however, one becomes happy automatically. As we see, a human being is not one in pursuit of happiness, but rather in search of a reason to become happy. Last but not least, through actualizing the potential meaning inherent and dormant in a given situation. This need for a reason is similar in another specifically human phenomenon: laughter. If you want anyone to laugh, you have to provide him with a reason. You have to tell him a joke. In no way is it possible to evoke real laughter by urging him, or having him urge himself to laugh. Doing so would be the same as urging people posed in front of a camera to say cheese, only to find that in the finished photographs, their faces are frozen in artificial smiles. In logotherapy, such a behavior pattern is called hyperintention. It plays an important role in the causation of sexual neurosis, be it frigidity or impotence. The more a patient, instead of forgetting himself through giving himself, directly strives for orgasm, i.e. sexual pleasure, the more this pursuit of sexual pleasure becomes self-defeating. Indeed, what is called the pleasure principle is rather a fun spoiler. Once an individual's search for a meaning is successful, it not only renders him happy, but also gives him the capability to cope with suffering. And what happens if one's groping for a meaning has been in vain? This may well result in a fatal condition. Let us recall, for instance, what sometimes happened in extreme situations, such as prisoner of war camps or concentration camps. In the first house I was told by American soldiers, a behavior pattern crystallized to which they refer to as give-up-itis. In the concentration camps, this behavior was paralleled by those who one morning at 5 refused to get up and go to work and instead stayed in the hut, on the straw wet with urine and feces. Nothing, neither warnings nor threats, could induce them to change their minds. And then something typical occurred. They took out a cigarette from deep down in a pocket where they had hidden it and started smoking. At that moment, we knew that for the next 48 hours or so, we would watch them dying. Meaning orientation had subsided, and consequently, the seeking of immediate pleasure had taken over. Is this not reminiscent of another parallel? A parallel that confronts us day by day. I think of those youngsters who, on a worldwide scale, refer to themselves as the no future generation. To be sure, it is not just a cigarette to which they resort, it is drugs. In fact, the drug scene is one aspect of a more general mass phenomenon, namely the feeling of meaninglessness resulting from a frustration of our existential needs, which in turn has become a universal phenomenon in our industrial societies. Today it is not only logotherapists who claim that the feeling of meaninglessness plays an ever-increasing role in the etiology of neurosis, as Irvin D. Yalom of Stanford University states in Existential Psychotherapy. Of 40 consecutive patients applying for therapy at a psychiatric outpatient clinic, 30%, had some major problem involving meaning, as adjudged from self-ratings, therapists, or independent judges. Thousands of miles east of Palo Alto, the situation differs only by 1%. The most recent pertinent statistics indicate that in Vienna, 29% of the population complained that meaning is missing from their lives. As to the causation of the feeling of meaninglessness, one may say, albeit in an oversimplifying vein, that people have enough to live by, but nothing to live for. They have the means, but no meaning. To be sure, some do not even have the means. In particular, I think of the mass of people who are today unemployed. 50 years ago, I published a study devoted to a specific type of depression I diagnosed in cases of young patients suffering from what I called unemployment neurosis. And I could show that this neurosis really originated in a twofold erroneous identification. Being jobless was equated with being useless, and being useless was equated with having a meaningless life. Consequently, whenever I succeeded in persuading the patients to volunteer in youth organizations, adult education, public libraries, and the like, in other words, as soon as they could fill their abundant free time with some sort of unpaid but meaningful activity, their depression disappeared, although their economic situation had not changed and their hunger was the same. The truth is that man does not live by welfare alone. Along with unemployment neurosis, which is triggered by an individual's socioeconomic situation, there are other types of depression which are traceable back to the psychodynamic or biochemical conditions, whichever the case may be. Accordingly, psychotherapy and pharmacotherapy are indicated respectively. Insofar as the feeling of meaninglessness is concerned, however, we should not overlook and forget that, per se, it is not a matter of pathology. Rather than being the sign and symptom of a neurosis, it is, I would say, the proof of one's humanness. But although it is not caused by anything pathological, it may well cause a pathological reaction. In other words, it is potentially pathogenic. Just consider the mass neurotic syndrome so pervasive in the younger generation. There is ample empirical evidence that the three facets of the syndrome, depression, aggression, addiction, are due to what is called in logotherapy the existential vacuum, a feeling of emptiness and meaninglessness. It goes without saying that not each and every case of depression is to be traced back to a feeling of meaninglessness, nor does suicide, in which depression sometimes eventuates, always results from an existential vacuum. But even if each and every case of suicide had not been undertaken out of feeling of meaninglessness, it may well be that an individual's impulse to take his life would have been overcome had he been aware of some meaning and purpose worth living for. If thus a strong meaning orientation plays a decisive role in the prevention of suicide, what about intervention in cases in which there is a suicide risk? As a young doctor, I spent 4 years in Austria's largest state hospital, where I was in charge of the pavilion in which severely depressed patients were accommodated, most of them having been admitted after a suicide attempt. I once calculated that I must have explored 12,000 patients during those 4 years. What accumulated was quite a store of experience from which I still draw whenever I am confronted with someone who is prone to suicide. I explained to such a person that patients have been repeatedly told how happy they were that the suicide attempt had not been successful. Weeks, months, years later, they told me it would turn out that there was a solution to their problem. An answer to their question, a meaning to their life, even if things would only take such a good turn in 1 of 1,000 cases. My explanation continues. Who can guarantee that in your case it will not happen one day sooner or later? But in the first place, you have to live to see the day in which it may happen. So you have to survive in order to see that day dawn. And from now on, the responsibility for survival does not leave you. Regarding the second facet of the mass neurotic syndrome, aggression, let me cite an experiment once conducted by Carolyn Wood Sheriff. She had succeeded in artificially building up mutual aggressions between groups of Boy Scouts, and observed that the aggressions only subsided when the youngsters dedicated themselves to a collective purpose, that is, the joint task of dragging out of the mud a carriage in which food had to be brought to their camp. Immediately, they were not only challenged but also united by a meaning they had to fulfill. Interesting. As for the third issue, addiction, I'm reminded of the findings presented by Anne-Marie von Forstmeyer, who noted that, as evidenced by tests and statistics, 90% of the alcoholics she had studied had suffered from an abysmal feeling of meaninglessness. Of the drug addict studied by Stanley Krippner, 100% believed that things seemed meaningless. Now let us turn to the question of meaning itself. To begin with, I would like to clarify that in the first place, the logotherapist is concerned with the potential meaning inherent and dormant in all the single situations one has to face throughout his or her life. Therefore, I will not be elaborating here on the meaning of one's life as a whole, although I do not deny that such a long-range meaning does exist. To invoke an analogy, consider a movie. It consists of thousands upon thousands of individual pictures, and each of them makes sense and carries a meaning, yet the meaning of the whole film cannot be seen before its last sequence is shown. However, we cannot understand the whole film without having first understood each of its components, each of the individual pictures. Isn't it the same with life? Doesn't the final meaning of life too reveal itself, if at all, only at its end on the verge of death? And doesn't this final meaning too depend on whether or not the potential meaning of each single situation has been actualized to the best of the respective individual's knowledge and belief? The fact remains that meaning and its perception, as seen from the logotherapeutic standpoint or angle, is completely down to earth rather than afloat in the air or resident in an ivory tower. Sweepingly, I would locate the cognition of meaning, of the personal meaning of a concrete situation, midway between an aha experience along the lines of Carl Behler's concept and a gestalt perception, say, along the lines of Max Wertheimer's theory. The perception of meaning differs from the classical concept of gestalt perception insofar as the latter implies the sudden awareness of a figure on the ground. Whereas the perception of meaning, as I see it, more specifically boils down to becoming aware of a possibility against the background of reality, or, to express it in plain words, to become aware of what can be done about a given situation. Okay. And how does a human being go about finding meaning? As Charlotte Buhler has stated, all we can do is study the lives of people who seem to have found their answers to the questions of what ultimately human life is about as against those who have not. In addition to such a biographical approach, however, we may as well embark on a biological approach. Logotherapy conceives of conscience as a prompter, which, if need be, indicates the direction in which we have to move in a given life situation. In order to carry out such a task, conscience must apply a measuring stick to the situation one is confronted with, and this situation has to be evaluated in the light of a set of criteria, in the light of a hierarchy of values. These values, however, cannot be espoused and adopted by us on a conscious level. They are something that we are. They have crystallized in the course of the evolution of our species. They are founded on our biological past and are rooted in our biological depth. Konrad Lorenz might have had something similar in mind when he developed the concept of a biological a priori. And when both of us had something similar in mind when he developed the concept, and when both of us recently discussed, in my own view, on the biological foundation of the valuing process, he enthusiastically expressed his accord. In any case, if a reflective axiological self-understanding exists, we may assume that it is ultimately anchored in our biological heritage. If this part is a little confusing to you, don't worry, it's a little confusing for me too, so let's just keep chugging until it starts making sense. As logotherapy teaches, there are three main avenues on which one arrives at meaning in life. The first is by creating a work or by doing a deed. The second, by experiencing something or encountering someone. In other words, meaning can be found not only in work but also in love. Edith Weisskopf-Johnson observed in this context that the logotherapeutic notion that experiencing can be as valuable as achieving is therapeutic because it compensates for our one-sided emphasis on the external world of achievement at the expense of the internal world of experience. Most important, however, is the third avenue to meaning in life. Even the helpless victim of a hopeless situation, facing a fate he cannot change, may rise above himself, may grow beyond himself, and by so doing change himself. He may turn a personal tragedy into a triumph. Again, it was Edith Weisskopf-Johnson who, as mentioned on, once expressed the hope that logotherapy may help counteract certain unhealthy trends in the present-day culture of the United States, where the incurable sufferer is given very little opportunity to be proud of his suffering and to consider it ignobling rather than degrading, so that he is not only unhappy but also ashamed of being unhappy. For a quarter of a century, I ran the neurological department of a General Hospital and bore witness to my patients' capacity to turn their predicaments into human achievements. In addition to such practical experience, empirical evidence is also available which supports the possibility that one may find meaning in suffering. Researchers at the Yale University School of Medicine have been impressed by the number of prisoners of war of the Vietnam War who explicitly claimed that although their captivity was extraordinarily stressful, filled with torture, disease, malnutrition, and solitary confinement, they nevertheless benefited from the captivity experience, seeing it as a growth experience. But the most powerful arguments in favor of a tragic optimism are those which in Latin are called argumenta ad hominem. Jerry Long, to cite an example, is a living testimony to the defiant power of the human spirit, as it is called in logotherapy. To quote the Texarkana Gazette, Jerry Long has been paralyzed from his neck down since a diving accident, which rendered him a quadriplegic 3 years ago. He was 17 when the accident occurred. Today Long can use his mouth stick to type. He attends 2 courses at community college via a special telephone. The intercom allows Long to both hear and participate in class discussions. He also occupies his time by reading, watching television, and writing. And in a letter I received from him, he writes, "I view my life as being abundant with meaning and purpose. The attitude that I adopted on that fateful day has become my personal credo for life. I broke my neck, it didn't break me. I'm currently enrolled in my first psychology course in college. I believe that my handicap will only enhance my ability to help others. I know that without the suffering, the growth that I have achieved would have been impossible." The Defiant Power of the Human Spirit was in fact the title of a paper presented by Long at the Third World Congress. Oh, cool. Is this to say that suffering is indispensable to the discovery of meaning? In no way. I only insist that meaning is available in spite of, nay, even through suffering, provided as noted in part 2 of this book, that the suffering is unavoidable. If it is avoidable, the meaningful thing to do is to remove its cause, for unnecessary suffering is masochistic rather than heroic. If, on the other hand, one cannot change a situation that causes his suffering, he can still choose his attitude. Long had not chosen to break his neck, but he did decide not to let himself be broken by what had happened to him. I won't forget an interview I once heard on Austrian TV given by a Polish cardiologist who, during World War II, had helped to organize the Warsaw Ghetto upheaval. "What a heroic deed," exclaimed the reporter. "Listen," calmly replied the doctor. "To take a gun and shoot is no great thing. But if the SS leads you to a gas chamber or to a mass grave to execute you on the spot, and you can't do anything about it, except for going your way with dignity, you see, this is what I would call heroism. Attitudinal heroism, so to speak." As we see, the priority stays with creatively changing the situation that causes us to suffer, but the superiority goes to the know how to suffer if need be. And there's empirical evidence that, literally, the man in the street is of the same opinion. Austrian public opinion pollsters recently reported that those held in high esteem by most of the people interviewed are neither the great artists nor the great scientists, neither the great statesmen nor the great sports figures, but those who master a hard lot with their heads held high. In turning to the second aspect of the tragic triad, namely guilt, I would like to depart from a theological concept that has always been fascinating to me. I refer to what is called mysterium inquitatus, meaning, as I see it, that a crime in the final analysis remains inexplicable inasmuch as it cannot be fully traced back to the biological, psychological, and or sociological factors. Totally explaining one's crime would be tantamount to explaining away his or her guilt, and to seeing in him or her not a free and responsible human being, but a machine to be repaired. Even criminals themselves abhor this treatment and prefer to be held responsible for their deeds. From a convict serving his sentence in an Illinois penitentiary, I received a letter in which he deplored that the criminal never has a chance to explain himself. He is offered a variety of excuses to choose from. Society is blamed, and in many instances, the blame is put on the victim. Furthermore, when I addressed the prisoners in San Quentin, I told them that you are human beings like me, and as such you are free to commit a crime, to become guilty. Now, however, you are responsible for overcoming guilt by rising above it, by going beyond yourselves, by changing for the better. I felt understood. And from Frank E.W., an ex-prisoner, I received a note which stated that he had started a logotherapy group for ex-felons. We are 27 strong, and the newer ones are staying out of prison through the pure strength of those of us from the original group. Only one returned, and he is now free. As for the concept of collective guilt, I personally think that it is totally unjustified to hold one person responsible for the behavior of another person or a collective of persons. Since the end of World War II, I have not become wary of publicly arguing against the collective guilt concept. Sometimes, however, it takes a lot of didactic tricks to detach people from their superstitions. An American woman once confronted me with a reproach. How can you still write some of your books in German, Adolf Hitler's language? In response, I asked her if she had knives in her kitchen, and when she answered that she did, I acted dismayed and shocked, exclaiming, "How can you still use knives after so many killers have used them to stab and murder their victims?" She stopped objecting to my writing books in German. Oh, sorry, that's definitely, I can believe very much. Obviously, like, all of this, none of this is not unbelievable. This was all very believable. But this might be the most believable thing in the whole thing. Oh, man. Anyways. The third aspect of the tragic triad concerns death. But it concerns life as well. For at any time, each of the moments of which life consists is dying, and that moment will never recur. And yet it is not this transitoriness, a reminder that challenges us to make the best possible use of each moment of our lives. It certainly is, and hence my imperative, live as if you were living for the second time and had acted as wrongly the first time as you are about to act now. In fact, the opportunities to act properly, the potentialities to fulfill a meeting, are affected by the irreversibility of our lives. But also the potentialities alone are so affected. For as soon as we have used an opportunity and have actualized the potential meeting, we have done so once and for all. We have rescued it into the past, wherein it has been safely delivered and deposited. In the past, nothing is irretrievably lost, but rather, on the contrary, everything is irrevocably stored and treasured. To be sure, people tend to see only the stubble fields of transitoriness, but overlook and forget the full granaries of the past into which they have brought the harvest of their lives. The deeds done, the loves loved, and last but not least, the sufferings they have gone through with courage and dignity. From this one may see that there is no reason to pity old people. Instead, young people should envy them. It is true that the old have no opportunities, no possibilities in the future, but they have more than that. Instead of possibilities in the future, they have realities in the past, the potentialities they have actualized. The meanings they have fulfilled, the values they have realized, and nothing and nobody can ever remove these assets from the past. In view of the possibility of finding meaning in suffering, life's meaning is an unconditional one, at least potentially. That unconditional meaning, however, is paralleled by the unconditional value of each and every person. It is that which warrants the indelible quality of the dignity of man, just as life remains potentially meaningful under any conditions, even those which are most miserable. So too does the value of each and every person stay with him or her. And it does so because it is based on the values that he or she has realized in the past. It is not contingent on the usefulness that he or she may or may not retain in the present. More specifically, this usefulness is usually defined in terms of functioning for the benefit of society. But today's society is characterized by achievement orientation, and consequently, it adores people who are successful and happy, and in particular, it adores the young. It virtually ignores the value of all those who are otherwise, and in so doing, blurs the decisive difference between being valuable in the sense of dignity and being valuable in the sense of usefulness. If one is not cognizant of this difference and holds that an individual's value stems only from his present usefulness, then believe me, one owes it only to personal inconsistency not to plead for euthanasia along the lines of Hitler's program. That is to say, mercy killing all of those who have lost their social usefulness, be it because of their old age, incurable illness, mental deterioration, or whatever handicap they may suffer. Hold on, just real quick, wanted to pause here as well. Of course, and obviously, this whole thing has been very profound. This bit in particular is very timely. I didn't expect it to be so timely, is my thing. But it's interesting that and this edition at least of Man's Search for Meaning contains something so poignant to the now, and to like to present circumstances that perhaps might be more relatable to you and I, right? It's quite interesting. Okay. Let's keep going. Confounding the dignity of man with mere usefulness arises from a conceptual confusion that in turn may be traced back to the contemporary nihilism transmitted on many an academic campus and many an analytic couch. Even in the settings of training analyses, such an indoctrination may take place. Nihilism does not contend that there is nothing, but it states that everything is meaningless. And George A. Sargent was right when he promulgated the concept of learned meaninglessness. He himself remembered a therapist who said, "George, you must realize that the world is a joke. There is no justice, everything is random. Only when you realize this will you understand how silly it is to take yourself seriously. There's no grand purpose in the universe. It just is. There's no particular meaning in what decision you make today about how to act. One must not generalize such a criticism. In principle, training is indispensable, but if so, therapists should see in their task in immunizing the trainee against nihilism rather than inoculating him with a cynicism that is a defense mechanism against their own nihilism." Okay, now it's a little more creeping towards the nihilism not as the diagnosis of the societal diagnosis, but more like the individual diagnosis. And I get where that's coming from because this is psychotherapeutic work. And Viktor Frankl, this is his background. It's fine. There's nothing. It's not that it's wrong. It's just, I don't use nihilism that way because it's kind of confusing. But I understand why he would. It's just more prudent for what he's talking about. So, that's there. But again, I don't think he's misinterpreting anything. I think it's just fine. It's just the word is annoying. The word nihilism is just freaking annoying. Like, it's just right. Anyways, logotherapists may even conform to some of the training and licensing requirements stipulated by the other schools of psychotherapy. In other words, one may howl with the wolves if need be, but when doing so, one should be, I would urge, a sheep in wolf's clothing. There's no need to become untrue to the basic concept of man and the principles of the philosophy of life inherent in logotherapy. Such a loyalty is not hard to maintain in view of the fact that, as Elizabeth S. Lucas once pointed out, throughout the history of psychotherapy, there has never been a school as undogmatic as logotherapy. And at the first World Congress of Logotherapy, San Diego, California, in 1980, I argued not only for the rehumanization of psychotherapy, but also for what I called the de-guruification of logotherapy. The de-guruification, yes. My interest does not lie in raising parrots that just rehash their master's voice, but rather in passing the torch to independent and innovative creative spirits. Independent and inventive, innovative, and creative spirits. Logotherapy is not imposed on those who are interested in psychotherapy. It is not comparable to an oriental bazaar, but rather to a supermarket. In the former, the customer is talked into buying something. In the latter, he is shown and offered various things from which he may pick what he deems usable and valuable. Sigmund Freud once asserted, "Let one attempt to expose a number of the most diverse people uniformly to hunger. With the increase of the imperative urge of hunger, all individual differences will blur, and in their stead will appear the uniform expression of the one instilled urge." Thank heaven Sigmund Freud was spared knowing the concentration camps from the inside. His subjects lay on a couch, designed in the plush style of Victorian culture, not in the filth of Auschwitz. There, the individual differences did not blur, but on the contrary, people became more different. People unmasked themselves, both the swine and the saints. And today you need no longer hesitate to use the word saints. Think of Father Maximilian Kolbe, who was starved and finally murdered by an injection of carbolic acid at Auschwitz and who in 1983 was canonized. You may be prone to blame me for invoking examples that are the exceptions to the rule. Sed omnia praeclara tarn difficilia, quam rara sunt. But everything great is just as difficult to realize as it is rare to find, reads the last sentence of The Ethics of Spinoza. You may of course ask whether we really need to refer to saints. Wouldn't it suffice just to refer to decent people? It is true that they form a minority. More than that, they always will remain a minority. And yet I see therein the very challenge to join the minority. For the world is in a bad state, but everything will become still worse unless each of us does his best. So let us be alert, alert in a twofold sense. Since Auschwitz, we know what man is capable of, and since Hiroshima, we know what is at stake. Hmm. And lastly, there's a bit, I might as well finish this bit with the author, Viktor E. Frankl, about the author, right? Viktor E. Frankl is a professor of neurology and psychiatry at the University of Vienna Medical School. He's the founder of what has come to be called the Third Viennese School of Psychotherapy, after Freud's psychoanalysis and Adler's individual psychology, the School of Logotherapy. His work has been called perhaps the most significant thinking since Freud and Adler by the American Journal of Psychiatry. Born in 1905, Dr. Frankl received the degrees of Doctor of Medicine and Doctor of Philosophy from the University of Vienna. During World War II, he spent 3 years at Auschwitz, Dachau, and other concentration camps. Dr. Frankl first published in 1924 in the International Journal of Psychoanalysis, and has since published 30 books, which have been translated into 23 languages, including Japanese and Chinese. He has been a visiting professor at Harvard, as well as at universities in Pittsburgh, San Diego, and Dallas. Honorary doctoral degrees have been conferred upon him by 27 universities, and the American Psychiatric Association has honored him with the Oscar Pfizer Award. He's been a guest lecturer at universities throughout the world and has made more than 90 lecture tours throughout the United States alone. That is Dr. Viktor E. Frankl? Professor Viktor E. Frankl? And that was Man's Search for Meaning. The English translated copy, of course. It was heavy, but also, definitely worthwhile. Unexpectedly funny. I didn't think I'd describe this certain points of this book as funny, but like, yeah, that was like maybe the levity was just such a reprieve that I felt that way. But regardless, it's like very good book, very good writing. Man's Search for Meaning by Viktor Frankl. Someone saying, your only understanding of nihilism coming from Rick and Morty. You know, everyone's got to start somewhere. That's fine. You just got to keep going. That's all I'll say. You kind of ate that, TBH? I think so too. Yeah. It was really, really good. And I think, of course, you know, you want to leave these things to digest over the course of a few days, maybe even weeks, just to let it sit with you. You know, you don't have to rush to a conclusion or thoughts immediately. But what's kind of immediately in my head that I didn't otherwise already insert in like pauses in between, like gaps in between. Perhaps I reiterate once more. The book is very good. I mean, I don't know what else more to say, right? The first bit, the autobiographical bit, is very much like, it's very unique because I've never read literature on the concentration camps of World War II written in that way. I've read like I've read like a few, obviously, but I've never read anything that's written in that way, where it's this wrestling with this detachment or otherwise, describing what happens to other people, and sort of just letting the like, he has the way of writing is very, very, very interesting, because Frankl kind of lets the simple statements and words bring you into the moment rather than to tell you, oh, this is how I was feeling, this is how I was feeling, unless it was very relevant to the psychological observations he was making, which were very present as well while he was doing that, both in himself and in the others around him, and the others not just in the fellow prisoners, but the prison guards and the officers and all of that, which is of course very profound, because it's very easy if people don't read, it's very easy to just kind of fall into the faux sense of justice, to just condemn a specific entire group of people or things due to certain reasons, and you're just committing the same mistakes. You're just falling into the same pitfalls again, right? Frankl, I think, points that out very well here, and it would be good to read that. And if not read it, at least listen to me read it, right? I'm doing the work for you. I really like it. I think, I don't know if this is, no, actually I do. This has informed me philosophically for what I'm interested in thinking about. And I don't say this a lot about many things. Most things are kind of like, oh, I can see what they're cooking, I can respect it, and this is interesting, but it's like not usually what I'm personally like working with. This has informed me of what I'm personally working on, which obviously means it's very powerful for me, or rather, it's something it's going to meld into my psyche easier than, perhaps even deeper than other texts that I've read have. Of course, excellently written. It's a miracle. Is it a miracle that Frankl survived? Like, I'm not sure if that would be the right word for it, but, it's of course, his perseverance has given the world his work and his experiences. And in that sense, it was very meaningful. Frankl's life. At least, if I were to judge purely by this text. That which is an extraordinary amount of perseverance and articulateness, intelligence, meaningfulness that we can all only aspire to. It's incredible. It is truly incredible. My only concern is like, I hope I gave this enough. I hope I didn't, lean too much into the levity throughout the duration of this reading and kind of this, I suppose, this week in general. Because I didn't obviously read this before. I've not read this before. But it was on a list, my reading list, so I wanted to read it eventually. And I thought, well, this is like a sort of existential, therapeutic reading that involves elements and themes of meaning and therapy. So I thought it'd be like, appropriate for this week's therapy themed week. But at the same time, it's also like the game I'm playing and the other things I'm doing they're granted much more levity, that's for sure. It's not obviously like not completely unserious as well, but there's degrees and layers. Yeah, and I just hope no one misunderstands me reading this in this context as, or me titling it something like I think about that a lot recently and just in general. That I worry sometimes a little bit about like how whether or not it is tactful to make this series that it is, which which is VTuber reading philosophy, is the whole point of it. And whether or not that kind of takes away from the what I'm reading, or the seriousness and the grand sort of importance of the text I engage with. And I've come to the conclusion that no, and it's obvious that I give it enough serious consideration if you click into the stream. I think if you don't, it might seem like there's a bit of it might not be very tact or in good taste, but I think when I do engage with it on a level that is serious enough that it doesn't sully the works that I engage with. I hope that's the case. It's always a struggle, right? Because part of the reason I'm doing it this way is because I think this helps bring these texts to people who are less inclined to engage with it because of the difficulties and the discomforts that they entail, right? But I think that this difficulty and discomfort is necessary, and so I'm trying to just sort of synthesize. We're working on it. It's a work in progress. But in terms of yeah, this book itself overall, but I think it's yeah, I've already said what I thought about it. I don't need to say anymore. I'm just kind of here processing it, giving it more time and thought. Nothing to, I mean, I don't usually criticize what I read, because if I'm reading it, I'm reading it. If I'm criticizing it, I'm criticizing it. That's two different things for me. But in this case, even if I were to try to, I would find it a little difficult. I would suppose that maybe this can be backed up by more examples, but at the same time, it's like, this is just the, in a nutshell, introduction to the logotherapy. Of course, there's not going to be that many examples. And his other and later work and earlier work, like his surrounding work, will suffice in whatever I'm sure would be a critique in the scientific method on all this. I think everything that was selected and put into here was, you know, intentional and for good reason. Yeah, and I'm happy that I read this. I'm happy that I had the time to read this. I know I say that at the end of every stream, I'm happy to have done it, but I truly am. It's not like I don't lie about it. There's no reason to. If it was terrible, I would just say it's terrible and move on. But no, this is truly incredible. That's all. All right, what do you guys have to say? Any questions? Hey, I'm back. Welcome back. I would also recommend the book Yes to Life by Viktor Frankl, based on a series of public lectures Frankl delivered in 1946, shortly after surviving the Holocaust. I see. Yes to Life also by Viktor Frankl. Okay. Yes to Life. I remember reading up around him and reading that was one of his major works as well. Definitely gonna forget everything that this book said, because my brain can barely retain information but appreciate it in the moment. That's fine. You forget everything. You'll forget it. You'll forget most things. That's just the way it is. But hey, this is all recorded and archived on a channel, Charis Euphranor. So you can find it'll be here. If you forget, you can just come back and read it again. Or better yet, you just read the book. So you kind of have both the listening and the engaging in the reading at the same time. That really helps, I think. That could work. It's always going to be a little silly to have an anime boy talking at the corner of the screen, but I don't think it takes away from the reading. Yeah. It's always going to be a little silly. That's okay, though. The levity is appreciated, and I don't think that it was unnecessary. I don't think it's unnecessary that I do it the way I do it. I think it makes sense. I have it all justified in my head. It's just, you know, you can never be too sure about everything, and so you juggle thoughts, and you always resurface worries and anxieties. That's just kind of a thing that happens. But it's not enough to affect what I'm doing, so it's not like a concerning amount of thinking about things. What other philosophers do you plan on focusing on in the future? So for the near future, I can't. I have ideas for things that I don't want to spoil, and the reason I don't want to spoil them is because all of the thinkers and the things I do with them, I kind of want to introduce slowly because I have all the time in the world. It's not like this channel is going to explode in a year or whatever. I have all the time in the world, and I'm only at the ripe young age of 60. I'm only 60 years young, right? So I have all the time in the world to introduce all the big thinkers at whatever pace I want. And so what I want to do is, instead of just hurriedly trying to get through all the big, the big names, the big thinkers, the big philosophers, whatever, the pantheon, if you will, I can just take my time and read through them and introduce them thematically through weeks. And so next week we're doing next week we are doing probably Class of 09. And from what I know of the game, because I've played the sequel, the prequels, the sequel's coming out, the flip side, we are going to be reading more feminism. And so I think last time we read Simone de Beauvoir's Second Sex. I think this time we're going to read Bell Hooks. I think we will do that, or someone else. It depends. But I was thinking of like intersectional feminism was what I was thinking about reading next, like immediately next. As for what's after that, I have things in mind and in store, but I don't want to tell you that because it kind of like spoils the idea of it. The goal is for me to like make it so that like they're grouped into themes of ideas that are cross textual. They're not like just bound by a text specifically. It's like I want to maybe like play a game that relates in some ways to the concepts that I want to read about. Perhaps watch something and react to something that's like that. Maybe discuss something, etc., etc. Yeah. So in the future, it's that. Also, I will be continuing, perhaps independently of these theming things, readings of Socrates and Plato. We read Plato's Apology a while back, and I plan to continue it. It's just I'm sorting everything out, and it's been a turbulent few weeks, right? That's what I plan to do. I'm of course open to suggestions. Spam them at me on live stream chats or on Twitter, whatever works for you. And I can't promise to take the suggestions, but I can promise to look at them and consider them and keep them in my head as I swirl together the plans for the future, and perhaps prioritize some of the things that people repeatedly ask for, or maybe not the same person, but like multiple people. Do you plan to read more fiction? I missed the Metamorphosis stream and I was devastated. Oh, so the Metamorphosis reading was not a stream actually. It was I just pre-recorded it and I just hastily put it together, edited it, and then uploaded it. I just recorded it and then uploaded it, and I did that because the library area, the Library of Alexandria has poor internet, and I was kind of coping with it, and it just didn't do very well. So it just would not have worked to stream anything. So in that time, I was like, well, at least I'll record something, and so that's what I did. I recorded Metamorphosis by Franz Kafka. So it wasn't a stream. You didn't miss anything. Don't worry. I can go back here, I think. Yes. Okay. I should have done that earlier. Now it's like a weird different section, but it's fine. Like, this is just the post discussion. Yeah. So, do I plan to read more fiction in the future? Yes, I do. I'm just leaning towards short stories right now. The things in the poll, I set up a poll with like 4 options, right? I think I'm just gonna read those first. I'm just gonna read those first. And then, because they're like shorter and easier to manage. Longer fictional works are like, is that really the audiobook commitment that I'm willing to make? I don't know. for and it's not going to be very good either. And I'm not getting it. You know, it is an extraordinary amount of time spent on that. If I were to like, you know, read all of, I don't know, like Harry Potter. I don't know. I don't want to read. I would not read Harry Potter. You know what I would read if I were to read young adult fiction? I would just read Percy Jackson. There you go. That's the librarian recommendation for young adult fiction. Hope to check it later on. You haven't so busy. Yeah, sure. I mean, it's there forever. It's there forever. Everything that's there is there forever. You have so much time to do all of this. And so I wouldn't be concerned with, you know, missing out on things, or not being in the moment. The moment of a live stream matters not. It really doesn't. The only difference is I can immediately respond to you verbally if you say something, if you type something. That's the only difference. And I will continue to do live streams, so there will always be more live streams. It doesn't matter the time in which you engage with it, so long as you do genuinely. Yes. You'd also recommend the book Fear of Freedom by Eric Fromm, and as well as The Moral Landscape by Sam Harris. Okay. I'll keep those in mind. I've heard of them before. Fear, Freedom, Moral Landscape. Wait, is that the... Ah. That is definitely similar in vein to this. Yes, for sure. Yes. Moral Landscape. By Sam Harris. Okay. Which arose the sense of morality? I see. Okay. Okay. Oh. I think okay. I think I've heard about this one. It's quite recent, isn't it? 2010. I see. Yeah, this is quite recent. Okay. Because I'm like, Sam Harris sounds like a more contemporary figure. That I'd like heard about, and I think I'd read something from. I don't remember. All right. Okay. I'll do that after stream. Sorry. I'll do my mulling and meandering after stream. Sorry. Question: where are you from? I can only say I sprung into existence in the Library of Alexandria, which now ceases to exist, or has it? And with that, also mention that my stream schedules are all on BST. And that's all I will say. That is all I will say on the matter. Gotta be cautious with fiction, because imagine you read House of Leaves. Everybody leaves with an annual. What is House of Leaves? I've never heard of House of Leaves. What is House of Leaves? Followed by a companion piece of Wellstone Letters. I think that one sounds a little more familiar. Maintains an academic publishing form. Oh. Creating an agoraphobic and claustrophobic effect. At points, the book must be rotated to read. It's an example of ergodic literature. Oh, okay, I see. Interesting. Yeah. Of course, I'm taking suggestions as well. I'd like to. Interesting. Thank you for the suggestions. everyone, and thank you for being here. This is a very long stream that there have been there's been multiple groups of people coming and leaving in chat. So, thank you everyone for being here. If you've heard this, but you all know that. It doesn't matter. I don't have to say it. You already know it, but I'll say it anyways. That it's great that there are people here that want to read, or at least don't immediately despise the idea of engaging with reading. I think that's good. One step at a time, right? As for the future streams, this Saturday we are streaming Vampire Therapist again. We're doing session 2. So we had like 2 clients last time. I think we had the first session of 2 clients. We're gonna continue from there. I don't know how long the game is. I don't know how long I'll play it. Maybe to completion. It's very it's a very interesting game. It's a visual novel as well, but yeah. I realize I've playing a lot of visual novels. We'll figure it out. But that's what's happening next. So Saturday there's a Vampire Therapist stream. The dev replied to me on Twitter. I made a small tweet just saying like the game is good, and I made a joke about like how if only therapists were real, and they responded. Like the dev account of like Little Bat Games, I think, responded, and like and they said they were glad that I enjoyed the game, and I did. So I don't know. That was nice. That's good. I hope people buy the game and support it, because it seems very criminally unpopular and underrated right now, which is, that's what every indie games got to deal with. That it is what it is. But I quite enjoy it, and I think it's quite good. And I wish more people will see it and enjoy it as well. Be it from my streaming or just buying the game themselves. Whichever is. Liked it. And so we're gonna stream that again. Thank you for the stream. Thank you for being here. Thank you for the stream. Bestie slayed for this for real. Yep. That indeed is what I did. Yes. Yep. Yes. Okay. Alright, I'm leaving. Goodbye.